on the alt fan Frank Zappa, I announced that we were going to do the Zappa Hour a couple of days ago, and somebody called the old geezer said, well, hasn't everything been said about Frank that could be said? And yes, for the little people, probably everything's been said. But I told them, no, we are going to present a new aspect, a new way of looking at Frank that's never been said before. So that's our challenge, Roxy, to prove that prediction by me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute everybody, and we're going to play John Adams as the opening statement appropriate to Frank Zappa and everybody that's written about him. So mute everybody. Then I'll gradually unmute people to bring them in. But at first it'll just be Roxy and I. Okay, mute all.
All participants are now muted.
And bring on John Adams. Okay, and he's right here in the template. Bill put him in for me. And this is like 3.5 minutes long. So here is John Adams, prominent American composer, being interviewed in 2009 in, someplace like the Lincoln Center or something. They're probably presenting his music. Oh, by the way, well, maybe not. Alyssa is asking who is Corbin. Corbin's a long-time participant, alcoholic, drug taker, heroin addict, Crowleyite, fuck-up. And he has a great alibi. His father was involved in the Kennedy assassination, so the FBI followed Corbin ever since he was a kid. So Corbin has, as you see, Gene just pointing that out, Alyssa, Corbin has a great alibi for his early intuitions of sort of screwed up quadrophenia. But he's learning to get it together. Okay, so here goes John Adams.
For a TV, the world is thinking.
I mean, I think that the great bifurcation in music is between pop and classical. And I talk quite a bit about it in the book, about what it's like to be a classical composer in a society where popular music and popular culture in general has enormous prestige. You can't run for office without saying how much you like, Kanye West or, Willie Nelson or something. And, if Barack Obama or John Kerry, God forbid, had said that they liked Beethoven, their poll numbers would have dropped to the floor, because this country is so. We have this suspicion about culture, that there's something vaguely subversive and morally lax about art. And so that's why we really glorify pop culture. And it's all part of our, we were a country that was founded by religious zealots and venture capitalists. Which is basically what the Puritans were, and the first colonists. So that lingering anti-intellectualism has great presence in America, and we composers and poets and serious novelists, we have to cope with that, and we have to find a way to sort of navigate through the shoals of a culture who are, on one hand, really genuinely would love to know, would love to be initiated, would love to get access to what it is we're thinking about, but at the same time are sort of a little bit intimidated. And whenever they look at the media, they never get anything. I mean, I don't know about you, but we get 120 channels on our cable, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing on any of them that has anything to do with our life. You never see a poet. You never see a classical musician. You might see a sautéed kidney, on NPR Cook Show, or some masterpiece theater with a British accent, but that qualifies as culture. And so, it's quite an experience to try to create great art in this culture. On the other hand, I wouldn't trade any other country for it.
Okay, so that's John Adams in about 2009. Now I have...
All participants are now unmuted.
Which column is Roxy coming through? Could you speak, Roxy, so I can see where the red flash is?
Yeah.
Where you are. Or where you are.
I'm here.
Okay. Is that you? Right there? Okay. Okay, I think I will click around it. Mute everybody around it. Say hello, Roxy, to make sure I got it.
Hey, Zappa, we are here.
Yes. Okay, so I've got the right. Now, yes. Now, what do you think of what John Adams just said? Do you see the relevance of what he says to the Zappa topic, Zappa series, Zappa world?
Well, that's very important in the Zappa world because Zappa, like Mozart, thought people were giving only bad music. They never had the chance to listen to more complicated music because people that has the power to control the media thought that's too complex, that doesn't appeal to people, it doesn't have any commercial value. And Zappa said, let them decide. He was never aired. It was really word of mouth how he became famous. And like Mozart was also trying to bring his music to a popular audience. He didn't want it only to play for the kings. He wanted everybody to listen to good music. And that was a big fight all his life. Just like Joyce, he had to face a lot of censorship just to do what he wanted to do, to have the freedom to present the music he wanted to present without dumbing himself down.
That's pretty interesting. Did you see Amadeus, that movie on Mozart, 20, 30 years ago?
Yes, a long time ago.
Yeah. Now, the establishment guy, Santorini or somebody, who would he represent? Leonard Bernstein or something in Zappa's day? Remember, he was the establishment. He suppressed Mozart as much as he could. You remember that guy, the evil guy in the movie? How it was presented anyways. He was
Salieri, the other composer?
Yeah, the other composer. I don't know what. Yes.
Salieri.
I forget his name. Right.
Yeah.
And so,
at least, during that time, Mozart had the same problem as Zappa because he was being too innovative. He would play too many notes, they would say, or he was doing things in German and not only in Italian. And at the time, even the greatest composer was treated as a servant. He was just a servant for the court. And he decided to take his music and to be his own manager and to produce his own concerts and print his music and do all the producing of the operas. And that's what Zappa also had to do, because otherwise they could not have done what they did, these amazing works.
Okay, so what I hear is right there. Did you learn that as a 10-year-old about Mozart or 20? How early were you taught that fact about Mozart in your musical education?
Well, I suppose I was in the conservatory, and you get some history of music classes, maybe when I was like 9.
They would talk about Mozart being an outsider. You remember that?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
Because he really changed everything. this is what William Lewis said. The artist has to fit the vortex because that's what makes this vortex move and evolve. And before, there were very strict laws for composition, and also the church had the control of most of what was being created in the arts, in the paintings and in the music, and they had very strict laws of what was allowed or not, and some intervals would be called even like evil. That like they were things that you were not supposed to do, and the people who dared to break those rules really faced a lot of censorship.
Do you know what it was about the tonalities of what was censored? Would you project a Freudian interpretation on that? Do you know why they were against certain tonalities?
Because they said there were like consonance and dissonance. And the consonant harmonies are good, and the dissonant intervals might be evil. You know, they will relate it with something bad. And,
no. Did I just fade out? I think I noticed that I moved. Did you notice that? Did I fade out? Okay, I'm still here. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that the leveling of sound depth by the effect of the printing press is partly what the industrial symphony orchestras were subject to? That their ears became tinnier and they wanted smoothness, what McLuhan called in prose equitone. They wanted equitone, whereas medieval music might be richer in the level of tones and not as suppressed, or does it happen before the printing press, what you're talking about?
No, that was in the medieval time. But I think the writing of music and then the printing press really influenced the way compositions were made and the harmony and how things were structured.
They made new rules?
Yes, I think it affects how you organize your thinking when you make like a phrase, when you write it down. As when you are just like just improvising or singing like in a tribe.
You're saying that you're not improvising. You said you're not improvising.
Yes,
is that what you just said?
Music before, I think, writing was more like to create a trance or more ritual, more static. And then the labyrinth of the mind got in, and things were more rational, more mathematic. Like if you hear Bach, it's really pure mathematics. And there is a sense of order and structure. It's not just like
for the eye
ritual.
Yeah, for the eye.
And then also the linear. You know, it's not just this acoustic chaos.
Yeah.
It has like a start and develops and then it's finished. But they were forms, structures, patterns that people would use to compose.
Right. Is the fugue something that is a response to the linear print effect on music, or was the fugue something before the printing press?
The art of the fugue is really developed during Bach time.
Okay.
He has this treaty about the fugue. And I think it has to do a lot with the fact that music is written and printed. This type of very rational organization of the melodies and the harmonies. And
okay. Now, I want to go back to John Adams. So he's saying there's a big divide between classical music and pop music. And this was a divide that C.S. Lewis, when he wrote about in the 50s the two cultures, this British essayist, and he said that the problem was that the scientists were battling the humanists over culture. And he said Wyndham Lewis was wrong to ignore that division. So Lewis was one of the first people, actually Don Thiel would say the first person to bring in pop culture into high culture in his analysis of what was going on in the art world in the teens and 20s. So we know that Zappa did that. So John Adams is saying, and working from this division, he's an C.S. Lewis, initial C.S. So he's an C.S. Lewisite, saying the two will never meet, and it's a conflict, whereas Zappa is a Wyndham Lewisite. You got two Lewises there, a Wyndham Lewisite who allows pop culture to come into his compositional ideas. So John Adams is respected because he's hoiking up the classical difference, and he has a big problem with pop culture. And he becomes, to me, a boring commentator, because that's 2009, and just the web changes music and alters everything for composers, and he's still living in the ivory tower. Did you see that in what he was saying? He's the exact opposite of Zappa?
Yes, because these composers were trying to appeal a public, or, for example, write music for Hollywood movies, or make some type of career, and their motivation was not only the music, but like Zappa was always making fun, wearing this only for the money.
Yeah. So you're saying that Zappa represents those composers that wanted to work with Hollywood? Is that what you just said?
No, the opposite. These other composers like Adams, for many contemporary composers, making film music was like a goal, because it was like a way, an opportunity to present their work to a broader audience and still be artistic in a way.
Right. Yeah. Because movies became, let me just say, the second half of the century, movies as a medium became archetypal. It replaced the novel as the sensitive presentation under the auteur theory of the director is presenting something. Robert Altman, people like that, they're doing great works. So the artist no longer is in the book culture, and the composer is no longer in the book culture. He can at least go to the movie culture as opposed to TV and radio, rock and roll. Is that what you're saying? The archetypalness of the movie medium.
Yes, and we are bombarded by the whole environment, so it's impossible to separate your influence as an artist and just to be influenced by high art. You're bombarded by comics and everything. And I think it's very important to mention that one of the things that turned on Zappa into music was a piece called Ionization by Varese. What a coincidence.
Yes, the ionization. Now, he's 15, he hears that, and he's intrigued by the percussion and the sounds, and he writes a lot about it. He funds later recreations of it, conducted by him or other people. Now, we are talking here from the perspective, for those in the Zappa world who don't know what I've been doing, is that we have evoked a new song via a phenomenon, a new environment called Ion. And so we've made a lot out of Ion the last 6 years, and Roxy's pointing out that Zappa, his first inspiration as a young imaginative person was something called ionization. And so for Roxy and I and others here, that is a great synchronicity and maybe even a synochrony that Zappa is testing his buddies in high school on how they respond to ionization. Well, that's what we do here on this Saturday night show called Payday. We test people's responses to ionization and all that it means. But we're not going to go into that in detail. We're going to stay with Zappa, but this is what Roxy's getting at. So now, Roxy, what you see this John Adams? Okay, go ahead.
But what I wanted to say is, in his early teens, he was aware of the avant-garde of contemporary music, but he was also into this Mexican Pachucos music. Yeah. The Pachucos is like a tribe in LA that were like the modern Mexicans, the migrants that were trying to become Americans, but they had their own slang, their own music, their own styles, a little like the hip-hop now. And Zappa will listen to that. He will listen to contemporary music, and he was influenced also by jazz and by everything. He never made this strict separation of this is high culture and this is not. He will only see the interesting music in everything, in ideas.
Yeah, did you? Hey, Roxy, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Were the Zoot Suiters part of the Mexican Pachuco culture? Do you know about the Zoot Suiters in the 40s?
Yes, I think they were.
Okay, so that's part of what. And are you saying Mexican Pachuco is what we call R&B, or is that something different?
No, it's something different. It was a type of jazzy swing, like these Mexicans trying to be American, but they had still their own Mexican influence.
Right.
Their own thing going on, and that was one.
And he made. And I want to begin with the Uncle Meat movie.
Yes.
In the Uncle Meat movie, in the late 60s, he has Uncle Meat, hijacking these Mexican Pachuco singers. It's actually his theme. So I have not heard people talk about that in Zappa world, the Pachuco culture too much. But you're saying you can hear that in Frank?
No, I think he even talks about that when he.
Well, he does talk about the Machuco Rockers, but not. I'm not sure what he meant. He just in passing, not in any detail that I know of. But did you have Pachuco influences in your life in Mexico City?
Well, there was a very famous actor called Tintan that he was like a comedian that made this Pachuco thing popular in Mexico in the 40s and in the 50s.
Okay. And you would know that as a kid growing up, or you would have to, growing up in the 70s and 80s, or was it long forgotten?
No, he's like an icon. Everybody knows about him.
Okay. All right. So John Adams, he's there, holding the ivory tower in some way of classical music against the monster invader pop culture. Now, we're going to begin with Zappa and his first media exposure. It's even before he has his album out. And as I talk, Roxy, if you notice, I point it out to me because I can't move at all. If I move slightly, it goes off. And sometimes I hear little clicks. So Zappa, as early as 1965, he is being interviewed for Pop Culture Media, and he's engaging it, immediately. He's not saying, well, I'm a classical composer, and I don't want to hear about you people in the pop world, and I'm not going to acknowledge you. This is a big deal in 1965-66, not only as a classical composer, but as a jazz musician, because I knew a composer, a musician professor at Dalhousie University in Halifax in the 70s, and we used to talk about Zappa, and he said as a young, he's probably the same age as Zappa, as a young person in the 50s, 60s, they did not take, he and his peers, serious musicians, they thought they were, did not take Elvis or rock and roll seriously. They were into jazz. So jazz was a big deal, and so he missed the genius of Zappa, he admitted to me, in the late 60s, early 70s, because he would not pay attention to pop music. So Zappa was also crossing the boundaries for his generation in from the jazz knowledge perspective, from the jazz ivory tower. You see what I'm saying? Not only just the classical.
Yes, he was a contemporary composer working in the framework of rock and roll. He always said that he knew he could not have exposure as a contemporary academic composer because he didn't want to limit himself to that type of classification or limitations of an audience and the type of music he could do. He wanted to do whatever he wanted to do.
Right. Now here's a new aspect I'd add to it. That Zappa later said if he had not gone into music, he would have been a fantastic editor, in Hollywood, in film. He has references to movies all the time. He tried to make a movie in the early 60s. It's like Zappa was not limited to being just a musician. When he talks about being a composer, he's talking about using all media. So that's another aspect about Frank, is that he was not just being a specialist in the world of music and loosening up his boundaries. He wasn't even specializing in being a musical artist. That's an important point.
No, he was more like he had a series of ideas that he will also apply in his composition. Like he saw, like in the Finnegan's Wake, everything is happening all the time.
Yes.
And he had the phrase, anything, anytime, anywhere, for no reason at all.
Yeah.
And
which was very, right, which was very resonant with McLuhan's interpretation of the global theater that Zappa was growing up in and composing within. Now, I'm going to eventually emphasize that Zappa was not an acoustic artist, a visual artist, or kinetic artist. He was a tactile artist. And tactility is not a sense, but the interplay of all the senses. So this would explain why Zappa moved into any medium. And I want to...
yes, and I would like to say something. The name of his studio was the Utility Muffin Research Kitchen.
Right.
One of his later studios. He called his studio a kitchen. He was making food. And he was aware that we are feeding somehow not only the physical, but other aspects of our being. And he was making food, acoustic food, tactile food, ideas. He always said there is this, there is always an idea, and around that is the music. So he was aware that it was not only beautiful melodies and rhythms. It was something else that is feeding us.
Other senses, all the senses. So you have an early statement by Zappa, and before we read or look at some of his statements in his first interviews, and my thesis is that what he said later, a few years later, he already had planned back in 64, 65, before he even formed the Mothers of Invention. It says here, in him describing the project object, he says it contains plans and non-plans, also precisely calculated event structures designed to accommodate the mechanics of fate and all bonus statistical improbabilities attendant thereto. Now, the second part is pretty important. He says, this whole project object incorporates any available visual medium, consciousness of all participants, including audience. So it's including consciousness. So that's either based on sensory analysis, a McLuhan-esque analysis of senses and extensions, or it means ESP. Consciousness is going to include consciousness of all participants, including the audience. He's going to include all perceptual deficiencies. In other words, he's not going to limit it to the pure ear or the pure eye or the pure kinesis or the pure proprioception. He's including all senses. And then he says it includes God, in brackets, as energy, and then it has ... and other things. Now, there may be a few other sentences, a few other nouns thrown in. I just found this one online. I didn't find the perfect statement, didn't have time, but maybe find the complete statement. But just to include any available visual medium and any available form of consciousness and any available perceptual deficiencies and any spiritual thing called God and other things, that is the perfect definition of the tactile perspective. The tactility is not a sense or an extension, but it absorbs and plays and interrelates and coheres everything as its content. So he's stating it right there. And, of course, if you're a tactile organ, the body that's providing the sensory data that tactility organizes has to be ready for what it does not foresee the body is going to engage, perceptually. So that's why it would have plans and non-plans, and the accommodating of the mechanics of fate, which is like the preconditioning that comes in the sensory life, but also bonus statistical improbabilities. There's the non-physical attendant there too. You couldn't get a more comprehensive idea, updating of composing than that. And editing, being an editor. Go ahead.
He will compose every time he played his pieces. He was making it different for the audience, for the plays, and he will squeeze the audience and the musicians not only to play notes, he will expect them to squeeze their instruments, every type of sound they could create, any type of noise. Right. They will expect them to act, to sing, and also the audience. It was like this participatory democracy. For him, that was very, very, very important, that he was in control, but he will let everybody express themselves, participate, and he will leave a space for the musicians to improvise and suggest things. He will have this hand signs to conduct, and they will just, for example, create the lowest note you can, and they will do some sound. And he will say, okay, like it or not, but sometimes live, this was improvised, and he will then take different versions of the different songs and mix them again. Because it was this non-stop creation. He said, like McLuhan, this continuous continuity, that everything all was one single creation. All his work, and at the end, everything humans are doing are part of this big Finnegan's Wheel. Okay,
let me add to that. The content, the participatory democracy is the content of a tactile perspective. The tactile perspective would be more anticipatory democracy. That's what McLuhan called it, that we needed anticipatory, not participatory. Participatory was inevitably a knee-jerk response to the global theater, which demanded everybody to provide content 24/7 for all the media. So what would be the control tower of that? Well, Zappa tried to present himself as a control tower, but it has to include this huge flexibility and the apparent allowing of everybody to participate. But we learned from people like Foucault and other thinkers, the postmodern thinkers, that it's the trap set by the elites to allow everybody to have a say in everything. So I think Zappa was aware of that.
Maybe Corban could say something about how it was to play with Zappa.
Well, Corbin didn't play with Zappa. He was incredibly influenced, and let me just bring Corbin in to say what he would say about that categorization of what he thought he was doing. Just a second. Okay, Corbin. I've unmuted you, Corbin. Did you ever play with Frank Zappa, Corbin? Corbin. I don't know. He fell asleep or something. But Corbin went to, musical schools and was always learning Zappa stuff. He's very knowledgeable in Zappa music, but I don't know if he got to play with Tommy Mars or some of the musicians that live in the California area that Corbin hung out with over the last 25 years. So he's not responding, so sorry. We'll have to wait till he gets another opportunity. Now back to, we'll bring Corbin in eventually. So you were leading to what?
Yeah, we were talking about the anticipatory democracy.
Anticipatory, right. Now, to include consciousness of all sensory aspects of the audience and to include perceptual deficiency, there has to be you're not just allowing noise to be your content. You're going to shape it. Now, he and Don Van Vliet often regarded their music, and they influence each other and their concepts about it very early, a form of sculpture. So sculpting the multimedia environment is what Zappa is doing and demonstrating the tactile perspective, the sculpting and shaping. Now, Zappa said, what else would we say there? He always made fun of the audience participation that he allowed in his concerts. He often, maybe not in every concert, but often he would go into what he called the audience participation phase of the program, and he'd say it almost sneeringly. It's not that he didn't enjoy their participation, but he always was split on the process. You'll see in my tiny note chart that he and McLuhan put on schizophrenia. He's including the controlling and duping of people as they get suckered into audience participation, but he's also knows its usefulness to provide content and keep the project object going. So it's an ambivalent, ambiguous relationship he has with that thing. But you'll notice if you ever hear it on albums and bootlegs, it's a bit of a put on the audience participation part. And so here is Frank trying to be a conductor, a classical controller of the symphony, at the same time allowing spontaneity. And that very dialectic of controlling and allowing is a good definition of tactility. He actually was acting out the tactile function, which is to organize the senses to create a coherent perception by the human being, but also knowing that you can't impose that control or that pattern on the human being. So it's just like McLuhan used to point out that the individual through the retina would reverse the world's image right there. The data comes into the eye, and the brain or some part of the perceptual apparatus would flip and turn the world upside down. Right there, the individual is persisting in its own perverted alteration of the sensory data. That's an example of the contradictory dialectical aspects of perception, which tactility includes. And so when Zappa has on Hot Rats this movie for your ears, that totally fits with the fact that he's doing multimedia. Now, am I totally audible? I haven't been blipped out, right?
Yes. No.
Okay, good. So if you don't have anything more to say, you might have something to say. Go ahead if you do. I want to move into how Zappa began this with his first interviews, which were he considered part of his composition.
Yes, everything he did was part of one big creation.
Well, let's not say big creation.
He will reloop it and remix it, and he was always working on different
which
versions.
is the tactile. the Tactility is always erasing what the data that's being presented to it. So it's not that he's making a big statement as, okay, this is the ultimate mathematical formula, this is the ultimate answer to everything. He was engaged in the process of shaping and sculpting. That's what was nonstop, which is what your brain does, or your perceptual apparatus.
Yes,
is that what you were trying to say?
Yes, that reminds me once you said Joyce will do the same.
Yes.
He was in this struggle when he was writing The Finnegan's Wake, that he was creating this amazing work, but he could not really see what he was doing or why.
Right.
And he would go to
which is what you have to be tactile, to make tactile art. But he, being a talented singer and writer, it was a struggle for him to force himself to be tactile. You know, he had the literate conditioning. He wasn't sure if this was the right approach, the correct approach for making significant art. So his struggle was the conflict of being tactile, or miming tactility, or the cognitive stages of apprehension. This is, and Zappa's main question: who are the brain police? When Bob Marshall asked him that, 1988. Did he have an answer? Had he figured it out? He said in that interview, no, I'm still working on it. I'm still trying to figure out who the brain police are. And that's a natural tactile response, because tactility doesn't tell the difference between the chicken and the egg. You can't make a decision either side. So it's actually a tactile answer to say, by definition, the laws of tactility, you have to say, I am still working on it. I'm still living, is what Zappa's saying. You don't come up with a definite answer. You present probes and aspects and satires and formulas, but they're all incomplete. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, the central scrutinizer.
The central scrutinizer is tactility itself. It's not
he was working for Bob.
Well, that'll become obvious later, but not in these first programs. That's not obvious. So what I want to show you is, he breaks up the Mothers of Invention in August 1969, but he'd already been planning to make this great movie, and he immediately went into talking about it as soon as the band broke up, and he went into trying to get the resources together. Now, he was working on it before the band broke up, and I think this is a Toronto Star article, maybe Globe and Mail, I'm not sure, maybe Globe and Mail, Toronto Globe and Mail, early 1969, and Zappa's talking to the rock columnist Richie York, who just surfaced recently with a new book on the John Lennon-Yoko Ono peace campaign in 1969. Richie York got to be part of it because he was a friend of Ronnie Hawkins, who was the one sponsoring John Lennon playing in Toronto for the peace concert. And they traveled around the world, and Richie York got fired from his journalistic position at the Globe and Mail for traveling and being part of John Lennon's peace campaign, and so he went back to Australia, where he's from, and I guess he's been there for 40 years, but he surfaced recently with a book about his experience with John and Yoko in that period in 69. Well, in that, before he got fired, he is a good journalist, an investigator of Zappa's work, and he did an interview with Zappa about the movie Uncle Meat, which goes into details that are not presented anywhere. And I've never seen this article in any of the Zappa archives, and they're really encyclopedic, these Zappa archives. But this article they missed, and it's always giving me a clue to Frank of what he was doing, and in relation to his father, because people bring up the question, well, okay, Frank was at the Army base, the chemical warfare factory in Baltimore, Maryland, when he was a young kid. During World War II, he grew up in the barracks with his father, who was a scientist working for the government, and the father brought home mercury, bags of mercury that the little child Frank Zappa played in, and some people think that's why Frank got sick later and then eventually had cancer. We just posted something on my Facebook page about that, that background, that question about Frank's health being around the secret chemical warfare plans in World War II outside of Baltimore. So with that in mind, listen to how Frank is laying out a movie. Now, if you read some of the scripts of you can get them here and there, of movies that Frank was making in 1963, 64, 65 with Captain Beefheart in Cucamonga. One of them's called Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People. He's including rocket ship perspectives, moon landings and things like that as early as 62, 63. So without further ado, let me just read what he says in the interview. It says, the Mothers of Invention are making a movie that will probably be the wildest thing since the, quote, the monster that swallowed Cleveland, unquote. After a stage career of squirting foam into front row seats, pounding a pick into a store display dummy, shouting obscenities at all and sundry, and creating mayhem in the pop scene, the Mothers are producing a movie called Uncle Meat. And Frank Zappa, the main mother, says, quote, it's awful weird, unquote, which, coming from him, has frightening connotations. In Los Angeles this week, 28-year-old Zappa, a little less outspoken and a trifle more delicate than in the past, discussed Uncle Meat. And here's the quote. It's a surrealistic documentary about what the mothers do. Some footage has already been shot, such as some of the freakier things on our European tour, like the full-scale riot in Berlin. But that would be 1968, October of 68, I think. But we haven't got to special effects, animation, and opticals as yet. We need more bread before getting into that, unquote. Then Richie York says, and am I still coming through clear, Roxy? No, yeah. Falling out. Okay. The mothers are still looking for $300,000 to finish the film. In hopes of raising even some of it, they decide to release the Uncle Meat soundtrack LP, a 2-record set, on their own bizarre label within a month. And that would be in the fall of 69. The spring of 69. So Richie York says, Zappa has been an aspiring movie maker for quite some time. Quote, frankly, man, I was struggling around trying to shoot a film 5 years ago. Then we formed the Mothers, and I had to put it aside for a while. But now I'm back into it, and it's taking up almost all of my time. So there he is. His big ambition is to make a movie. In 62, compose with the movie medium in Los Angeles. He's done the soundtrack for Tim Carey's movie, The World's Greatest Sinner. That's in 63, I think the spring of 63. That comes out a week after Zappa is on the Steve Allen show doing the Bicycle Symphony with Steve Allen and the band, this TV studio band. And many people, Zappa fans, have seen that footage. Well, Zappa talks about Tim Carey's movie, The World's Greatest Sinner, to Steve Allen. And here is Frank at the same time having his own ambitions to make a movie. So, and you can get a script of this early stuff, Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People, or maybe had another name in that period, 63. But here he is, 5 years later, saying, it'll represent us in the most illogical sense. Sometimes it will deal with the god-awful things people expect of us. Their worst possible thoughts. Now, that would be awareness of the audience's thoughts, right? Consciousness. But what they think we'll do and what we do are two very different things. Then he goes, sometimes. You see the indecision, the discontinuous, the not even being specific about what he's saying that he's attempting to be specific about. And sometimes it'll be not what you think we're going to do. So let me read that again. Richie York says, Uncle Meat will contain a mixture of comedy and satire. So Richie York thinks this is comedy and satire. He doesn't recognize the physics of it, the science part of Frank. that's happening here. Well, nobody would, but we know a lot more about Frank and we can project that back there. He is purposely saying, I'm going to present the mothers in a way that they aren't apparently visibly doing. We're going to present them in an illogical sense. Now, already the mothers are discontinuous and nonlinear. So why would he present them, like squaring the discontinuity again to present them illogically? Have you any thoughts about that right off the start here?
Well, I think it's a modern phenomenon, like Wilhelm Lewis being quadrophenic and saying he's a socialist, fascist, and fascist, and a monarchist.
Monarchist and an anarchist.
McLuhan saying he disagrees with what he said, or if he talks
right.
about something, it's because he disagrees with that, or he's not promoting what he's talking about. And
right.
It's all these things going on that you can just change your angle and change your arrogant opinion.
Yeah, halfway through the sentence.
Yes.
You would even deny you were quadrophenic if you had the term. Okay, so he says, I'll represent the mothers in the most illogical sense. Sometimes he will deal with the god-awfulest things people expect of us. So he knows he's popular because they do a weird show, and it's not normal. And people expect this weirdness from Frank. And Frank is saying, I'm not about that all the time. You know what I mean?
Yes.
The god-awfulest things.
One way he will translate that, he will make quotes of music he hated or he found stupid, like romantic music. This type of songs, cheesy songs. He will quote them singing, and sometimes he will quote very contemporary composers or Stravinsky, Barres. And, of course, only people that know that will recognize it, as you recognize McLuhan making the Joyce when he's watching the fitting of the daughter's bride, Clyde.
Yeah, watching his daughter get dressed for her wedding. You recognize him quoting literally Joyce, but you got to know Ulysses pretty good to recognize
he's showing all this quadrophenia with this type of musical quotes he has, and he's commenting and making a satire.
Right, and he's also super self-conscious and acting on levels that normal actors, Jack Nicholson, don't get a chance to do. Just by interacting with a reporter, there's a theater aspect going on that Frank's fully aware of. I mean, he is saying this at this time for certain reasons. He didn't talk about the movie, a year before for certain reasons. He could have, because he'd been planning it for 5 years. But now he's going to talk about it. So the timing, based on plans and non-plans, is also part of the acting that Frank's doing. See, it's my thesis that McLuhan was one of the greatest actors, on a new comprehensive level, and Frank was acting too. Okay, so he says, sometimes it will deal with the god-awfulest things people expect of us, their worst possible thoughts. But what they think we'll do and what we do are two very different things sometimes. It's very important, he says, sometimes. Then the journalist says, but all this is a sideline to the plot, which is about science fiction. He's not saying it is science fiction, it's about science fiction, which many kids in the 60s are reading. It's a popular form for baby boomers and later kids. So Frank is aware of that. He says, I think in 1968 in a Hit Parade article, that his goal is to, and he hasn't broken up the mothers at that point, is to do a science fiction presentation on Broadway. That's what he's looking for funding for in 1968. That's when he's getting a lot of publicity. He has written a major article for Life magazine in June 1968. He presented himself, the mothers, at the Grammys, I think, or the Emmys, one of those musical shows. And he's getting a lot of intrigue by people in the music industry. And he is saying, hey, guys, I don't want to make a musical composition. I want to make a science fiction play for Broadway. And he says it includes aspects of Lenny Bruce, who he said was a huge pimple on the face of America, Lenny Bruce. So he wants to bring in Lenny Bruce somewhere. So here's what he says about Do you have something to say? Or are you just laughing?
Oh, I find that very funny, this huge pimple on the face of
Lenny Bruce was a big pimple, and Frank wants to be a big pimple, too. So Frank says, here's the plot. This guy works for the government. Now, we don't know if that's Uncle Meat yet. Who's this guy? So he goes, this guy works for the government. And one day he commits an atrocity on behalf of his bosses. Then he has to go home and face his family, who have no idea what he's up to because it's all top secret. Now, this can be exactly a description.
Sounds like you.
Yes, does sound like me. But it sounds exactly like what problems Frank's father would have. You know, how much did Frank's father tell Frank about what he did? What did he do in the 40s and 50s in his jobs? He eventually, I think, quits the government and just becomes a teacher, but he is involved in the government in the early years of Zappa's youth. So is this Frank thinking about living with a guy who works for the CIA, so to speak, or the DIA, and what's it like for his son in that situation? Much like Corbin, working with his father, who's a lawyer, go-between between the Teamsters, Jimmy Hoffa, and the Tampa, Florida mafia. Okay, so here's Frank saying that this guy has to go home and face his family, who have no idea what he's up to because it's all top secret. So he sits down in front of the TV with his wife and two teenage kids. Now, that would be Frank and Bobby. Bobby's 2 or 3 years younger than Frank. And Bobby has just released a book about his life with his brother Frank the first 10, 15 years, maybe until Frank gets involved with Flores when he's 15. So that book's available right now, Bobby Zappa's inside story of what Frank was like, you know, as a preteen and then a teenager. So Frank's sister is not born in this period. I mean, this is, you know, in the 50s, let's say, 40s and 50s, when there is Bobby and Frank. So this man sits down in front of the TV with his wife and two teenage kids and this pop show starring the Mothers of Invention. This show comes on. The old man thinks, quote, what is this? But it's the only rock show on TV and the kids want to see it. So the father's not too keen on it. So the father, Frank says, the old guy goes to bed, and as soon as he hits the sheets, he has these horrible nightmares. The dreams are intercut with our TV special, which means the Mother's Invention TV special in 1969, right? Even though it could be a scene, autobiographical, something in the 50s. So you're going to get a mixing up of different times here, right? All times happening. So the kids are watching a Mothers of Invention special. The father ignores it, but he has dreams that are intercut with Frank's TV special. And there's Frank always plugging to get the TV special himself. He wants one. The dreams are intercut with our TV special. And the guy sees us sitting outside his bedroom window next to a bird bath, playing cards and watching him dream. Now that's Frank being aware of the consciousness of the audience. They're projecting onto Frank and the mothers and wanting the mothers to perform the god-awfulest thing. Frank has a kind of ESP. He knows what the audience expects, so he's watching the audience dream awake, right? But he's watching this particular scientist dream awake. So you see the levels of complexity on this?
Yes, and the archetype of the awakening.
Yes. Okay, so the old guy goes to bed. He's dreaming these horrible nightmares, and I guess the movie would show what Zappa and his band, who are playing cards, what they're seeing in the dreaming of this guy who works for the government and who's very guilty. So Frank says this builds up to an unbelievable frenzy. The film cuts to a garage where an evil scientist, Uncle Meat, is scheming revenge because he was fired from a missile base. So you got two kinds of scientists. You got one guy who's working for the government and guilty about what he's doing, and another guy who got fired from a missile base, and he's scheming revenge on the government. All right? So you've moved to another level of a government employee in science. So Frank says, now you have to realize this this kind of complexity has never been spelled out by Frank until he does Dio Fa in his biography. He presents this scenario for the 1990 World Soccer match in Italy called Dio Fa, God Lies. I mean, maybe if you studied his musical compositions and what he's mixing, all the different styles of music, there's a musical complexity. But look at this multi-level thing. So you have Uncle Meat is scheming revenge. So another level for the scientist. The scientist goes downtown and kidnaps a band. And by giving them weird things, he forces their brains to expand. So much so that they grow huge nose. We will pause while Roxy laughs.
Yes, you're forcing my brain to expand.
Now, you don't know the Uncle Meat scenario. You haven't read it anywhere, have you? The general line, the booklet that comes with the 1969 album, which describes the Uncle Meat scenario. Have you ever read that personally?
No.
Okay. So you might find this funny if you haven't heard about the vocal drone mechanism. So the scientist goes down, kidnaps a band, and this is Zappa talking about the Uncle Meat movie, and within, let's see, so I don't know if the album is out when this interview is happening. It's going to be out within a few weeks. And Frank does a variation of what I'm talking about, but this is more involved. And so he's talking about it, and you're going to get a more simple level because in the script, in the booklet for the album Uncle Meat, Uncle Meat steals the Pachuco band, Reuben and the Jets. And there's already been an album released a few months earlier of 50s music with archetypal patterns in it by the Mothers under a different name called Reuben and the Jets. So Zappa is talking about himself hijacking the Mothers to do a 50s album a year before. All right, so Frank's the evil scientist. And on another level, much like all the levels on Finnegan's Wake. So, but the way it's presented here, the scientist goes down, kidnaps a band, and by giving them weird drugs, he forces their brains to expand, so much so that they grow huge noses which are full of brains, and they become a group called Reuben and the Jets. Reuben and the boys have a vocal drone mechanism which sends people crazy into a fantasy world. The scientist, meanwhile, has taken over a hydroelectric station in the Grand Canyon, which he converts into a huge amplifier. Uncle Meat sets up a truck exhaust to sound like a rocket engine, which has an extraordinary effect on plants growing around Grand Canyon. Suddenly the plants are lifted up into space like Jack and his beanstalk, and huge pods start falling off. Now that scenario I just read about the Grand Canyon is in the booklet for the movie, for the Uncle Meat album. But there's another thing I'm going to mention a little later that he says in Time magazine in October '69, an article on Frank breaking up the band, supposedly. But so you have a little bit of the album scenario, but you don't have the fact that the first guy who works for the government is watching a TV special with his mother's invention, which TV special has not happened in Frank's actual life yet. And he's worried about his work with the government. And then you have this other level of Uncle Meat doing this preposterous attempt to hypnotize the population with Reuben and Jet's music. And there's a whole scenario in the booklet where the band, brings back the 50s and the people love it. It's like a hologram he retrieves. So then Frank says, finally there's a connection between the plants and the other guy's atrocity. So the first scientist, his atrocity has something to do with the plant. And when you read the plants, and when you read the booklet, it's all about evil government scientists using octaves and frequencies to control, an update of MK Ultra, control the masses, make them do anything with music. But Uncle Meat thinks he can do it with a 50s retrieval, which Frank did himself a year before. Okay? So who is the government scientist?
It's actually like the replay of Bonanza, like we're hypnotized by media, and in media is actually the past. It's not the actual avant-garde technology. Things that are going on.
when we did our analysis of the James Joyce schema diagrams of the 18 episodes, the last episode he said the meaning was in the Penelope Molly dialogue that it was the past sleeps. So Frank has all pasts, including musical pasts, to include, but yes, the global theater is hypnotizing, as McLuhan said, the global population with a repertory and a replay of every past that ever was known or recorded in earlier media. So yes, that is a factor here. Frank is specializing apparently in the music industry part of the retrieval of the past. And right at this point, in 6869, that is when the oldies but goodies industry started. There was a guy in New York, when I was living in New York in the 90s, I went to one of his concerts, but he'd been doing it since 1966, 67, bringing back these 50s bands and playing for the people who grew up with them, and it became a big industry, the oldies thing. Well, here's Frank, cashing in on it or commenting on it with his Room of the Jets in 68, right when the Fed's starting. But he's now saying that this is an atrocity and some kind of government manipulation, which you're implying with the fact that they're retrieving past to hypnotize people, right? It's part of the collective MK Ultra. I think that's what you're saying, right? One of the things you're saying.
The way we're busy with the replays.
Yes, nothing but replays.
The Ionic, for example, what's coming, but people think they are engaged in the latest technology, but the most people engage in something is the more obsolete that is. So they think they're in the present, but they're not in the present. And I think one of his fascinations with the studio recording techniques was this capability we have now to alter the replay and the loops and edit everything, not only like sound, but history or whatever is going on and replay it.
And that's where Frank is ahead of everybody with his Lumpy Gravy album and his looping of his own work and other cliches, environments. He is being an editor of loopingness. Is there anybody in the classical music world or avant-garde classical music in the 60s, maybe associated with Boulez, who was looping like that? Was Stockhausen doing that?
Yeah, all electronic composers, all concrete.
We're doing it.
Music concrete, we're doing this type of.
But they weren't looping pop cultural motifs. They weren't looping pop culture like John Adams. They had no knowledge of pop culture. They maybe heard about the Beatles, but they were doing abstract scenarios like novelists, right?
Well, the thing is, there was, on the one hand, the new instruments to generate new electronic sounds, and on the other hand, the recording techniques to make samples of sounds from the environment. So you have this collage of both in the pieces. The synthetic sounds made by electronic instruments, and then the samples that now are digital and are.
But that's concentrating on sound. That's concentrating on sound and virtual sound. Zappa is playing with the hologram of the icons of the global theater. He re-loops Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, pretty quickly. He redoes that album with his version. So he's looping pop culture that John Adams won't even acknowledge and thinks there's a big battle between classical music and pop culture. Frank says there's a larger battle of tactility in the global theater, which McLuhan spelled out in precision, that Frank would not be limited to being just an audio composer and looping sound.
Yeah, he was not working only with notes and scales and these elements of music, but with the whole environment.
Yes, images of whole environments. And that makes him what I call a satellite conductor. He's a satellite conductor of tactility.
There is this video where he's rehearsing with the Ensemble Moderne in Frankfurt,
Yes,
and you see how he makes these signs, and he says, there you play the harmonics or the overtones. That's like the micro parts of the sound. As the sound is played, you can hear very, very subtle how the sound changes, and there are other frequencies, other notes appearing. Those are the overtones, the harmonics. And so he's using these microscopic, and also he makes like Doppler effects, like the sound passing by like a car or something like that. So he's really transcribing in his music all his environment.
The macro and the micro. Are you talking about
the interior landscape and the exterior landscape?
Yes, the inner kingdom and the outer kingdom. Now, is he doing what? When I was in New York, there was a microtonal society. Is that what you're saying? He worked with the microtonal genre of creation?
Well, he used some of that. And, for example, when he was doing these scenocracy things, in which he will mix different performances of different songs, and they will somehow sound good together. Yeah, Xenochrony, And there were crazy things going on, like polyrhythmics and microtonalities and all this type of more complex type of...
Did you know that he called that, at least in the late 80s, when he was working with the synclavier and computerized scenarios, he called it digital dust. He was really interested in the micro thing within the chip landscape, or the chip body. Digital dust, he called it. That's what you're talking about.
In the genealogy, the Genesis, Ian talks a lot about dust.
That's right.
Yes,
that is the key substance.
Sort of aware of this ISO of the things, the sounds inside and the out sounds.
Yes, Zappa's words, like Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, has a whole section on Marshall McLuhan that, Joyce didn't know Marshall McLuhan, but his language predicts Marshall McLuhan. You're saying Zappa had the same tuning into the present and including future events in the words he was using, even though he wouldn't have the same meanings as we have. So his words are accurate.
On the one side is the pure musical. Notes, the rhythms, and then the text. And the text was also very important. And usually he was using words in a very funny way. He was making fun, but he was always...
Also precise. He was doing, schizoid, complementary, quadraphenic, being precise in his terms, but open for spontaneous reactions and effects within the precision.
Yes, and he said something that for me was very important. That he said his music was like a platform for the re-evaluation, a platform for the re-evaluation of everything.
Right. Yes.
But at the end, he was re-evaluating everything.
All environment. He is interviewed in 1968 in Newsweek or Time. I think it was Newsweek magazine. It's when he was getting a lot of attention in 1968. And he copped out. He said, well, I'm here to ask questions. Now, everybody in the art world asks questions. They don't have any solutions, and they don't want to be identified with any political agenda or any particular aspect. Just keep giving them a grant so they can ask questions. But that's a verbal thing. Looking at Zappa's work, he was questioning more than just what language could say. He was questioning all environments. So his questions are not limited to the semantic. Now, he actually had a song in the Grand Wazoo album, this Roman emperor scenario where the emperor slaughters, sacrifices the questions. They were called the questions. And in the Bob Marshall interview, Zappa says it originally was called Eat That Christian, but he changed it to Eat That Question. So here's Zappa aware that he said, I'm here to provide questions, but very quickly he has to cancel out, like Tactility, which erases everything, by saying, no, we're going to eat anybody who asks a question. You see what I'm saying there? The multiple probe going on there?
Yes, I mean, he was having fun, but he knew the price sometimes was very high.
I should look that up.
Of the last.
Yes, right, and I could look at it. I won't do it right now, but I'll eventually get to the L.A. Free Press interview in summer of '69 where he says people don't understand how you can seriously do something you don't take serious. Now, that's not a ambiguity situation. That is what tactility does. The non-organ of tactility must organize the sensory data coming in through the various senses very precisely so the brain can have some kind of coherence, at least for the labyrinth of the mind, and it cannot identify with any part that it's sculpting. So that's seriously doing something you can't identify with or take serious. So it's a tactile statement. So people may have heard Zappa say these things in some book or critic quoted it, said, oh, this is Frank's interesting ambivalent attitude. No, I am fitting it into a science of tactility here that there's a whole other level that no critic of Frank has ever swallowed. So I know you could say some more, but I want to say a little bit more of the article. It says, so far, the mother... What?
Yes, go on.
Okay. So far, the mothers have shot 40,000 feet of film, most of it footage of 2 European tours and a 5-month stay in New York. So that would have been the footage at the Garrick Theater in spring and summer of '67. So this is footage like 2 years old. He was in Europe in '67, so he took footage there. So he was always making footage of his work as he was traveling and touring. It says Zappa filmed some of it himself. He's not sure if the usual movie houses will want to handle it, but he's ready to presentation, which he's taking into Warner Brothers 7 Arts executives. Zappa is bringing sections of the film to Toronto to show during the Mother's Rockpile appearance on Sunday, February 23rd. So this is a few days before that. In 1969. In addition to the film, Zappa and his fellow mothers are deeply involved in Bizarre, their own record company. Now, Zappa formed Bizarre the same time that the Beatles formed Apple. And so Frank is... Yes, Apple. And so Frank is able to... he's avant-garde on the American front. If the Beatles are considered avant-garde and making their own company, he's doing it, and he formed 2 companies, Bizarre and Straight at the time. So he says, apart from their own album, they have 2 LPs by new artists schedule. So Zappa says, we've cut an album with a guy called Wildman Fisher, and it's very weird. Fisher's mother had him committed to a mental institution twice because he used to sing without accompaniment at school. By the time he got out the second time, he really was nuts, and the album was all about his mother. The other LP is by Alice Cooper, an all-male group which Zappa says is also very strange, quote, very strange, unquote. Zappa started off and got Alice Cooper going. Zappa has some interesting comments on the Beatles album. That would be maybe what was it called? Magical Mystery Tour, maybe the White Album. Maybe the White Album and Magical Mystery Tour. And the Rolling Stones LP, which was their Satanic Majesties, I think. And Diana Ross and the Supremes. Now, we know he makes fun of the Diana Ross and the Supremes on Absolutely Free, the album recorded in '66, but this is 3 years later. So he says, I don't like the... Oh, yeah, another thing. little later in '69, Beefheart gets attention with his album Trope-Mass Replica, and he's interviewed in Newsweek magazine, and he says that he made a song, I don't know if he did it with Zappa, but he made a song making fun of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. So it's called Beatle Bones and Smokin' Stones. So you have here Frank, the patriot, in quotes, dealing with the British invasion. He probably was set up to do that, from 64, 65, as soon as the Beatles were on Ed Sullivan. And then the Stones came over in the Tammy Show. As a matter of fact, in the second Tammy Show, Teenage American Musical International, fantastic movies of pop culture, James Brown and everybody, in 64, 65. In the second one, which I think had a bit of different title, Zappa's in the audience with his big tubular hat, and the director of the movie makes a point of showing Frank. And Frank would have just arrived in L.A. at that point, in 65, 66, when they recorded this thing. So Frank is there in the audience spying on the Beatles and the Stones, well, the Stones in particular, and the British invasion. Okay, now this relates to a guy named David McLuhan, who's written essays in a book recently on how the whole rock scene of the mid-'60s was a CIA operation headquartered in the log cabin that Frank occupied. All right? So this David McLuhan says Frank Zappa is working for the CIA. His father was in the government, and he lays out a whole scenario that Jim Morrison, Neil Young, Stephen Stills, everybody comes from a military family. And so just a week or so ago, when that new movie, the Roxy movie, which is, a 40-year-old movie that finally got released, at the premiere, Ahmet Ertegun, and this is a few days after Gail has passed on, Gail Zappa, he announces that his uncle told Ahmet Zappa, who is now the head of some part of the corporate structure of the Zappa estate, because he got the appointment to deal with the merger of the Zappa estate and some Universal Media company or something. I don't have the details exactly. He says at the premiere that his uncle told him that Gail worked with the CIA and saved the world at some point. And when I heard that, I said, well, that just made David McGowan's day. The family's admitting she was CIA. So you bring in all that while Frank is talking about the CIA and the government scientists, metaphorically, in this movie 40 years ago. So, and it's also about Zappa exploiting. Many people thought it was outrageous what he did with Wildman Fisher. He took this obviously disturbed kid and presented him as entertainment, and people thought that was pretty crude on Frank's side. But Frank is acting out, being Frank Zappa, a government scientist manipulating pop culture. And he's got Don Van Vliet helping him, and they're out to get the Beatles and the Stones. So remember, Zappa kicked Mick Jagger out of his home for smoking a joint in that period, late 60s.
Well, there are these theories that all the whole thing with rock and roll was created to promote drugs, which is a big business.
Yes.
But one of the things Frank was against was drugs. When everybody was into peace and love and being a hippie and taking drugs, he was against all this meme.
Yes. He even said in an interview around that time, in 69, that he would not vote for Tim Leary, who was the hippie god who was running for governor of California. He would vote for Ronald Reagan rather than Tim Leary. Even though Zappa a year before or two, maybe in 67, had done a song about how Ronald Reagan was the CIA agency's political probe. Multi-level going on here. You got to understand that Frank was acting. He was being a character called Frank Zappa, and all that it implied, and all the other things. This is theater. And he often, always tried to get into the theater medium. So anyways, let's see. He's saying, I don't like the Beatles album because it's inferior product. Only one song, Happiness is a Warm Gun, is entertaining. It's more expensive than, but at the same creative level as the Magical Mystery Tour album, which was, I think, a pretty dinky album. Remember, it was a bus tour or something, and Beatles take some local British people on a bus tour in the country or something. So he says, but it's way more expensive, I guess you could look up Happiness is a Worn Gun. I think that's on the White Album, but I'm not an expert on the Beatles. So he's saying it's more entertaining, it's more expensive, but mediocre, like the Magical Mystery Tour. Then he says, and Carolyn's reading Keith Richards' biography right now, and so she's filling me in on some of the details, so it's interesting thinking of Frank in relation to Keith Richard. There is one footage of Keith Richard I've seen. They ask him about Zappa, and he says he passed it on. Now, what the heck did Frank pass on that Keith Richard received or didn't receive? Because in his biography, Keith Richard is very influenced by all the blues guys that Frank was influenced by in the 50s. But Frank went on, as you'll say, right now, it's not here, but in another quote, he doesn't even like B.B. King at the time. The other bands are promoting B.B. King in the early 70s. But anyways, he and Keith started off at the same point, same approximate age, and same, influenced by African-American music, but Zappa does something differently with it than Keith does. So he says the Stones album is a more successful attempt than the Beatles, but it's not as good as Between the Buttons. That's the best Stones LP. Then he says, Diana Ross and the Supremes? Yeah, well, Diana Ross has to have one of the most artificial smiles I've ever seen in my life. He says, it's really an art. Obviously the results of years of work training the muscles in her face. Do you hear that?
Yes, it's true.
Jerry Fialka, he quotes the various musicians, Zappa fans. He says, this is Bob Dobbs' greatest statement. He says, Bob Dobbs said to Jerry one day that Frank Zappa, a big part of his project, was a satire on black music, on African-American, the core identity of music in the American culture is what the blacks had contributed, what African-Americans contributed to musical culture and entertainment. Frank is I don't think just as an Italian racist, is out to smear the addiction to the retrieval of black music begun by the Stones. Do you know what I mean? There is a TV show. He's on the Dinah Shore show around May 1979, and he's on with Peaches and some man and woman black singing group. And he pisses them off the way he talks about music. They get mad at him. He's obviously not a friend of them and whatever they represent. So here he is being quite rude, saying, Diana Ross and the Supremes, well, Diana Ross has to have one of the most artificial smiles I've ever seen in my life. It's really an art. Obviously the results of years of work training the muscles in her face. So that's how the article ends. Now, I'm saying this article is a key to all of Zappa's ideas. I mean, this interview is a key, the way he explains. There's the government scientist, which is a parody of his father. There's himself as a government scientist. And then there's Uncle Meat, the fired government scientist. You got three levels here. And then you got Frank, him as a government scientist, playing with the minds of the young people by messing with Wild Man Fisher. And Alice Cooper. Any thoughts there, Toltec princess?
Well, I think he really thought how to make a revolution, how to make the Zapatist revolution.
Yes.
But for real, how to wake people up and make them change their situations. Like, he was always talking about how the system is a lie, your parents have bad taste, and you have boring lives, and like Ian says.
He says exactly what Ian said.
Yeah, everything we're doing here is to make your fucking boring life more exciting. He was trying to make people somehow react to the environment, to the situation, and change it. Not just accept not just accept the dull songs they play on the radio. And that was one of the big things he did. He will make records with not only with singles like everybody was doing, he was doing compositions. And that, for example, influenced a lot the Beatles and they went to make this little more complex music. But
yes,
they were not at the level of Frank Zappa.
Right. They were influenced by pictures of him making lumpy gravy in the early '67. That influenced their plan, or influenced George Martin to make Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Yes,
there's a battle.
Just the fact that he will make records with compositions, not singles, not songs.
Right. Yes, and Paul McCartney objected to the satire, the parody that we're only in it for the money, was to present, a satire on the cover of the design of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. So he was battling it out with the Beatles, and his buddy Don were too, Don Van Vliet. So now, with that sort of big picture, let's go to what Frank says in the first media coverage he gets. Let's see. As he's arrested in March 1965, put in jail for 10 days. His father, working for the CIA, managed to get him out of jail because the father knew a judge or somebody, and the father gets Frank out of this horrible experience. It really affects Frank. He said it was the worst, very bad scene in that jail, very dirty, ugly jail, for 10 days. So he's been busted at the Cucamonga studio that he had bought from Paul Buff, and he just leaves it and goes to L.A. So he gets to L.A. in the spring of '65. He quickly gets involved with a band, I forget what they were called, the Soul Giants or something, that has Roy Estrada and Jimmy Carl Black and a couple other guys are in the first band, and Frank joins it, then takes it over, and he starts playing, in the LA scene in late '65, mid '65. I have an actual list here. There's this great book called The Poodle Diaries, where somebody by the name of W. Surface, Mr. Surface, first letter W, a guide to the live music of Frank Zappa, and he has an inventory of everything Frank ever did. And the first listing is the early years. Sunday, May 9th, 1965, at the Broadside Club in Pomona, he plays there with, I don't know what the band was called at that point. He says he formed the Mothers on Mother's Day, and that must be 1965, so I don't know if that's Mother's Day. But this is the club that one of our audience members attended and saw Frank, as a 17-year-old, saw Frank play. So they're starting in May '65. That's a month or so after he's gotten out of jail. Then they have the next, and that's in Pomona. Then in October 31st, 1965, he's playing at a club called The Action, but he's in the Los Angeles. So now he's in L.A., and then November 6, 1965, he plays at the Longshoremen's Hall, San Francisco, up north. So he's starting to move around, and I guess the band's called the Mothers at that point. They were forced by the recording company to add of invention. So, and this is the same time when the Byrds are having a big deal with Dylan, playing their music there in L.A., and the L.A. is where it's at. And you've got Arthur Lee and Love, you've got the Doors, all surfing at the same time. And there's Frank and Don Van Vliet with his own band. What would they call the Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band? I don't know what he was called on the first album. I think maybe it was. And Zappa and Beefheart actually gets on rock and roll TV. He's got such a great song. There's footage of him on YouTube. He's getting a hit before Frank does, at least a local hit. So it says here, the big, and this is the theatrical part, the big fact in the L.A. scene becoming charismatic is due to a guy named Vito and his dancers. These art students, I think he teaches sculpture classes and this and that, and he goes to the clubs and does this manic, stone dancing for the Byrds, for the Zappa scene, for all the different bands, and I think the Byrds take the Vito and his dancers on tour with them, and people used to come to the clubs to see these people dance, not necessarily listen to the Byrds. I'm sure David McGowan has a whole history of Vito being a CIA agent, but this article, January 7th, 1966. So Frank, this is the Los Angeles Free Press, Jerry Hopkins, who I think goes on to write a famous essay or book called The Student as Nigger in 67, 68. So he's a columnist for the LA Free Press. Now, there's already an article before that, but I want to go to this one first. It says, Big Mike at Ben Frank's. Now, Ben Frank's was this famous club or restaurant on the Los Angeles Sunset Strip. So Jerry says, I walk into Ben Frank's on the Strip. Some people call it Ben Freaks because it's the kind of all-night coffee and Coca-Cola joint. If you want to be inconspicuous, you paint yourself mauve or lavender and wear a bobskin coat and matching boots. Short-haired people not allowed. It is 3:30 a.m., and the first person I see is Vito, a stringy Pancho Villa mustache and long, shaggy, graying hair. That is Vito, surrounded by his wiggy friends. Vito is an ex-merchant seaman from Boston, now conducting sculpture classes in his Hollywood studio. Vito and his wife Sue make the scene nearly every night. Sue goes out first, leaving their baby Godo, G-O-D-O, sort of like waiting for Godot, but G-O-D-O, no T, leaving their baby Goddo with Vito. She comes home around midnight, and then Vito goes dancing. He comes to Ben Frank's with some of the kids to lecture when the clubs. They come to Ben Frank's to lecture after the clubs close. Tonight, the subject is nonviolence. He is discussing this. Now, you have to realize this is around the time when the kids are starting to protest the policing of Sunset Strip. And the management and the stores don't like the kids hanging around. So there's a big crisis happening on the Strip. And
I can hear. Are you still there? Hey, what happened? We're playing Dead Air by Zappa. Okay, I don't know what happened to Bob. That was Dead Air, composition made by Frank Zappa. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Hello? Okay, I think we are in a parallel world. Where are you, Bob?
All participants are now unmuted.
Yay! Hey. I'm unmuted. Who did that? Bill? Who hit the unmute button? Roxy, you said, was it like consonant, dissonance, harmony, interval.
Sorry, can you repeat again?
Is that? You were speaking about dissonance being an interval rather than a harmony. I just was curious. I feel like that's right.
No, there are intervals that before they were classified as dissonances, like the three tones. They were forbidden. But it's hard to talk about harmony like that. I don't know exactly if you know about these things or not. But you can check, for example, the three tones and why they were prohibited, because they were dissonances. There were many intervals that were not used because they were not consonant.
Okay, Roxy.
Consonant.
How long was I disconnected?
I'm not sure.
Forever, Bob. Oh, my God.
No, I was talking to Roxy 5-10 minutes ago, right, Roxy? I was heard then.
Yes, but I thought it was me.
There's a couple minutes, Bob.
That I could not hear.
Right. So then I unmuted, guys, and I see you're talking now. Now, Madeline, did you hear me reading this article about Ben Franks?
Yeah, and then you cut out.
Right. What do you remember? Let me give you, because I want to continue the article. So,
the last word you said was "and."
Yeah, but was I talking about Big Mike, this guy with a plate in his head and everything? This violent guy who
he got mentioned.
Right. Like, you remember the first part is that Vito, somebody asked him what he would do if someone tried to kill him. No, now I get a echo, so I might have to mute most people. No, hopefully someone. Okay, what do you remember, anybody? Did you hear me? This guy comes up and says, what if someone wants to shoot you? How do you deal with nonviolence there? Did you guys hear that part?
No. No, you just said that the kids were getting into this situation where there was some violence and he was going to start this talk against violence.
Right. You probably heard the part where Vito's wife, Sue, goes out dancing early. Then she comes back at midnight, and then Vito goes out and dances, right? So we can begin there. Right. Okay, so I'm going to mute everybody, get this on record. This is the scene that Frank enters. This is what's important about this. Vito is holding court at Ben Frank's, and he and his dancers, and he's running a seminar at Ben Frank's every evening after he dances in the clubs, and let's say from midnight till 2. So listen to what happens. Okay, so I'm going to mute everybody. And
all participants are now muted.
So he comes to Ben Frank's with some of the kids to lecture when the clubs close. Tonight the subject is nonviolence. He is discussing this when somebody asks him, what if some cat... Now, wait a minute. I just moved the phone. That's what happened.
All participants are now unmuted.
Phone, you still hear me? Yes, you do. So that might have caused it, just moving the phone. Okay, so I just switched ears. I'm going to mute you, continue.
All participants are now muted.
So the club's closed and he comes to Ben Frank's to lecture. Tonight the subject is nonviolence. He is discussing this when somebody asks him, what if some cat comes up at him with a gun? What if this cat says he's going to kill you? Vito says, I try to talk him out of it, unquote. Then the journalist writes, Jerry Hopkins writes, cool, man, but what if he gets his kick shooting people? What if he comes when he kills? Ejaculates. This is, I guess, Jerry Hopkins quoting the guy pursuing the topic with Vito. Vito answers, quote, I ask him if he ever tries letting somebody jerk him off. I value my life, sweetie, and I'd do anything to stay alive and still not hurt anybody, unquote. But then up walks a cat on crutches, and he says, is your name Vito? Vito looks at him and says, yes. The cat says he's called Big Mike, drops himself into the booth and announces he has something to say about why he is on crutches. Says he broke his leg jumping from a moving freight. He is proud of that. He changes the subject. Quote, I spent 2 years in Germany, 8 months of that in Army stockades. I like you, Vito, but most people I do not get along with much, unquote. Big Mike is not making too much sense, jumping from subject to subject, but no one says anything. He's like Corbin. He has more to announce, and everybody, Vito included, is ready to listen. He says, I got to tell you about this time I kill a spick down in Texas. Bam! I hits him on the nose with my hand, unquote. Big Mike makes the point by driving the heel of his palm against the table, shaking up the coffee cups. Quote, you know, man, you hit a guy, the end of his nose hard enough, you drive bone splinters up in his brain. Bam! Unquote. This could be the connection between the nose and extending the brain endings, though that's a tenuous conceptual point, maybe. Maybe Frank read this article, got some ideas. And then another slam on the table by Big Mike as he talks about the nose. Then he says, the spick drops, man. Another dead spick, unquote. Now, I'm going to just check unmute.
All participants are now unmuted.
Somebody say yes.
Yes.
Okay, good.
All participants are now muted.
A waitress comes to the table and asks if anyone wants anything. One of the birds, or girls, says she wants some apple pie, then changes her mind. The waitress goes away. Big Mike is not finished yet. Quote, I've been in lots of fights, he goes on. Listen to my head, a steel plate, unquote. He makes a fist and slugs himself up near his ear. It makes a noise like two pieces of mahogany coming together. Then he says, I got tubes in my nose, too, unquote. He picks up a table knife by the blade and slams the handle against the bridge of his nose, making another hard and angry sound. The cat grins. Quote, I get that in a fight in Germany, he says. I gouge his eye out first, unquote. Vito and his acolytes are silent. All you can hear is the ice cubes melting in the Coca-Cola glasses. All this time, Vito is nodding his head. He is tolerating this cat. He is grinning, too, like he's really enjoying the cat's company. Then Big Mike says, niggers are no damn good, hitting the cast on his leg. Remember, he's coming on crutches. The cat looks reflective for a moment. Quote, Jews are worse, unquote. Then Jerry Hopkins writes, everybody is silent. We are sipping cold coffee and lighting cigarettes. We are doing this as quietly as we can. We do not want to make waves. At this point, I unmute.
All participants are now unmuted.
Think this interesting?
Yes, I like that you can only hear the ice cubes melting.
Okay. All right, I'll mute you again. We'll
All
carry on
participants are now muted.
So they are doing this sipping cold coffee and lighting cigarettes as quietly as they can. Jerry Hopkins, speaking for the group as a journalist, says, we do not want to make waves. Suddenly, Big Mike reaches for his crutches and he gets up. He grins again. Quote, good to meet you, Vito. I hear a lot about you, man. I'll be around if you need me, to protect you from the niggers and Jews, spicks and krauts, too, if you run into some. Then end of quote. He slams a final fist against his metal skull and he's off. He says, stay cool, unquote. Vito follows his exit with his eyes and then says, oh, wow. It is 5 a.m., and it's time to split. Vito and the kids walk out of Ben Frank's. They're wearing leather and fur and boots, and the guys have hair that comes to the shoulders. Big Mike is wearing short hair and normal clothing, so he looks like an ordinary fellow on crutches. That is all. People call Ben Frank's, quote, Ben Freaks, unquote, because people like Vito and the kids go there. Vito thinks that is funny. So that is the...
All participants are now muted. All participants are now unmuted.
Scene on the street. Vito is the leader. That's the scene that Frank enters in 65, early 66. So then, okay, has anybody got any comment on any of this before we go on to the next article or the next topic?
So you mean that was the environment Frank was performing?
Yes, this is January '66. He's already been playing L.A. area for a couple of months, and starting to make an impression. And he gets Vito to dance, or Vito wants to dance to the mother's music. If you get Vito coming to your performance, and there are many clubs along the Sunset Strip, then the crowds will come because they want to see Vito and his freaks dance. So Vito is the beginning of the L.A. not hippie scene. They call themselves freaks, as opposed to the San Francisco Jefferson Airplane hippie scene. So this is the freak scene that Frank would celebrate, ironically, in different ways, that Frank's going to popularize in his first album, Freak Out, which has been recorded. I think they recorded it in December '65, and it's released in July '66. So Frank's already got something going very quickly with the record business, and this is what Vito's up against. And there's going to be riots in Sunset Strip, and then the police clamp down on it, and that's why Frank has to go to New York City. He can't get any work in the clubs by late '66. Okay, so, and it's great that he goes to New York, because then he gets, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the things also mark an innovation of Zappa is that he was making music so complex that you could not dance to it. You had to listen. So he was creating a situation where he was in clubs, these go-go, whiskey go-go's or whiskey go-go's, I don't know how they call.
Yeah, whiskey go-go.
But he will start improvising and making things that were so complex. People just stop and listen.
Right. Now, that's a good point. He was stopping the dancing, being an anti-environment, but he also did not stay with just that agenda. He didn't play some wild music that Vito and his dancers could dance to. Now, it would be a question, did Vito dance with the anti-dance music?
Another thing he was also criticizing was like the King Lizard poetry. He will make fun of that these lyrics were praised as art, as poetry, and he said the meaning is "baby light my fire," nothing else.
Who Frank said? Frank said that.
Yeah, he will make fun of.
Right,
of
and
those
this
artists pretending to be high art, and he
around
was
him.
a nice environment.
Yes, to the art world.
He will make these very crude lyrics to make fun of that. He was making the most complex music, but to make fun of
musicians. He was making fun of Gutenberg artists, poets, and musicians and filmmakers.
Make these funny lyrics.
Yes, and he did Captain Beefheart versus or Meets the Grunt People. That movie he wanted to make in '64 with Captain Beefheart, Don Van Vliet being the star in it. Well, I don't know how far they got with it, but 5 years later, he starts making that movie again, and I think he calls it that title, Captain Beefheart versus Meets the Grunt People. But guess who he has in it? Jim Morrison and Grace Slick of Jefferson Airplane. They're going to be characters in the movie. So that's where he's appropriating the San Francisco scene into his Menippean satirical theater.
He's working for the Saya kidnapping the rock and roll stars.
That's right. He's very good. He's kidnapping rock and roll stars. And it's interesting to figure out how much Beefheart was in on that level of Frank. I mean, was Frank, when he started his record company, Straight and Bizarre, and got Alice Cooper and Wildman Fisher, and then he brings in Captain Beefheart, Trout Mass Replica. Is he hijacking Beefheart? Now, Beefheart had an ongoing, disagreement, argument with Frank, would be hot and cold toward Frank for many years. He told me when I was talking to Captain Beefheart in the summer of '71 up in Ben Lomond, outside of Palo Alto where the big redwood trees, what are they called, those giant trees, he said, Frank ain't an artist. Frank's just an engineer. He's just a good engineer. Now, isn't that interesting? Frank was an engineer, multiple levels, and Don just sees him as a acoustic engineer. So it's very interesting to figure out how much Don
was a real the new type of hybrid artist. He was an engineer. From the beginning, he learned all the techniques, and he also used the studio as an instrument.
Exactly.
He had his band, but then he had this other aspect of creating with the recordings.
He started that. He started that in 62, 63.
That's the Stenography, which is very important.
Yes. He was putting together different kinds, not just different recordings of different concerts to make Stenography. He's putting together different dissonant people, different kinds of people, to see if he could keep the dissonance going. He said he wanted to keep the dissonance going, but unhappily they would sync up and make something palatable, and he objected to that. So he was playing off Wildman Fisher against Beefheart, against Alice Cooper and Sandy, whatever her name was, different members, different musicians. He's playing them off.
Yes, and another thing is, he said, in an industrial society, you cannot be like spiritual or an artist, as people may think. You can aspire to these, attain these spiritual values or spiritual, like the hippies, just peace and love and all this. He said that's not possible in the situation we are in. Like, he saw that as a total absurd situation, what the hippies were saying and doing.
No, exactly, and that is what I have here. One of the articles I prepared for us is his address to the University Composers of America in 1984. And he says exactly what you're saying. Now, how can I quickly find this? I had it here. Just a second. I had it in my little inventory.
And he will
go ahead.
demand his band to have a lot of discipline and dedication, because he said the people doing the war and controlling the money, they're really dedicated to that. So
yes.
They're really into that. So you cannot attain whatever you want to attain to change the environment by taking drugs and being lazy. He thought
very good.
That's
a very good point. Let me read you this.
This is anti-environment. The anti-environment was the thing.
Exactly. Now here is, I think it's better to read this first. This is Record Mirror magazine, January 17, 1970. Now he's broken up the mothers. He's sort of on his own, and he's doing a few lectures. There's a picture of him in that period in a classroom, maybe in some school he went in doing talks. So he's being he's talking about what it was like to be in the music industry and maybe exposing it. So he says, this article says, does the underground scene, in the quotes, underground scene is in quotes, does the underground scene in pop music really mean anything right now? Was it just a title tag, a hook to apply to one section of the business? Now, this is after the Mansons have murdered everybody, or murdered a lot of people in L.A. and caused incredible paranoia in August 1969. And L.A. changes, and so the hippie-free zone is frozen. And so a few months later, this article saying, one man who does understand the underground is Frank Zappa, and he's been talking again. He addressed the first International Music Industry Conference and said, I guess this is a direct quote. Frank said, a lot of the underground acts don't care about making a hit record. They're interested in artistic expression. The underground sounds are raw, but the industry should remember that the music sounds that way because of the environment the kids live in. There's McLuhan. He's saying the environment makes this new kind of music. He says they are a different kind of person. Exactly what McLuhan says. The human nature changes with new technological environments. They are a different kind of person. Maybe not human nature, the archetypal thing, but people's behavior radically changes. They are a different kind of person. Some of their bodies are chemically altered, and they have leisure time activities that would be very foreign to record company executives. They have a concept of music as an art. Most A&R people don't know anything about music, but look for the commercial potential. You should care about the artistic merit. You call our music noise, but don't bother to look underneath it for the chords or melody lines. You don't understand the underground's music. There's definitely a musical generation gap. The gap is an expression of fear on the part of older people. There's a feeling that the young kids are out to get you, and this colors the way record companies treat underground acts. Companies don't like or understand us. Some companies send out a, quote, company hippie, unquote, as a pacifier for groups. He has little or no power, but he will turn on with the group, and he might even be their connection, meaning their drug connection. Then maybe he goes to the office and reports on the creeps. Creeps in quotes. Remember we played Creep earlier tonight in the musical thing, a woman's version of doing Creep. I think Creep was that by Radiohead? Anyways, now remember we were talking about Zappa exposing the use of the music industry to bring in drugs. This is a major thing that Mae Brussell and LaRouche developed a few years later. But Frank is suspicious of it right in the late 60s. So he says, then maybe this company hippie goes to the office and reports on the creeps. I remember in We're Only for the Money as a line, cop, kill a creep. So, Zappa says, the underground has unflattering names too. It will take more than a company hippie to bridge the generation gap. There aren't any courses on underground music. In fact, the groups are using techniques that the schools say are forbidden in composition because they don't sound good. Parallel fifths and parallel octaves are a moving sonic experience. You were saying this earlier, Roxy. In spite of the schools, most pop groups are crawling with them. So parallel fifths and parallel octaves are a moving sonic experience. In spite of the schools, most pop groups are crawling with them. I guess with this underground soundscapes. The record companies have got to learn to understand the new music. So far, they still don't like or understand the acts. But there's a way out. The executives could go down and sweat with the kids in the psychedelic dungeons. Now groups have been trying to top each other in hours spent in the studio. But there's a change in attitude. There will be live recordings again with fewer overdubs and getting away from the track-by-track concept, which is what Frank learned, 7 years before with the advanced studio in Cucamonga that Paul Buff owned and that Frank learned in. So he's saying there will be live recordings again with fewer overdubs and getting away from the track-by-track concept. Now, Frank puts out this live album based on his last concert in the Fillmore East in June 71. So it's a blank white album, but hardly any markings on it. No Cal Schenkel design. So he's predicting his own music here and what he's going to present. I don't believe in obscenity or pornography as a concept, but dealers should stock records with questionable material on them. Frankly, I think it would be a good idea for executives to help explain to people that the word fuck on a record won't kill them. The word, in quotes, fuck, unquote, on a record won't kill them. So that seems to be the end of the speech. Frankly, I think it would be a good idea for executives to help explain to people that the word fuck on a record won't kill them. Then says footnote. Zappa's speech is in the complete report of the First International Music Industry Conference, published by Billboard Publications, edited by Paul Ackerman and Lee Zito. So you have a comment on that speech. Now, he's going around, he's discussing the programming of the radio environment. He's talking like a tetrad manager. He's talking like a CIA guy. He's telling the industry how to go about this.
Yes, because it's like human creation can be so amazing. Why are they limiting the output, what is available for most of the people, to very easy songs that use maybe 3 chords?
Right.
And so very simple lyrics. So
He is trying to expand the classroom without walls. He's trying to expand the sensibilities of people, which is the Bauhaus program. But he's using the new acoustic environment, the retrieved acoustic environment, to do it. But he's a tactile organizer. He's not taking any sides here. He's advising the executives what they can do. He's advising the kids what they can do, the underground bands. He's all over the place. Now, what was the article I can't remember what I was trying to look up. Oh, yeah, the 1984 speech. Now, I will have to hold on to that. I don't have it right now. So I'm going to go to the very first article that they list in one of the better archives. This is afka.net. AF is in Frank, K is in kill A. afka.net. In the article section, they have all the articles in the 60s, the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So in 1965, there's this article, December 8th, 65, so Frank's been in town for 6 months, and the article says, "Look out, plastic people, the mothers have arrived." Now, isn't it funny they call him? Here he is. These kids are trying to avoid their family, and he's calling himself the mothers that they're running from. Right? We're your mothers. Come to get you. You bad kids out there in Sunset Strip. So here's the quote. "We, the mothers, promise to assist whatever public we come in contact with in a swift and orderly return to realistic values." Unquote.
Yes, the mother is your educator, your first guru, your first.
Yes, the discarnate children now at the size of cells or cellular kids. He's the mother amoeba coming in to organize the body politic youth department. And now look at Frank. He's presenting himself as extremely surrealistic, but he's saying we are here to return to realistic values. Isn't that great? "We, the mothers, promise to assist whatever public we come in contact with in a swift and orderly return to realistic values." Now that is around the time he's recorded Freak Out, and when that album comes out in 66, in summer 66, he wants people to freak out, to throw off their clothes and liberate their forms of expression. So that may be what Frank means by realistic values. So it says, those are the words of Frank Zappa, lead mother. Then it has a quote from Frank. "We consider most people of today plastics." Now, this is exactly what McLuhan said. The chemical body is the content of the electric environment and totally moldable, sculpturable. It is not even human what people have become under electronic conditions, right? They're just plastics, not plastic people. They are plastics to be molded. Remember, we were quoting from the McLuhan Do line, and the movie The Graduate comes out in 1968. And Dustin Hoffman, the student, is told by one of the executive neighbors, the corporate guys, that the future is in plastics. Well, plastics can be more than just, materials for cups and ceramics. Plastics is the human chemical body dimension. So Frank says, we consider most people of today plastics in quote, capital P. They have no respect for the finer things in life, no concern for mankind. This is more than the usual complaint of lack of humanism. This is more than the usual complaint of lack of humanism. These people have no soul, unquote. Now, here's a guy who's trying to make it in the clubs a little bit to make a living, and they're starving at this point, really starving, he and his band. But he's not going to compromise. So this article says, the mothers consider themselves, am I still there, Roxy? You still hear me?
Yes.
I have to check. Yes. The mothers consider themselves a group of singing social workers, exercising free speech through music. They have found that through music they can speak more freely to reach more people. They're not even now this is me. They're not even musicians. They're just using music to do some other agenda, right? They found that through music they could speak more freely to reach more people. Major.
Well, he often talk about the youth having this energy that they have somehow to canalize and
canalize? What's that word?
Yeah, like
channelize?
Channelize?
Channel. Yes. He's trying to help the restless energy youth people have in a more constructive situation, which includes freaking out. It's all for freaking out.
And also, like, to revolt against the repression and the hypocrisy, the mediocrity. Yeah, mediocrity. Ways that are imposed on most of the people. The boring lives, the boring jobs.
Well, they're not even people anymore. He's taking McLuhan's point. They don't even have souls anymore. This is extreme. This is science fiction talk that Frank is embedding. He's seeing a science fiction scenario. He told me once that I mentioned that McLuhan said the word makes the market. He said, well, I read a science fiction book where they just had to know one word, one or two words, and they were acceptable in the society. That's all you had to do, just one or two words. That is what it triggered in his mind when I mentioned that the word makes the market, McLuhan's concept. But there's another point here. Okay, this is December 65. Tim Leary is only just starting. Let's see, what else is going on? You have the free speech movement, you got the Civil Rights Movement, Civil Rights Act, I think, comes in 65. But basically, Tim Leary is going to be the next figure. And Frank is already running his own revolution. And, Frank shows up on Crossfire in the late 80s on with Pat Buchanan and these guys arguing with the neoconservatives. And they say, well, your sexual revolution. Now, people back then said, what sex? Frank started the sexual revolution? Like, they wouldn't associate Frank with that. But he actually was doing this stuff in 65, 66, before the apparent sexual revolution. He later talks about the early 70s suck power. He's not for black power or flower power. He wants suck power. He thinks that the groupies should go out and date the older establishment, the older guys in politics and the record industry and Hollywood, just executives, and blow them. And because they're all neurotically handicapped on a sexual basis, says Frank, about the old guys, and the old guys are ruining society because they're sexually frustrated, so he says the young girls should go out and blow them all. So that was called suck power. But he's doing variations of this. We just read something in another interview. Remember, he said the executives should go hang out in the psychedelic dungeons and enjoy the different kind of leisure activities that the kids are engaging in. So here's Frank actually leading a sexual revolution. And later in 69, he criticizes Playboy magazine as doing the sexual revolution all wrong. That's why I put Frank under the big word sex in my tiny note chart. He and McLuhan are part of the sexual turmoil, which is just the chemical body becoming an art form or plaything as we live in the discarnate electrified environment. Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Go
ahead.
Knives.
How did you get in, Knives? Wait a minute, Knives, how did you get in? Didn't I mute everybody?
I don't know. I've just been drifting in and out of sleep listening to you guys.
His frequency has to be here tonight.
Okay, very good. Very good. Go ahead. What are you saying?
I noticed that during the 80s, Zappa was very stiff and almost like a pouty teenager during his interviews. He tended to in a kind of a way, blow the interview especially when he was debating with others.
Yes. Yes.
I didn't notice that in the 70s, the 60s, and in the 90s, he looks like he was really relaxed. Was there a reason why he was acting that way in the 80s?
Yeah, you have to go through, a detailed understanding of what he was doing in the early 80s, what he was doing in the middle 80s, and what was happening in the later 80s. And he was getting pretty poor in the early 80s. Warner Brothers had screwed him. He was suing Warner Brothers. There was a lot of uptight scenarios for him. That's why his wife had to start the mail order business. So he was not a happy camper in the industry in the early 80s. But then he found a new role when he went to Congress in September 85 and complained about the new rock censorship attempt by those housewives or politicians' wives. And he had a new role of going around debating with everybody. But he had his normal superiority complex, and he said these people have such stupid reasoning for why they want to censor things. He would even say, you people, if you don't like rock music and bad lyrics, why don't you increase the school budgets and teach courses in jazz and classical music and other stuff in the schools, which are cutting the budgets up. So he hated interacting with the conservatives, the neoconservatives. So they made him pissed off, and he even, on one of the class fires, refused to debate. And I think he said he never was asked back after that one. But, yeah, there was a lot of things bugging Frank. He also knew about what had caused AIDS based on a neighbor who realized that he had helped make the AIDS thing. So Frank was dealing with a lot of heavy information, and that's when I came into I was a friend of Frank's, and I sort of tuned him into alternative sources of information. Partly the information I gave him in 79 was about the scam to bring in the moral majority under Jerry Falwell. And that was done by the Pentagon, and I've done talks about that before. And he knew about that in 79, 80, and he was interviewed and complaining about what Reagan was going to bring in, so he was prophetic. But he really, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, so I introduced him to Mae Brussell and people like that, and then that gave him information to feel more confident. And going into this enemy territory and arguing with everybody. Remember, he cut his hair for it, too. So Frank was he basically said Americans under Reagan turned into cowards. The whole population were cowards is what he said. And he felt he was the only guy, standing up for some realistic values, so to speak, which would be comprehensive quadraphenic perceptions. So, yes, Frank was uptight and on needles and pins, you say, on the edge of his seat. And you would be young. You noticed this when you were young, or you noticed it now when you went back and looked at him?
I'm not even 40 yet, so I was a real young guy back in the 80s. So I didn't think that. Right. So you were. What? Are you blipping out? You're blipping out maybe, or I'm hearing it wrong. Okay, the point is that this is your assessment of Frank in retrospect from the perspective of now seeing the video of him in the 80s. Correct. Yeah. Well, it's an accurate perception. Another interesting thing is a lot of people today, over the last 5 or more years, have got very interested in Frank because they love those battles he had debating with the neoconservatives. They find him very articulate, liberal kids or whatever kids think that they want someone to stand up against the conformist Reaganites or whatever. They really, now there's an example, Roxy, of Frank using a different medium to get attention as an artist or as an engineer. He has this whole backlog of YouTube interviews from TV shows that brings a whole new generation of admiring him. You know what I mean? They don't even know he's a musician.
Well, I think it's in a way similar to you, like what he was saying as a person was as important as what he was playing as a musician. Yes, that's right. I think he will not separate his ideas from his music. For him, it was one thing. He was in a cultural. He was a balanced Che Guevara, a balanced Ralph Reed. Whatever faction, whatever political angle you want to say as your own hero, Frank includes all those. He was a one-man army, as McLuhan said about Wyndham Lewis. And this is not what the Zappa biographers really get to. This is what we're hoping to explain, a new way of interpreting Frank. And when I did a long dialogue with Tommy Mars, and when I told him, well, I see that you worked for Frank, and Frank was a general in a terrorist group. He said, that's it, exactly. That's what it was like. I was working for this, radical general, and we were a commando corps. And yes, but to make the music he was making, people may not be aware of the work is needed. Yes. To do these changes of rhythm, these very complex melodies to memorize all that and then play in sync with all other musicians. They really had to play 8 hours all week.
That's right.
He had to invest a lot of money just to make that possible. Before any concert, he said he was investing a lot of money just to keep the musicians in this type of discipline. They needed really to practice a lot and to create those compositions to make those 2-hour show.
Yeah, just like the Al-Qaeda or whoever. They have to train out in the desert for months and years to learn how to blow up things. And Frank was doing it on a multi-level situation. But, yeah, they would spend like 4 to 6 months rehearsing 8 hours a day before they went on their tour.
Yes, and then they had to pay attention when they were in the concert because he will conduct and he will make signs that he wanted this effect or that noise or this or that.
Depending on how the audience was reacting, that would be the plans and non-plans. Yeah, they had to respond to the moment that as Frank was picking up how the audience was reacting to what he had already been playing. That's right.
Now,
way more.
You knew Zappa personally, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Wyndham Lewis?
I met him as a young man in the 30s. My father was a friend of Wyndham Lewis and all these characters because he was a curious aristocratic butler, and he was almost assigned to look into James Joyce and Wyndham Lewis. So I met these guys through my father.
Well,
as a kid, beg your pardon, I just want to say, as a kid, I had no clue of what I was interacting with, but every one of them I got a psychic experience from. They trigger something. You read my diaries, and you'll see I remember what each one triggered in me. But, yeah, go ahead.
What I noticed about Wyndham Lewis and Frank Zappa is that they were very lonely, is that they made fun of the really cool kids the same way that Zappa made fun of the Beatles. Wyndham Lewis went after Hemingway and Faulkner. And
the Bloomsbury group.
The Bloomsbury group.
Yes. He went after the popular.
Yes. And they were also into many different, they weren't just into the writing or music, they were into, like you said, that engineering and also social commentary at the same time. Do you think that, was Mr. Zappa very happy at all?
Yes. All these guys are generally happy because they don't have to work and they get to do this art day in and day out. So they enjoyed the general freedom of their lifestyle, but they were not happy with society and were often frustrated in making their art. Frank said many times, he said, he looked back on his life in the music industry, he said, that what a waste of time that was, considering all the hassles and the lawsuits and everything. So, but they were combative personalities. They probably liked that kind of stuff, but they wasn't a free ride though most of the time. I mean, Frank wouldn't listen to this. He wouldn't even stay with his fellow musicians in the hotels on the road because he figured they were going to get busted since he told them not to smoke dope, but they would do it anyways. He did not want to be near them when they got busted because he was running a war. He couldn't afford to be arrested. That's why he kicked Mick Jagger out of his home. So here's Frank. Is he a lonely guy and doesn't want to socialize? Does he miss the fact he's not socializing? No. He's practical. He's on a serious mission.
The artists at that level, they have this compulsion. They're creating all the time. Many people say he was always writing everywhere.
Yeah.
Writing music.
Always composing.
Yes, no matter where he was on tour, on the bus, or wherever he was transcribing and writing or working on the studio. It's like
he talked about once Gail took him on a vacation, forced him to go on a vacation. I don't know, they went to some hotel or something just to get him out of his studio, and he composed like 3 songs while on the road, on vacation, because the songs just came to him. He couldn't stop. I'm
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm over here on the East Coast. I've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning. I've enjoyed listening to you guys chit-chat, and I enjoyed interacting. I guess I'll check back next week and see if I can get a hold of Non-Physical. Thanks for letting me interact with you.
All right, so I just want you could ask your, did you have a final question, or did we answer it?
Oh, no, I was going to. Remember, I had the dream that I want to ask Ayana.
Yes. Right. Okay, so you're Knives. So yeah, this will be recorded and presented as an archive somewhere. It's probably on ianandbob.com, so you can hear all the more we're going to say. But so you understand that to wonder whether they're happy was irrelevant to them? They're happy to be able to do what they do, but they were not happy with what was happening.
When you see him playing, I think he's the most happy person. I think he was really happy.
Yes, he was pretty happy when he was playing there, Knives. So don't worry about him. He wasn't worried about happiness.
Okay, well, I just wondered if this, like I said, during his interviews, he seemed a little upset.
Well, he found the question stupid. He really was bug. He was always, not just in the 80s, he was always insulting the people who interviewed him back in the 60s. If they asked stupid questions, he'd tell them.
Well, they were rather shallow.
That's right. There's an article that came out when his wife died, a few weeks ago, a Rolling Stone article in 1968, and the headline is, he considers it a tragedy that he's considered an entertainer. That's the big article in the Rolling Stone, one of the first main coverage of him. Considered a tragedy that he goes on about how stupid people are. They don't have a clue of what he's doing, which was ironic because he was doing a revolution and he didn't want to be totally figured out. They already banned him from the radio.
Already by then?
Oh, yes. He was banned by the late 60s. He used to complain that the new FM stations wouldn't play him. He was banned by 1966, probably.
Well, he started doing stuff like, ain't no way to delay that trouble coming every day, so I'm pretty sure that radio stations didn't watch that.
That's right. That's the Watts song, Watts Riot song. So that's 1960. That's on the first album. 1966, so yes, they didn't want what he was saying.
Well, I guess you could take that as a compliment then.
He did. He considered it a compliment. He said that meant he was doing a good job.
All right. Well, it's good to talk to you again, and it's nice to meet you, Roxy.
Yeah. I bark a lot. And I will be barking more.
Yes.
Okay, well.
Roxy's in the Menippean tradition of Zappa. Menippean, that's a certain kind of satire.
No, I'm more...
Bucket of water over the head.
Okay, thanks, Knives. We better not continue, Roxy. We have to get back to work here. Now, you know how we got in? I had not muted anybody. There's 2 anonymouses here. Let's just see. Does anybody Does anybody want to say anything? Maybe Bert's here.
Bert.
Bert. Have you been hearing much, Bert? How long have you been here?
I've been here for like 15 minutes, but I was listening before, an hour before.
Pretty good stuff, eh?
It's awesome. He was very disciplined. He's very the guy before we're just talking about was Wyndham Lewis and Frank Zappa. Lonely. No, those guys were on a different level, doing so many different types of discipline that they just sort of levitated above the normal crowd, and a lot of people would probably, especially Zappa, would assume that he was an angry guy, but the dude was he was above everybody music-wise. Music-wise.
That's right. And, I hung out with him. The guy was funny. He's happy. He's having a great time all the time. Good discussion. Yeah. It's like me. Am I an angry guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I'm here claiming to take over the world because I'm pissed off. Yeah, but I'm not angry.
You could sound angry if the person has a little bit of anger in them, but you're just pointing the facts and what you see, and they may be saying, "Well, he's an angry man," but I mean,
Frank was just like me.
You know what? One thing I saw when Bob came visit, he's really on duty 24 hours
a general
every day.
Star.
Yeah.
And you can faint, but he goes on
point.
I go on point. Stay on point. That's right. You can faint. You can drop off, come back 7 days later, but Bob's been on duty during the next 7 days.
Yes, and they, I don't know, maybe they're non-physical that is feeding them vortex.
Yeah.
I don't know, but they have a terrible energy.
Yeah, it's exactly, they say to be free, you have to be responsible. Well, those are two categories, but they come together and blur, and a guy like Zappa is totally free and responsible at the same time, and you can't categorize it. You can't, divide it. He's got dividing it would be using your eyeball and your mental concepts, but these guys are including the non-physical, which just can be the other sensory parts of themselves.
Yeah, that's it. That's
no, and I think he was really having fun. Just listen to the lyrics. I mean,
yeah.
Or
what's
when
new
you
in
see
Baltimore?
them performing, it's so much fun. All the nonsense, all these things they're doing, they're laughing.
Well, yeah. To be able to play like Frank Zappa and do what he did in public with the band must have been the happiest experience a human being had, at the time he was alive.
Yes.
Wouldn't you like to play guitar like that?
Yes.
Yeah. And like we just played the intro, somebody in the audience yelled out, "Hey, I like your hair." Remember I played that song? And Zappa stops and he says, "What? What kind of guy are you?" And then he starts to satirize everybody's hair. But it's because somebody yelled it out. "I like your hair." It was the beginning of what Rush Limbaugh would call the feminization of the American male. These damn fucking dumb males start getting into metrosexuality and worrying about how they looked, which is a natural product of the global theater when you bring in the McLuhan, but Frank wasn't going to tolerate it very much. Not that he was a macho guy. Listen, one thing about Frank when you're with him, he's a very soft, gentle person, but he could look real tough on stage. Yeah, go ahead.
He was in charge. No, he was in charge. But one thing that you can see with his music, or you look at the YouTubes, is that he rehearsed. There was a reason why they rehearsed, because they could do improv, because those guys were so well tuned and drilled all the rehearsal time that he could just say a song or do something and they could improv, and they would adapt to whatever he did. And it was it's like a well-oiled machine when you listen to all of it.
Well, you know how he did it.
You had to make a solo. Like, okay, go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But, Bert, he did that with hand signals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that. That's where I get the title of my play in '76, Hand Signals for the Blind.
Wow, you got it from him.
Yeah, his idea of what he was sculpting acoustic space, stuff you couldn't see, with hand signals. So I came up with the idea, hand signals for the blind. Beefheart got mad at me when I jammed with him in Ben Lomond in '71, and he says, "Don't look at me while you're playing." See, I was visually biased. I didn't know how to play music, but I thought I'd sort of look at them, see what they were doing, and sort of sync up my rhythms with them. I was not making my own soundscape, which is what you have to do. Well, you have to listen, too, and be following the signals. So they did look at his signals, but it was a kind of ESP.
Yeah.
like he said, forcing his will on unsuspecting air molecules with the help of unsuspecting musicians.
Yeah, this is really great. Roxy's been doing her homework the last few days, Bert, preparing for this, man. She's got a whole bunch of Zappa information ready to be blurted out.
Yeah. I tried to go online last night, look at the mother of all.
No, just a minute, Roxy. What are you saying, Bert?
I tried to go, I read a year ago the mother of all interviews, and I tried to go online last night to read, and they're not available.
Does that mean my interview with Bob Marshall?
The mother of all interviews, the 1 and 2 of the guy. What is it? I forgot the guy, but it's the mother of all interviews that Zappa did with this guy back in the, I believe. But it's not available online now.
Really?
For some reason. Yeah.
I'll check the archives here of the different sites. What were you going to say, Roxy?
Yeah, like one of the things I see in you both is that you don't let anything limit you. Like he will take anything he liked from any type of music he liked, and he didn't care this is what you're supposed to do if you're a rock musician or if you're a composer. He will do. Right. He will not let anything limit him.
No rules.
Yes, and I think you have also done that in the way you study. He was also autodidact. And when he went...
Autodidact.
Autodidact, okay. Autodidact. He went to take some harmony courses, and he thought that was a way of dumbing him down because he said, you have these rules and you can only use these rules. Why? So
that was when he was 18 and 19. He went to the junior college, took a music course for about 6 months and didn't last very long because he had to read rules.
So he decided to self-educate himself because he could not see why he would just compose with those rules or with those laws.
Yeah, he even had on the Freak Out album in the liner notes, he told kids to drop out of school, get an education by going to the library. This is what he told them. He didn't know that it would have become a mass fad and lead to Haight-Ashbury, and then he was against that. But he was the first to start off, and he was telling people in 65, 66, drop out and go and get an education at your local library. He was advocating reading.
Self-education. That's a commonality between Frank and Bob. I mean, if you look at all that Bob has done, he did it on his own. He still is always a student.
Yeah.
And that's
still doing it today. I'm learning from you guys today. Yeah, I'm learning a lot from Roxy tonight.
No, but I think we should also have more fun because lately there have been these incidents that I think are really pathetic. But I mean, we're here to share, and this is supposed to be fun.
Yeah, you don't criticize the way people are. If someone comes on this way or that way, I tend not to judge them. But if they're not contributing technically, then they get spanked, I mean, Corbin's okay. His style of talking is okay, but he'll ramble too much. And then, okay, we're trying to pay attention to you, Corbin. What's your point? And then he doesn't have a point. Sort of entertaining for a little while. But anyways, but I'm not going to criticize Corbin for anything about him, what he brings to it. I don't care if he's haughty, if he's quiet, whatever. If they'll speak, that's all they have to do. No matter how
there are subjects that may be very interesting for one person because that's your life, like music or art are very important for me, and I think I may have something to say or to share, but that's it. We're just here having fun.
Yeah, we're maybe around people. Yeah, Bert.
Did I miss something? That Roxana saying something going on earlier tonight, or is there something been in the air for over weeks? I picked that
for over months. I'm psychic.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But yes, I mean, sometimes we play together, sometimes you do the solo, and that's the thing. We have to listen to each other and compose, and jam.
Yes.
Improvise.
Yeah,
It'd
and
be nice
people
will call in and understand that.
Yeah, people have personalities and temperaments, and they filter things. So you're not going to like instinctively some people, and you're going to like other people instinctively. That's your bias, and you have to hold back. If you don't like the way someone's being, don't project on it. You have to tolerate it for a little while, for a few minutes, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think that I'm a genius at tolerating people that piss me off or aggravate me, but
yes, you are.
I'm pretty tolerant, but you do have the right to criticize.
You hate us.
What'd you say?
The truth is, you hate us.
I hate everybody. At some point or other, they get silly. But I don't hold it against them. It's just my own spoiledness, my own aesthetic.
Yeah, like Frank Zappa used to ask the musicians when they, for example, took drugs or didn't rehearse.
Right.
Will that be a window or an aisle?
Yes. Yeah, in the airplane.
Ticket back home.
Yeah.
Is it going to be a window?
It's being too sensitive. Everybody's sensitive and to different things, and they like other things. So I try to recognize my own bias and other people's bias, but that allows me to criticize people just as they can criticize me. You know, you notice that I enjoy being criticized. You notice I get excited, right?
Yes.
I get interested.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's a mature thing to be insulted, to be upset that you're criticized.
But I've also noticed, Bob, when someone criticizes you, it always kind of backfires on them as the conversation goes.
Yes, I'm a formidable opponent if they last.
Yeah, it's jujitsu. You do jujitsu. You lit the person.
Yeah. By the way, we're still talking about Zappa for those new people who are listening to the Zappa series. We're still doing Zappa.
About Frank Zappa and the band, they said they're not as ugly in person as they look on their pictures. But,
they're not as what?
It's ugly in person.
Yes. No.
As they are on their pictures. But that was something, in many interviews, they will make this comment like, oh, they're ugly, or like, they will just start attacking him, and he will get
for being ugly.
Whatever. It's just like the lack of arguments, and then he has to switch to another mode of more defense or argumentation of with very intelligent.
Okay, let me. I'm going to go to. Let's go to this. This is very early. It's a 1966 fanzine questionnaire. They don't say where it's from. So let's go tell you what he says. They say, "What is your full name?" And he says, "Francis Vincent Zappa Jr. II." And he has in brackets, this is what he's saying to them. The second means junior, which means I have the same name as my father. So he's explaining the word junior to the interviewer. But here's the satire. His name was not Francis Vincent Zappa. It was Frank Vincent Zappa. And he calls himself Francis Vincent Zappa on Lumpy Gravy because he was making fun of Frank Sinatra. That's what the story is. I don't know how I found that out, but he was making fun of his, that he's like Francis Sinatra. So now Francis Sinatra became Frank Sinatra. Well, Frank pretended he came from Francis, but he didn't. He was called Frank. If you look in Wikipedia, he's Frank Vincent Zappa. So he doesn't even give his real name in the first question. And then he says, they go, where and when were you born? December 21st, 1940, on Baltimore, Maryland. I don't know if that's a misprint, in Baltimore, Maryland. Remember, 20 years later, he does a song, What's New? Hey, what's new in Baltimore? Then, and then they made a statue for him in Baltimore a few years ago. Then they go, how tall are you? What do you weigh? What is your coloring? He says 6 foot tall and 135 pounds. Dove gray complexion, jet black hair, jet brown eyes, jet pink gums. Jet black hair, jet brown eyes, jet pink gums. And then he says the rest all matches. What's that mean? The rest all his body matches. But this is a guy who's a sheikh of our revolution, and this is the kind of questions he must answer when he first enters into the teen market, right?
Yes, so those questions are in these rock magazines, like, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite dish?
Yes.
And he's
that's what. This isn't like an alien.
Yeah.
He's like an alien that lands, and people start saying, what's your favorite color? Where were you born? So listen to this. Do you have brothers and sisters? Yes. A sister named Candy and 2 brothers, Carl and Bobby. And look what he then says. They all lived. Past tense. They all lived. Means consistent. They don't live anymore. Nobody can live under electronic conditions, is what he's implying. They all lived. See how just with this simple little nothing place, he's composing. He's creating an environment. Yes. So then he says, and now this is before Laurel Canyon becomes famous. They make movies about Laurel Canyon and everything years later. He's there before anybody knows about Laurel Canyon other than the hipsters who are there and know about it. So they go, where do you live? I live in the middle of a great hallucinogenic wasteland, Laurel Canyon, on one of the hot streets with the rest of the stars. Lots of action, having a wonderful time. Wish you were here. Did you get that? This is for a teen magazine.
That's Bob in Maui.
Yes, this is Bob in Maui. I live in the middle of a great hallucinogenic wasteland, Laurel Canyon, on one of the hot streets with the rest of the stars. Lots of action, having a wonderful time. Wish you were here. Great. And, when you were a kid back then, you read...
Digression.
Go ahead.
I read there is like a type of fungus in Hawaii that I think if a woman smells this fungus, you have an orgasm. Have you heard about that?
No, I have not heard about that. Good news. Good. Finding you're studying my background or my territory. It's good. So keep telling us what you find. You never know what a Toltec's going to come up with. They got crazy ideas.
We like mushrooms.
Right. So can you imagine being a 18-year-old reading this? If you had a certain kind of personality, you just love this. Who's this Frank guy? He's so funny. You know what I mean? You can just see he knows how to market himself.
Yes.
He knows how to make himself interesting, which is what he did. His first commercials, his first advertising is in advertising in comic books with odd ads. I remember when Steve discovered Zappa. He was a young guy, and he would tell me, he would show me the ads and all this neat stuff. He didn't know I knew Frank. I didn't tell him. But and you can see that's in my diaries, my interaction with him. I use a different name for him. Anyways, he just loved all this stuff as a teenager, I think it's partly why he did lousy in school. He kind of just studied this stuff and didn't think school was significant anymore. He didn't even go to university. Okay, so they go, what kind of clothes do you like to wear? I like snappy sports ensemble, something neutral and easy to care for, wash and wear mostly. So that's a sober statement, right? I like snappy sports ensemble. I don't know clothes, so I don't know what that is. Something neutral and easy to care for, wash and wear mostly. Okay. Then they go, what is your conception of your dream girl? He says she is an attractive pariah. So that means an outcast, right? She is an attractive pariah with an IQ well over 228 with complete mastery of Brer Rabbit. Isn't that the thing that got caught in the tar pits or something?
Yes.
You know Brer Rabbit, Roxy? It's a fairy tale character, or right? What do you call it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a fable character. You have to have complete mastery of Brer Rabbit, any 5 Indian cookbooks. I assume he means American Indian. The Dead Sea. This is what you have to have mastery of. Brer Rabbit. Now, this is, as I look through it, this is Finnegan's Wake. Complete mastery of fables, Brer Rabbit. Any 5 Indian, you got to have 5 Indian cookbooks. The Dead Sea Scrolls, the Pat Boutram story, in brackets, you got to know all the words to the album of Pat Boutram, whatever that is. No interest whatsoever in any way in sports, sunshine, deodorant, lipstick, chewing gum, carbon tetrachloride, television, and ice cream. None of that stuff. In short, a wholesome young underground morsel open to suggestion. You know, kids reading this back then, they wouldn't even know what half these words meant.
Yeah.
So what's your conception of your dream girl? An attractive pariah, an IQ well over 228 with complete mastery of Brer Rabbit, any 5 Indian cookbooks, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Pat Boutram story. She got to know all the words to the album. No interest whatsoever in any way in sports, sunshine, deodorant, lipstick, chewing gum, carbon tetrachloride, television, ice cream. Now, you see, it's everything a teenager is interested in. But they used to first describe Zappa as he's turning alienation into an entertainment. So he's taking the alienated kid who can't get a girlfriend and hates all his colleagues in high school and wouldn't like lipstick, chewing gum, television, ice cream. But this is a girl he's looking for. None of that stuff. In short, a wholesome, young, underground morsel open to suggestions. He's willingly saying he wants to hypnotize them. Right?
Yes.
So then, P.S. Are you still there, Roxy?
Yes. I was thinking that he disliked hippies. That's why he mentioned deodorant.
Oh, did you say that he didn't like hippies? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't, but he started the hippie. He was one of the original hippies, but he was a freak, and then he would quadrophonically play off it. But I forgot to tell you that I read you the interview about Uncle Meat, and it talks about the big amplifier, the car exhaust pipe in the Grand Canyon as an amplifier. Well, in Time magazine, this is the way he presents Uncle Meat, the movie scenario. He says, the authorities have gathered up all the hippies, and he says, including the Mothers of Invention. So he includes himself within the hippie world. Says they've gathered up all the hippies and put them in a concentration camp in the Grand Canyon, I think it is. Now, in the album We're Only for the Money, which comes out before Uncle Meat, but probably Uncle Meat was in his mind for years, the concentration camp is on the moon. That's how he presents it in the Beatles satirical album, We're Only for the Money. But anyways, in Time magazine, he's saying the hippies and everybody are rounded up and put in a concentration camp in Grand Canyon. Now, that is referring to a story that got out around the late 60s that Reagan had brought in a concentration camp legislation, secret concentration camp legislation for the radicals. Beater talked about it later, Mae Brussell. So Frank is aware of that. So he's talking about the concentration camp plans of Ronald Reagan in his Time magazine interview, and he's pretending it's a movie. But he's just the movie is him being interviewed and being in Time magazine, right? Instant hologram. So
the
he's taking any
cramps, as they impose it.
Yeah, fever cramps. And he's taking whoever shows up, like he says. We're willing to We'll perform where anybody's paying attention. We're on duty. We're ready to tell you. So he says it's found out that eventually the monster movie guys, King Kong, Rodan, and one of them begins with G. All the monsters show up. So he lists off all the monsters.
Godzilla.
What? Godzilla, yes. Yeah, he lists off about 3 of them. And remember, one of the main songs on the first album is The Return of the Son of Monster Magnet. So now you know the concept, at least the latest concept. These monsters free the hippies from the concentration camp, okay? The ugly monsters are good. They're not bad. They free the hippies. And they say eventually it's found out that the concentration camp was run by a doll, a Colonel Sanders, Kentucky Fried Chicken guy, a doll version of him in the glove compartment of a hippie Volkswagen bus. That's who ran. It's a little fucking Robotoid. It's a little ESP tarantula from the Outer Limits kind of TV show. It's a doll in the glove compartment of a Volkswagen bus who, when they were in the concentration camp, what were they forced to learn? They had to learn the eternal American verities, the hamburger. They had to study the hamburger and know all about the hamburger. That's what they learned at the concentration camp. And that has changed in World for the Money. It's changed to the name of their crime is carved on their back. So that's one variation. You'll see it's always the same scenario. He decided America was a concentration camp probably when Sputnik went up in 1957 when he was like 16 years old. He put it all together. And he just kept different ways of explaining this, which is McLuhan's global. But the hamburger and maybe some other thing he says, and then they're freed, and it's run by a little robot, a little toy doll. Now that's science fiction, eh? The concentration camp is run by the android meme. It's something not human. Who made the little doll, get into that position? Through sound, through hypnotism.
And through food,
Through food, yes, very important point, food.
Industrial society, fake food, non-food.
Right. In the 80s, he had a picture of himself, and he had a big cooking glove on one hand. He was in what he called the dangerous kitchen, cooking. And you talked about the studio's art form, I forgot to say, on an album, 1973, Overnight Sensation, he has a hand going into the recording studio. A big giant hand is manipulating the recording studio hologram. Meanwhile, Gale, working for the CIA, has saved the world. All right? Nobody told us that. That was said last week, Bert.
Yeah, I heard that. So she really was? That's some.
I don't know. We don't know if Ahmet's gone crazy once Gail has disappeared, faked her death or whatever she did. The son is saying that, but he's blaming it on his uncle. It just hit me, Uncle Meat. He's actually Ahmet's taking over the conceptual continuity. He's claiming his uncle told him that she was CIA. Now he's a pretty wild kid, Ahmet. He could be capable of that. He's an actor, musician, and I think he writes books and does voices or something in Hollywood. Anyways, he's in charge of the new merger. Okay, so here's a PS to the dream girl. I don't even care if she shaves her legs. Just about anybody will do if they can dance. Now he starts equivocating. He says, I don't even, after saying all those rules. Yeah, quite agree. He says, I don't even care if she shaves her legs. Just about anybody will do if they can dance. Now, Frank was notorious for not being able to dance, not normal dancing. So just anybody will do if they can dance. I'm not really sure any of this is true. He admits he's lying. Then he says, or not lying, I'll have to check it out a couple times. So he says, I'm not really sure any of this is true in the middle of the interview. I'll have to check it out a couple times. Then he goes, wait, any girl is all right as long as she doesn't have hair like Bob Dylan, or maybe she could even have that if she knows how to ride a motorcycle. I might even like her better if she can play Stockhausen on the piano. And then he names Klavier Stucky number 12. What's Klavier Stucky? Is that a piece or an instrument? Yeah, it's an instrument, right?
Klavier Stucky. Just making fun of the names of the composition.
Right, Klavier Stuck. Yeah, he did a thing clavier.
It's piece in German. Clavier
what is it?
Piano. Piece. It's a
piano. And what's Stuck?
Number 4. Piece.
No, number 12.
Piece.
If she can play that particular piece. Okay. But look at that. Well, look at what he says. I don't even know if any of this is true. I'll have to check it out a couple of times. See, a couple of times. Wait. He goes, wait, any girl is all right as long as she doesn't have hair like Bob Dylan, or maybe she could even have that if she knows how to ride a motorcycle. And then Dylan crashes a few months later on a motorcycle. I might even like her better if she can play Stockhausen on the piano. Now, the thing about Dylan is that when Like a Rolling Stone came out in 1965, Zappa, I'll have to find this section and read it. He was jumping up and down. He says, finally, an outsider got on pop radio. He said, this is great for all of us. We can maybe start to get in on regular media. And then he says nobody interpreted Bob Dylan properly. He thought he didn't have to. He said, I thought I don't have to go and infiltrate the music industry. Dylan did it. But then he said everybody misinterpreted Dylan, didn't get it, so he had to come back in and do it, redo Dylan properly. That's what he says. And so he's already come back in and is doing it, so he's making fun of Dylan. Right? He's not impressed anymore. Not that it was Dylan's fault, but that could partly explain him making fun of Dylan. So then the person says, who's your favorite actress? He says, Ida Lupino. Who's your favorite actor? Herman Rudin. I don't know these people. What are your favorite movies? The Killer Shrews, S-H-R-E-W-S. That means mad women, right? The Killer Shrews, The Beast of Haunted Cave, Wasp Woman, Mothra. That was one of the movies that saved the hippies in the concentration camp. Dead of Night, Freaks, that's a famous movie, and Alice in Wonderland. So he names all these obscure movies. What do you do when you are alone? Now, remember the Knives was asking about this guy's being alone. He goes, I am never alone. I have a house with 6 dwarfs who take care of me. The dwarfs change from week to week, so I don't get bored. Now, who's the guy that lived with dwarfs? That was Snow White, right?
Yeah.
And Santa Claus. He's doing me. I'm Santa Claus. He's doing me. He says, but if I ever was alone, I'd probably dance and sing and play my guitar. Oh, boy, would I. I might sew, I might read, I might draw. I might do all that stuff simultaneously. Maybe someday I'll be so rich I can hire people to help me do all those things when I'm alone. Maybe not. I have a lot of fantasies, you see. That's pretty good, eh?
Yeah.
Let me read it again. What do you do when you're alone? I am never alone. I have a house with 6 dwarfs who take care of me. The dwarfs change from week to week. See, that's quadraphenic almost. The dwarfs change from week to week. Now, the dwarfs, he hasn't pictured on the cover of Lumpy Gravy, his first, classical composition, serious music thing, and he's pictured as a dwarf. He has himself as a dwarf.
I like what he dwarfs. He often goes like, he says whatever, and then he cancels that at the end.
Yes, he cancels it.
All the things he said are erased.
Because he doesn't know if they're real. He has to check it out a couple times, so he has to replay, restate it, cancel it several times to even get a sense of reality. Now that's living knowing that the global theater is a virtual environment. It's like finning its wake. The dwarfs change from week to week so I don't get bored. But if I ever was alone, I'd probably dance and sing and play my guitar. Oh, boy, would I. Now, that's being Rumpelstiltskin. Now, he said his home was decorated in Rumpelstiltskin decor. So he's declaring his Rumpelstiltskinness here. I might sew, I might read, I might draw. Now, look at this. I might do all the stuff simultaneously. Quadraphenic. Maybe someday I'll be so rich I can hire people to help me do all those things when I'm alone. Maybe not. I have a lot of fantasies, you see. So then they go, do you have any secret longings? He says, I long to turn Sunset Boulevard into a parking lot. Joni Mitchell wouldn't like that. And Joni Mitchell played with the mothers for a couple minutes. He hung out with Frank a little bit. Do you ever date fans? Of course. They're the only ones who like me. I date fans because they like me. How would you describe your personality? Infinitely repellent. Now, he knows that's going to be appealing to a certain kind of mentality. What would you like to do on a date? Well, mostly I just like to hold hands, intimately sharing conversation.
Right.
What? Did you puke?
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Now, he's talking to a teen magazine. What would you like to do on a date? Just hold hands, intimately sharing conversation. Who are your closest friends? The ones that are still alive. Now, remember, his family died. They lived. So he's talking about how everybody died. Who are your closest friends?
That's very ironic.
That's right.
Yeah.
The ones that are still alive. I keep to myself mostly. Just me and my pup dog, Popo. P-O-P-O. Walking alone together. Look at that. Alone together. Walking alone together all through the canyon. That's Laurel Canyon. What care I for friends? Walking alone together with Popo. What care I for friends? Seriously now. My friends made me promise if I ever got famous not to tell their names. It might get back to them. Something like that on your record could keep you from getting a civil service job. So he's aware of himself as a monster. And, anybody who knew him, he has to keep it quiet. How's that? That's pretty good, eh? Yeah. I mean, he's really got it down how to get the young alienated kids' attention, right? He's actually their best fantasy. Where would you like to live if you get married? What makes you think I'm going to get married? What makes you think I want to be on any street but this street, where the action is? Besides, Popo likes to roam the hills. Good boy, Popo. What are your favorite colors? Avocado green, yellow orange, and robin's egg blue. What are your favorite flowers? Morning glories and honeysuckle. What's your favorite food? Shrimp curry. Who are your favorites in music? In the old days, back before rock and roll was what was happening, I used to go for Sacco and Vanzetti. You know who they are. Do you know Sacco and Vanzetti? They were the anarchists framed for something and killed hung and killed, executed in the 20s. Sacco and Vanzetti. He used to go for them. So he's aware of news stories and tragic news stories as entertainment, and you become a fan of them, right? Now remember, he studied with an ad agency, worked in an ad agency, so he's really got media awareness of the games played in the information environment. So in the old days, back before rock and roll was what was happening, I used to go for Sacco and Vanzetti. And as I grew up, I found that it got harder and harder to dance to them. Couldn't dance to them. When you get old, coordination is more difficult. I had to switch my preference, and now all I really like is Gary Lewis and the Playboys. Remember them? That's Jerry Lewis's son. The ultimate, pre-Monkees band. It was a band made up of the sons and daughters of Hollywood stars. So he's saying he likes Gary Lewis and the Playboys, who were big right then, 65, 66. What has been the biggest thrill of your life? The day a high official at a Columbia Records, in confidence to a close friend, revealed the stunning truth that the mother's invention has no commercial potential. Now, I think that was the Don Kirshner, the guy who became the king of mainstream music business. Is it Don Kirshner? I think that was who it was. Now,
yes.
This is before the album comes out, and on the album, in July, a few months later, is that quote. It says, high record person says, "You guys have no commercial potential." So he's saying here he's planning on making something out of this. He says, the biggest thrill of his life is when a high official at the Columbia Records, in confidence to a close friend, revealed the stunning truth that the mothers of invention has no commercial potential. That's pretty neat. If you were stuck alone on a desert island, name the 3 things you would most want to have with you. 1, a dozen assorted groupies. 2, the complete writings of Cordwainer Smith. He was a science fiction writer, I think. 3, a carton of cigarettes. What kind of girl would you marry? Now, didn't we get that asked before? Where would you like to live if you get...
Ideal girl. This is the one that he wants to marry.
Yeah, where would you like to live if you get married? Okay. And he's saying the best street is where he's living in Laurel Canyon. What kind of girl would you marry? If I ever... Now, he'd already been married and divorced. If I ever... He says on the album, he was with her 5 years, almost ruined her life. And then they split. If I ever get married, I prefer a sterile, deaf mute who likes to wash dishes. There are so many American women who fit that description philosophically, I might as well own one. No, I'd give her to Popo. Your dad probably owns one. I'll go watch his. So he insults the interviewer and says that her mother is a deaf mute, sterile deaf mute. What kind of girl would you marry? If I ever get married, I prefer a sterile deaf mute who likes to wash dishes. There are so many American women who fit that description philosophically, I might as well own one. No, I'd give her to Popo.
He will marry you.
He will what?
He will marry you because you do the dishes.
Yes. Oh, I'd be perfect. No, I'd give her to Popo. Your dad probably owns one. A wife. I'll go watch his. How many children do you want to have? 15. What sports do you enjoy? When I was in corrective PE, and he goes, in California, folks, PE means physical education. So when I was in corrective PE, I was really a monster of badminton. Can't say as I enjoyed it much, but if I really had to choose, really, when you come right down to it, it would be badminton, yes? You know, hit the birdie with the racket, although volleyballs smell better. Now, that's interesting. I was talking to Beefheart one day. Oh, let's hope they muted that. And somebody brought up football, and he said, I love football. Whenever I had the ball, it reminded me of my father's shoes. So he's talking about the smell thing. I bet you Zappa got that from Beefheart, or Beefheart got it from Zappa, right? They talked about the tools of sport. They went by the smell of them. So, can't say that I enjoyed being a monster. There's the monster's name at badminton. But if I really had to choose, really, when you come right down to it, it would be badminton, yes, which is pretty stupid sport back then in the 60s, right? You know, hit the birdie with the racket, although volleyballs smell better. What advice would you give young people who wish to go into show business? First thing you do is get vaccinated. Get this? First thing you do is get vaccinated, especially if you live on this hot street. Get vaccinated for every known disease. Are you guys still there?
Yes.
And if you live through those vaccinations, or if you live through that vaccination, go find yourself a rich widow, preferably an ex-PE teacher who will help you buy an amplifier. Barring any. Now, he has a song on Uncle Meat called Aunt Jemima, which is about an amplifier. He says, barring any unforeseen teenage dilemmas, you will probably be relatively unsuccessful and miserable. This is if you go in showbiz. At the most, within 6 months you will be. The best thing to do is real estate or plumbing. We need more long-hair plumbers and realtors. Now, that's what he says in the 1984 address to the university composers. He goes on about how obsolete music is, and you best get a real estate license. Here he is saying that almost 20 years before. Same line. What do you think of that? That's pretty conceptually continuous.
Yes.
So if you want to go into show business, you know, find yourself a rich widow, get vaccinated, get an amplifier, and realize you'll be very unhappy in 6 months. Best thing to do is forget about it, get into real estate or plumbing. Then they ask him, do you personally answer fan mail? He says, I never write letters of any description. Did you like school? I liked school a lot better than school liked me. They kept throwing me out. One day I got tired and tried to drop out of high school, but then they wouldn't let me. Sure did make me mad. He got mad because they wouldn't let him drop. They kept kicking him out, but then when he wanted to leave, they wouldn't let him. A horrible life of a young, alienated kid. What would you like to do if you were not a musician? I once confided in Van Dyke Parks, who was a supposed genius at that time. I once confided in Van Dyke Parks that I would go into real estate, starting first with the purchase of La Cienega Boulevard, in brackets note, a large business street in the center of L.A., including policemen. So he'd buy the boulevard and policemen because Disneyland is too far to drive to. So he would buy the street and the police rather than Disneyland. Who was your favorite male singer? Chester Burnett, known as Howlin' Wolf. All that stuff about Gary Lewis was a cruel put-on. You hear that? You guys are there, right?
That was the other band. Yes, that was the band that he said earlier he was favorite of. That was one of his favorites.
Yes. He loved them. Yeah. Now he's saying all that stuff about Gary Lewis was a cruel put-on. Then he goes, really? Next to Howlin' Wolf, I like Ray Collins. Ray Collins was a very good R&B singer who was a member of the Mothers. And was really good at it. But he cancels out the Gary Lewis there, Roxy. What do you think of that? Cancel, like Tactility. Hey there, Roxy? Oh, what, she get knocked off and get
Probably. Maybe. Yes.
Maybe what? What's maybe?
Probably. Maybe.
Who, you? You got knocked up?
Right. No.
You probably don't know the phrase knocked up.
No.
I'm just cruel. I'm just being cruel.
I'm just playing the Zappa.
Now, I know you wanted to play some Zappa music. We'll have to get to that. Okay. So look at this question. Well, you're mumbling. Stop lying in the pillow. Move your face away from the pillow. She's starting to faint.
You asked me something and I'm like, my favorite color is avocado green or whatever.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Any.
What?
No,
say something.
Out that time.
Uh-oh. Did you get knocked out?
I think she did that time. It cut out in mid-sentence.
No, I think she's putting us on. I think we insulted her somehow. Insulted her intelligence. There is someone, or maybe that's you, Bert. There's someone speaking through. Oh, wait, they just came back. Ah, there it is. Very good. See? You got knocked off, didn't you? You got your hand up. It says you're waving twice. You're there.
Yes.
Okay. Let's get back into this important, finishing up the interview. A very good question coming up. What do you think of money? Okay. He says, what care I for fortune and fame? Just me and my dog Popo wandering through the hills, fair weather and foul. You know, the good life. I got to confess, I don't have a dog Popo, but I'll bet Kim Fowley does. All the rest of this stuff is true, though. So that's how you define Menippean satire. The original Menippean satire is written over the last 2,000 years. The guy would say, well into it, he said, by the way, everything I've written so far is bullshit. And then later he would say, no, it's actually all true. So he was always canceling that out, right? And that was pretty risque back when writing and printing was a new environment and it was treated sacredly. You didn't fuck around with the truth, right? But a Menippean would.
Yeah.
So he's doing that old Shakespearean cliche, right? What care I for fortune and fame? Just me and my dog Popo wandering through the hills, fair weather and foul. You know, the good life. Then he has to fuck it out. He goes, I got to confess, I don't have a dog Popo, but I'll bet Kim Fowley does. Now, you guys know who Kim Fowley is?
No.
He's a kid. He's a legend, and he in the late 50s got in. I think his parents were famous Hollywood something or in Hollywood, so he had connections. So as a kid, he got into he was part of a group called Alley Oop, or they did the song Alley Oop. Do you remember that song, Alley Oop? Sort of a novelty song. So Kim Fowley, they probably have a documentary on him pretty soon. he was on every scene. And by 1969, say, he bragged that he'd fucked 5,000 groupies by the time he was 30 or something. And so he was a notorious guy and he started a girl band in the 80s. Well, out of it, the girl became a famous guitarist. I can't remember those people, but, well, if I just click, it's all right there. Just click on it. So Kim Fowley actually met Frank Zappa, and he was on, boy, I didn't notice this. He recorded with Gail Zappa as Bunny and Bear. He was with Gail before Frank or something. But he is on Freakout. He was a guy that Frank would have to deal with. He had charisma in Hollywood before Frank did. Jesus, he just died. I didn't know that. He died on January 15, 2015. Born on McLuhan's birthday, 1939. He was an American record producer, singer, and musician. He's best known for his role behind a string of novelty and cult pop rock singles in the 60s and for managing the Runaways in the 70s. Did you guys know about the Runaways?
No.
That led to the Joan Jett. You know about Joan Jett?
Yes.
Famous 80s woman guitarist, so she was in the Runaways. So he got them started. Now, we were talking about John Lennon. In addition, he's credited with being the inspiration behind promoter John Brower's call to John Lennon that resulted in the last-minute appearance of the Plastic Ono Band at the Toronto Rock and Roll Revival on September 13, 1969. Remember I was telling you about Ronnie Hawkins and the Peace Campaign? Oh, yeah, that was Rich York, the guy who did the article on Uncle Meat. Well, Kim Fowley had something to do with that event. And Fowley was the MC there. Didn't know that. At this event, Fowley also created the iconic experience of having the audience light matches and lighters to welcome a nervous John Lennon to the stage. He has been described as, quote, one of the most colorful characters in the annals of rock and roll, as well as a shadowy cult figure well outside the margins of the mainstream. Yes, if you go on to YouTube, put in Kim Fowley, Fowley, you'll see some of his interviews. Pretty, for most people, disgusting. So, well, up till the death of the Andrew. I mean, now everybody's disgusting, so we don't have those values anymore. But back in the day, he's a risky name, and there's Frank dropping a key name in this interview, right? He drops Kim Fowley. But he says Kim Fowley does have a dog named Popo, and all the rest of this stuff is true, though. Okay, so here comes the final message. Do you have a message for your fans? Yes, call your service. You know what that means?
No.
No.
Call your answering phone service. You know, if you were a Hollywood actor, mobile citizen, you got to have someone taking your phone messages. And also in your showbiz, you have to see who's calling you, what agents are calling you, right? So it's a showbiz thing for me. Immediately call your service, call your agent, all right? And he's saying that to these fans. So is he implying that his only fans are showbiz people? So he said, are you there, Roxy?
Yes.
Okay. So he says, yes, call your service. Also, if I have to admit that there is really a message, really a deep down meaning, really it's this. So here's the message. Every American boy and girl with matching mums... What?
The medium is the message.
Yeah, all right. So look what he said. Let's see if that's close. So he says, if I have to also, okay, first call your service so you can keep putting out software as an entertainment entity. Also, if I have to admit that there is really a message, really a deep down meaning, really it's this. Every American boy and girl with matching mums and dads should walk around every day vehemently screaming, quote, I doubt it. You start screaming, I doubt it, to everything people do or think or say around them. To the whole environment, you must say you doubt it. Now, there's your hologram where we were talking about 2 hours ago. He's looking at the whole environment you're inside of his virtual reality, and you should doubt it, right? Like Truman, the guy,
Yes.
that movie show, Truman Show. Now he's saying, I doubt it to everything people, not what they say or think, but he says do or say around them. Everything people do or think or say around them. In a nutshell, kids, I want to make sure you get a chance to check it out a couple of times. Because in reality, Madison Avenue does not have your best interests at heart. There he is.
Ooh.
Like McLuhan going after Madison Avenue. The enemy. The bloodline.
Yes,
The Android meme.
For example, one of the things that made him interested in Barres was that he read an article, and in the article said it was the worst music in the world.
Was Zappa said this? What are you referring to?
No, he read an article about Barres.
Oh, yeah, that it was the worst music in the world. That's right. And that's why he liked it.
And, yeah, he said, I'm sure that it's really interesting, because he doubted that comment.
Well, he found that Perez was a way of doubting what people thought was music. Is that what you mean?
Yes, like what they tell you is beautiful or ugly, or their definitions, is why should you accept that as the truth?
Right. And Croker and the postmodern people in the 80s, they talked about everything's disappeared, but now you have the presentation of values, of valuation. So it became culture wars was everybody trying to decide what was beautiful and what was ugly. And I call that mythic stages. Everybody had their historical media preferences, and they held that up as their identity and fought anybody else's identity about what they preferred. So the battle of values.
And at that time, this thing in and out was very in. People.
Yes, you mean yes.
Following what was
in and what was out. And what was out. Right. Like, they would list them in magazines.
Zappa was inside.
Zappa was what?
The song, I have been in you, you have been in me.
Oh, yeah. Now, what this phrase, matching mums and dads, that means all the mothers and fathers of all the teenagers are the same, right? They all have the same matching
it's
mums
like
and dads.
Yeah.
As if their parents were an accessory, like a bag that matched.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. He doesn't believe in the nuclear family. Now, look at this. This I doubted. You're supposed to vehemently scream it. You have to scream this to everybody. I doubt it. You say it to the little girl guiding you across the school crosswalk. You yell that at your teachers. I doubt it. It's pretty subversive, right? Every American boy and girl with matching mom and dad should walk around every day vehemently screaming, I doubt it, to everything people do, think, or say around them. In a nutshell, kids, I want to make sure you get a chance to check it out a couple of times. On Freak Out, I think he's going, yeah, Susie Cream Cheese, we want you to check it out. Or he'll say, I've been checking it out a couple of times. So this idea that you check it out more than once is important. I recommend that. If you read a book, you got to read it again. Do everything twice. I want to make sure you get a chance to check it out a couple of times. Really, in reality, Madison Avenue does not have your best interests at heart. As McLuhan said, Madison Avenue was a military operation that attempted to capture the soul, McLuhan said, something like that. So then he goes, because in reality, Madison Avenue does not have your best interests at heart. And then he goes, it's also stunning to note, neither do most mums and dads, the police department, your local city, county, state, and federal governments, your local realtors, none of them. They've got it in for you, kids. If this is terrorist talk. And then he says, they would smother you with apathy. Quoting Roxy's earlier point about boredom, they would smother you with apathy. It's up to you to know where it's at, but check it all out a couple of times so that when you open your mouth to nail one of them, you know what you're talking about. This This is great advice. This is his first interview. Now, this is what he was saying, that he loved that Dylan's Like a Rolling Stone because finally a hip outsider got into the mainstream media. He saw the real classroom was radio. And if we can only get into the radio environment and then say all this stuff and disguise it as music.
Yeah, he was an infiltrator.
Definitely a communist, a capitalist, a Dobbsian. Who was he working for? Who are the brain police?
For Ion.
He's working for Ion. Ion, that's right. He got his marching orders when he read in the Life magazine about Flores. That's when he was MK Ultra triggered to become working for Bob's CIA. He saw the word ionization like a robot. He bought the album. Look at it. It's really good what he's saying. And he's also telling them you must review and check. This is silence, exile, and cunning. You know, Joyce's motto. You got to go off and study. You got to study several times over and over, like Bert. He listens to the Ion stuff 3 or 4 times before he opens his fucking mouth. Find out what the fuck Ion's saying before he starts to substitute for Bob and criticize other new neophyte Ionettes that come in here totally naive, saying the wrong shit. But Bert has checked it out a couple of times, so that when you open your mouth to nail one of them, like that, to nail one of them, you know what you're talking about. It's like he knows it's invasion of the body snatchers. Hey, whoever's on there, mute me. Anyways, he goes, moreover, he says, if you get a chance this week, drop out of school before your disinterested, ineffectual teenage educational system wrecks whatever national intelligence you had before all that stuff was inflicted on you. But then he cancels out. He goes, or if that's too much of a hang-up, go work on your car. He gives him the right to cop out and not become ascended. He can do that too.
What was the year of this interview, this article?
It's published in 1966 fanzine. So 66. Don't know what part of the year. I don't know if the album's out. Doesn't say. But it's early, real early. He may not even have his album out. But let's assume he does have the album out, so that's July 66. And so he got attention. Now, this also can be something that he manufactured and sent out to magazines to see if anybody would press it. As part of his, see if they would publish it. This is part of his United Mutations organization. They call themselves United Mutations. And they would get fans to order this free little package of probably information like this. So, stunning to note, he says, Madison Avenue does not have your best interests at heart. Neither do most mums and dads, the police department, your local city, county, state, and federal governments, your local realtors, none of them. They've got it in for you kids. Now, part of the reason he can say all this stuff and not fear about getting drafted, because he'd been put in jail for 10 days and that meant he had a record, so he can't go in the Army. Right? Can't be drafted. So he's free.
Right.
They would smother you with apathy. It's up to you to know where it's at. It's up to you to know where it's at. But check it all out a couple times. So, you have the right to explore it yourself so that when you open your mouth to nail one of them, you know what you're talking about. Moreover, if you get a chance this week, just this week, drop out of school before your disinterested, ineffectual teenage educational system wrecks whatever natural intelligence you had before all that stuff was inflicted on you. Or if that's too much of a hang-up, go work on your car. Well, he continued to do that program for the next 30 years, 25 years, adapting it to changing media, changing circumstances. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And apparently that's 54 questions. Now there's another neat interview, which is interesting. You know what? Let me play some music and organize my Zappa music, organize some things here. Is that a good idea?
Yes.
Very good.
Do I get something that you sent me or what, Roxana?
As you like.
All right, but there's something, you sent me stuff that's long. I think.
Yes.
I think I'll just go into my Zap archive and find something just for, 5 minutes. Since we had John Adams, oh man, what are people? Let's see. They've been.
I would say that Zappa went beyond the rock and roll, and he will be a classical of 20th century music composition when he's actually seen from this angle.
Yes.
From the median ecological point of view. And people start getting what he was doing from that point of view.
Post John Cage,
as you can see,
if everything you do is music, then he was composing with all media, like McLuhan, and he was doing performance art right in the public, and he wasn't stuck in the art ghetto. And I will read you an interview around this time, 1967, where he advocates starting up a third political party. He's already running for president. There was this fantasy in the 60s that, man, we have all these kids who will, who we can get to work for us. We could take over and knock out the world over 30. Well, he took that point, and he says it. This man, we can get all these kids working for us. We can take over, change this society. So he really was a quote, a terrorist in the sophisticated sense. He was an enemy of society. He was Wyndham Lewis's throwback.
He was blasting everything, like.
Yes. Yeah. And Dylan wasn't as good. You see those interviews with Dylan. He hates being interviewed. He takes it too personally. He was the first to go in there and get chewed up, but he got bitter. He got pissed off. He could say a few kind of funny lines like he did in the Playboy interview, but he's not as conscious. So Zappa is more conscious because he has the benefits of what happened to Dylan. And he lists Dylan and Joan Baez's influences on his album of 179 names. And he says, please don't hold it against them.
But I think Dylan was obsolete already.
Dylan.
Yes, a lot of the hippies were into Dylan, and Zappa is still there.
Well, Dylan knows, as he says in the 80s, media is all there is. He understands that he really got a good instinctive understanding of what McLuhan's saying. The media is the virtual reality is what we're up against, and no ideologies survive, no ideas survive. Everybody got killed. They lived. They lived. Yeah. I never had a chance to meet Roxy's sisters because Roxy told me they lived. They're not around anymore.
They're not going to make it.
Yeah. And hey Bert, are you on Facebook, Bert?
No, I'm not. I'm off this.
Oh, okay. Anyways, if you see my Facebook page, you could see Roxy's guru sister occasionally interjects on there. But she doesn't know that Roxy just said that they ain't going to make it. Well, that's between Roxy and her sister. Right, Roxy? None of our business.
I am for free choice.
Yes, free choice in how you fake using your chemical body.
Yes.
Okay, so John Adams, what? Bert?
I was going to ask Roxana, does her sister know about Bob, or she just?
She has posted on my Facebook.
Everybody knows about everything because I do everything openly.
Yeah, it's on. All our videos are posted. We don't know. They don't say anything about it. They did. Her guru sister put a hug on my Facebook page when she heard we were going to do the Zappa Hour. Wasn't that the context, Roxy? She liked the Zappa Hour idea. She put a little silly cartoon.
Thinks we're going to be playing only.
Yeah, she's going to hate when she hears this. What? They've been on for 3 hours, haven't played one Zappa song. They just been talking bullshit about how they're smarter than Frank.
Yeah.
Look, there's somebody on the chat room, they posted, they're laughing heads off because I went, who's the guy who lived with the dwarfs? Snow White, right? They find that quite funny. And they then go, what's your Facebook page called, Bob? What is it called? Bob Dobbs Kihei.
Bob Dobbs.
K-I-H-E-I. Bob Dobbs Kihei, Hawaii. That's how you find it. Just look at the address. There's lots of Bob Dobbs there, but I'm the Kihei guy. Okay, so we're going to play a Zappa song. Think of John Adams. He couldn't stand pop culture, and or he says at the very end we're all forced to live with it, but he has a problem with it. So if I told John Adams that Frank was a better composer than him, and he'd say, prove it, I would play this. Would you have played that to rebut John Adams? Hey? Have you guys been knocked off again?
No, what did you say?
I said, would you guys play that song to rebut John Adams?
Yes.
The American composer. You would play that song. He takes a hit song and then does a better version of it with the group that did the song. Now that's hijacking. He hijacked the Turtles, like Uncle Meat. Stole them. Okay, I found some good follow-up. We can continue on this analysis. There's this article. Now, this is not the first article, but this is Hit Parader magazine. Now, this is neat. Hit Parader, the teen magazine, June 1967. They have a picture of Frank, and he's on the phone, but he's unplugging it. It looks like there's a better picture. I've seen it where he's holding the phone up to his ear, but he's holding the plug up on the other hand, so it's obviously unplugged. Here, he's on the phone, but he's unplugging or pointing at something. It's not exactly the picture I know. Anyways, that's the picture he released for this magazine. Okay, everybody there? We're all here, ready to go?
Yeah.
Here's what the art. All right. No, that's not good enough. And maybe you're going to the bathroom or something, but you got to get back here. No speakerphone. So here's what this article, Don Paulson. I don't know who Don Paulson is, but he says Frank Zappa, the incredible boss mother, June 1967. He starts off saying, the most amazing, outrageous, and ambitious rock and roll group anywhere in the universe is the Mothers. Their music, best appreciated in person, combines today's pop sounds with symphonic music, satire, the primitive rock and roll songs in the 1950s, and social commentary. And you can even dance to it. The Mothers were organized by Frank Zappa, an ex-advertising man. Now, Ralph Gleason was a famous social critic in San Francisco in the 60s, 50s and 60s. And when he first saw the Mothers, he hated them. He said, this is an ad man's idea of infiltrating youth culture. So I don't know if he knew Frank was an ex-advertising man, but a father would say, what, an ex-advertising man who's like 20 years older than the kids he's singing for? This guy is obviously a con man. So anyways, the writer says, Frank Zappa, an ex-advertising man who had been writing songs since he was 14 and had experimented with abstract music. Using motivational research principles, Frank created a group unlike anything the world had ever seen. He used things like he admits it. Using secret government research. And this is a teen magazine, this guy's writing this. Where did he get these ideas? Using motivational research principles, Frank created a group unlike anything the world had ever seen. Am I still there? I heard a click.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. You have to tell me because this is a susceptible phone. Then he goes, for one thing, they weren't seeking They weren't seeking a hit record, hit in quotes. They weren't. And then they quote Frank, "Our aim is to kill top 40 radio. Certain concessions must be made before a record is playable on the air. I am not in the business to compete with the makers of Hanky Panky." That's like Tommy Shondell or something. Tommy James and the Shondells. "That record can be played because it won't hurt anybody. It won't move them either. I'm not writing music like that. I'm a composer, and nobody wanted to hear my music, so I organized the mothers and did the Freakout album. Now people are listening. Sometimes they wonder what they're hearing and why it sounds like that, but sometimes they like it. Top 40 radio is unethical, unmusical, and it stinks." Now this is great. Top 40 music is great, a lot of it. I mean, when you're old like me, you're not hung up on music. Now, here's an interesting subplot. McLuhan said in the 60s, because we're in a tactile environment, and that was the hidden ground, the ear, or acoustic space, became an art form and a matter of private concern. In other words, people, if you think of art as a Gutenberg private concern, the new role of art was your musical taste. That was a new gallery, and you were cool or not depending on what you liked. It was a matter of private concern. So Frank here is subject to a larger hypnotism he's not aware of from McLuhan's point of view. He's all pissed off that he doesn't like music. It's become a private concern that he's turned into a political operation. So that's a fair criticism of what Frank's doing. But Frank will rise above it.
What would you say were the effects of the Walkman and now everybody wearing headphones?
You mean 30 years ago when the Walkman came out? What was the effect of it?
Yes, like people are isolating themselves from the acoustic environment.
No, that's a good point. They were, whoever was that? That was Sony Walkman. So Sony marketed. They had read their McLuhan. They knew that music had become a private concern, a private bubble, a private gallery, and they made it up for people to have it. It was meant to be private. But it was before, in literate societies and before, music was tribal. It was a group concern. That shows you
It's the environment to the loss of privacy, and for example, in the cities, you are forced to even touch and smell the masses of people.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the way to keep your own bubble.
That's right. Keep your private identity. It becomes a literate music, which was ear, becomes eye motivated. To keep your privacy. And McLuhan said that the transistor radio in the 50s and 60s was a way for the teenager to shut themselves off from the family and the rest of the world. It was a privacy bubble. So remember, radio is a hot medium. It enhances on some level the privacy issues, the isolation of the literate billiard ball personality. So yes, all of modern music is not for tribalism. It is for privacy. Now, you obviously have the phenomenon of instant cities like Woodstock where music becomes a tribal concentration camp. William Marion Thompson talks about this. So there's two things going on. Music is for tribal identity and for privacy. That means it's both. That means the hidden ground is tactile. All arts are becoming tactile. And so the phenomenon of consuming music, both collectively and privately, is a tactile situation. It's both and.
Yes, and with the electronic environment, there was this phenomenon that people lose their identity, and then they had these different types of music, different types of looks that go to that music. And then they have this illusion that they belong to something, to this gang or tribe or group.
They were retrieving.
Like that music.
They were retrieving the tribal oral culture. That was the content, but they were becoming what McLuhan said, mass man and virtualized and isolated and atomized was the hidden ground. They were becoming astronauts.
Yes, and in a way, Frank Zappa was an anti-environment again, because he will mix all races, all musical genres, female and male.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is not like the look, and he's not into any trend. He's Frank Zappa. He's everything.
Yeah. Now you could say that he was a throwback to art and music as a private concern, and he presents himself that way. But we know that he doesn't have any particular music he's for. So that is not the accurate. He is not using music as a private concern. That is an anti-environment for the little kids that he's addressing, and for the classical music establishment that are still trying to hoik up music as a private concern. Now he says that here. He says, now people are listening because of his Freakout album. Sometimes they wonder what they're hearing and why it sounds like that. That means it's electronic compositional techniques. But sometimes they like it, as well as the ugliness and dissonance he put in there. Then he says, Top 40 radio is unethical, unmusical, and it stinks. But look what he says next. Classical music stations aren't much better. They all have very rigid, limited programming. So he's anti the acoustic space retrieval, either way, classical or pop. Whereas John Adams takes sides. He tries to compose within classical music.
He retrieves a lot, but
yes.
He alters these things because they're out of their context. And for example, he may change the lyrics, like Stairway to Heaven, or is Hendrix song, Excuse Me While I Kiss This Guy. All the icons of culture.
At the same time, see, he's doing my chart. Remember, the chart's called the tiny note. Bob Zanarkrin's tiny note. He is miming the quadrophenia of the Andromean because he's also a teacher. He turned on many teenagers and college students to classical history of the 20th century. Right? He did blatant LaRouchian teaching dynamic of content. As well as, see, he was doing LaRouche as a teacher. He was a satirist like McLuhan. He was a spiritualist like William Irwin Thompson in a new kind of way. And he was dealing with the virtual reality like Croker does. And he was a friend of Bob, so he's in the Dobbs quadrant.
He's quadrophenic. He's really quadrophenic.
Quadrophenic.
All over,
yeah.
He's all over the place. You can't put him down that he's this and this. He's always really... He was teaching, but on different angles, and really radical at that time, if you think about it, in the 60s, how he was all over the place, but at the same time, he was really exposing the whole music business in his own unique way. He was all over the place.
He was in the environment to every form of culture.
Yes.
And politics. So he says... The classical stations have very rigid, limited programming. And then he says, now here's where he's a tetrad manager. McLuhan said real art is programmed art. You know the effects before you create it. You know what you want to do. He's always stating what he's doing, why they were created. He says the mothers were created to fill most of the gap that exists between so-called serious music and the mass public. Wow. Really good music with advanced tendencies has been kept from the public at large. This includes classical and popular music. A filtering system of little old ladies selects the music played by symphony orchestras and on radio stations. And that's exactly what Nicholas Slonimsky said when he performed his avant-garde Edgar Varese kind of compositions. He conducted them at the Hollywood Bowl in the 30s. He said the old ladies who ran the musical appreciation culture of Hollywood fired him, and he never was a composer, conductor again. He became a writer of dictionaries of musical history. And John Cage said he attended those, he says this in this documentary, he attended those Hollywood Bowl concerts because I think he grew up in Los Angeles, and he said they changed his whole view of music. So they got to Cage. He performed them for a couple of weeks or whatever for a series, and he got to the next guy. And then changed music, then opened the world for Zappa, which then led to Ion, and then led to this series, this historical classroom we're creating right here. Praise Slonimsky, 80 years ago, he started it. because he knew Flores.
Yes, and you recognize many of the aspects of Zappa composition ideas like synchrony and all this anything, anytime, anywhere for no reason at all. All these concepts that he was using for composing, you saw they were important, not only in a piece of music, but as broader concepts of understanding what's going on.
That's what Ian did. Ian does anything, anywhere, for no purpose at all to point something out, to create an environment. I prepared the ground. I have updated Zappa's technique.
Yes, and also this strange phenomenon of synchrony. That is very important in your everyday life.
I have the most anomalies because I create people who have anomalies.
Yeah. Bob, I heard something yesterday that blew. It's funny how you and Roxana are doing Zappa. I was listening to a Melted Titanium, and you mentioned that Zappa used isotope.
Yeah.
One of his interviews mentioned isotope, and that's brings it all full loop with Ion. I mean, isotope. And how
that's right. Guess what it is, Bert? It's like a 1970 album after the band is broken up, so he's putting out a few albums with Mother's concerts from the 67, 68, 69 period. And there's a song called Toads of the Short Forest. I think that's what it is. And this Zappa scholar who got the gig of translating Zappa's music into Japanese. He's a British guy. He's a friend of Ben Watson. I met him in 2008 in England. Simon Prentice is his name. And he translated Frank's lyrics into Japanese, but that meant he could ask Frank, what did he mean by different things? And he also went on to translate Yoko Ono. He works for Yoko Ono, too. Anyways, he told me, this is back in 2008. It wasn't too public. He showed me his transcript. He asked Frank, what is the Toads of the Short Forest about? And he said, it's about isotopes. That's where he said isotopes. Now, how could the Toads of the Short Forest, maybe nature change? What does that mean? It's crazy, you know, isotope. Until Ion shows up. Now we know.
Yes. Wow.
Nature was mutated by the
short forest.
The changing. Yeah, that's the burning of California's forests. It's all the stuff that Ian says is changing in nature. Everybody's turning into a toad in a short forest.
He had this concept of the big note that is like the matrix, the mother of invention, the frequency.
Right. That's right.
Ion is talking about all the time.
On Lumpy Gravy, made in '67, he has the character saying, you know, everything's a vibration. Everything's an extension of vibrations. So he says that. He's just actually taking, you know, a Brian Wilson Beach Boy leader song, Good Vibrations, and the year it comes out, Frank's got an album out saying, talking technically about it. Well, everything's a vibration, you know, talking as if it's science, which we would then leap to, just for a moment, here's Zappa, the Frank Zappa interview disc. They think this interview might have been conducted in early to mid-1984. So I'll just do a little gesture. Well, what it is, it's he's talking about his book, Them or Us, which is a pretty interesting book, and he has himself in there, unnamed, but he has a character named Frank Zappa walking around in the book, and it says, the bio says that you've got a book as well, Them or Us. I haven't seen it. Can you tell me something about it? He says, it's due off the press in 2 weeks in the United States, and it's 360-something pages, and I'm publishing it myself. The guy goes, oh? Now, I don't know if this is a fake interview or not, but he goes, oh, and then Zappa says, the first printing is 5,000 copies. And the guy says, or somebody says, can you tell me something about, what is it about? I mean, you cannot judge by the album, obviously. The story, he had an album at the time called Demerus. The story has to be more cohesive, if I may say. And Frank says, the book is written. It's written. It's a book for people who hate to read. Now, think of Wake. It's a book for people who hate to read, and it's written in the style of a screenplay so that each situation is described in terms of what a camera would see, what the physical action is, what the people say, and what they do. And so it takes you very quickly through some complicated situations where if you had written it as a normal book, it would be like, and he goes, finger, like that, and he says he probably makes a finger width gesture. It would be too thick, I guess he's saying. If you had written it as a normal, it would be like that, and he makes a wide gesture. And the guy goes, uh-huh. And then he says, Zappa says, and it's a fiction book, and it's very funny. And then the guy says, has it got anything to do with the album? I mean, can the album be used as a soundtrack to it? And he goes, well, the way it works is the book is, you know what the unified field theory is? Okay, he's quoting modern physics. And the person says, I'm afraid not. Well, says Frank, in physics they have this thing that they've been looking for. It's a unified field theory that explains the interrelationship between how gravity works and atomic energy and all this stuff. They're looking for one equation that explains it all and makes it work, because right now there's contradictions. And let's just say that the book is like a unified field theory. So he means his own book is like a unified field theory that will hold together, and he lists off a whole bunch of his own songs: Billy the Mountain, Gregory Peccary, Joe's Garage, Them or Us, Thingfish. All these different stories. It shows you how they work together to make one long, really complicated story. And the Them or Us album is only one part of this major release that is coming out this year. There are 3 other albums that are released at approximately the same time: the Boulez album, the Francesco Zappa album. That's the guy who lived in the same years as Frank, 1763 to 1788, same career dates. And the Thingfish album, and the book relates. The Boulez album is not related to it, but all the rest of that stuff is related. And so if you read the book and listen to those 3, plus knowing from the past Joe's Garage, Billy the Mountain, Gregory Peccary, then it would make an awful lot of sense to you. But other than that, it's very hard to describe. That sounds like what I say describing Ion or Spinning His Wake. So the guy says, the way you describe it, it comes as a summation, a culmination of what you've been working for the past 20 years, let's say. And he goes, well, no, it doesn't really work like that. See, it's not a summation. People, especially in Europe, when they want to know more about what the lyrics mean, if they can read English, the book would help them. Guy goes, uh-huh. And if they can't, it'll confuse them very much. Any possibility for the book being issued in this country? I don't know what country it's in. Since I'm paying to have it printed myself, I'll have to just see whether or not I can sell enough of them in the United States. I haven't even spoken to any publishers in unintelligible, you can't make out what he's saying. I took it to publishers in the United States, and they were afraid of it. So I said, quote, forget it. I'll just print it myself. See? Roxy had to do it himself again and sell it mail order.
Yeah.
But it's obvious that's what's published nowadays, says the interviewer. That anything serious, doesn't really, there's plenty of dross being printed nowadays as far as I can gather. And he says, well, when we talked to a U.S. publisher, they were more concerned that it looked like a book. And this doesn't look like a book. It looks like a screenplay. So they have taken a position that people won't read it because it doesn't say, quote, the leaves fell off the tree, unquote. And, quote, it's 5 o'clock, unquote. And it's all in paragraphs. Then he says, I personally don't like to read. And I've said in other interviews that for me, reading is about as much fun as standing in line at the passport window in the French airport. The guy starts laughing, so let's assume this is in Paris. The guy goes, that's very exciting. That's exciting. Basically for people who would enjoy the albums rather than for a literary, it's for people who enjoy the albums rather than for a literary audience. So it's a guide to his ear world. Then the guy, geez, how long is this? Oh, man. There's a later part I want to read, but just maybe there's probably a lot of good stuff.
Nowadays, maybe the younger generations are not aware of how hard it was to produce a record and distribute it. And because, for example, I did some music in the 80s in Mexico with some rock bands, and there was only one company doing all the distribution. And you had to get a contract with somebody because there was only like 2 places where they will be pressing the records. And it was very expensive to do this. And now everybody can just burn their own CDs or just promote it as audio files on the internet and do your marketing.
Yeah, the kids have no idea of the work that went on.
Yeah, the struggle and the censorship that was, you had to fight because you were not commercial enough. If you did something that was not what they thought was.
To justify the cost of all the work.
Yeah,
when
the cost. Yeah, it was too risky to spend all that money in something that might not sell.
Here's something that a person told me yesterday. The head of the UCLA, one of the major universities, I think in California, wrote an op-ed somewhere saying that the kids coming into universities can't do anything and they know nothing because their parents have helped them do their school projects, did the school projects, did their exams for them, did everything. And these kids get, because the parents say you got to get huge, really good marks, so the parents do all the work. And these kids get to university, they know fucking nothing. They don't know how to do anything. And so this university prof is saying, we got a real crisis here. We're making a civilization. Then she should have said, no wonder the Chinese are taking over. They still do shit. The kids got to freaking fucking perform. They're going to take over this country. But you've got, a university professor who says the parents are so fucked up that they are so keen on this iconic profile. Remember, tribal people, McLuhan says, must save face. They have to have their kids get a perfect mark, so the parents do all the work. That is fucking crazy. That's parents really working against you. You can't even develop an ability to do anything. It's way worse than what Frank said. So I had not heard that. That's pretty amazing, eh?
That's a recent statement, Bob?
Yeah, it was an op-ed a couple of days ago. You probably could Google it and find it.
Wow.
University professor says kids are fake kids. They have no brains. They never learned anything, even though they got perfect marks. Let's see if I Google it. University president complains about parents. Let's see if that brings up anything. Yeah, this is it. Top article. They're called helicopter parents are ruining college in the Washington Post. You know what a helicopter parent is? That's what the person told me. They hover over their parent, guiding everything.
Wow.
How helicopter parents are ruining college students. And then they have a picture of Emory University. We own that fucking university. Me personally, I owned them. Anyways, I can post that. They're ruining my fucking university I invested in. Anyways, let's carry on. Let's go back to the past where it was comfortable, where there was an actual genius running amok. Beg your pardon?
Do you have online courses on McLuhan?
Do I have a line course on McLuhan?
Online.
Do I have an online course? Yes. This show is an online course on McLuhan. What? Are you asking? There are online courses about McLuhan, I think.
Yeah, you say you own the university.
I own Emory University, yes. Emory University is in Georgia.
You should start implementing real curriculum for people.
There's nobody there. These kids aren't human. They not only have no soul, they don't even have 5 bodies. They never even got made. We're not wasting our time. It's just another part of the scuff entry.
They lived.
What'd you say?
They lived.
They lived.
They lived. That's right. They lived. Till they got to about grade 4, and then their parents took over. So we were just reading what? The Tree. Yes, okay. It goes on about the book, but I want to, there's lots of good stuff, but I want to jump ahead. Listen to this. They ask him, what is the one about a guitar? What is the one they use now? It's a customized Stratocaster. The only thing on this guitar that is Fender is the body. Everything else on it is custom. It has a custom neck. It has customized electronics, custom pickups, Floyd Rose tremolo. Person says, do you use it in the studio as well as on the stage? Zappa says, I just started using this particular guitar in July. And usually when I go on tour, I take a number of guitars and I change them during the show. The ones I brought on the 82 tour, I changed a lot. On this tour, I just play this one guitar. So that would be 84. And the person says, and the other part of the same article is going to be your thoughts on some of your contemporaries and your people, if you don't mind. People like Chuck Berry. Frank goes, Chuck Berry? ? Chuck Berry? Well, I used to like Chuck Berry when I was in high school. Songs like Havana Mill and Wee Wee Hours, which were the flip sides of the hits that he had, the more bluesy things. So, of course, he didn't like the hits. He liked the other sides. Chuck Berry's main innovation besides that duck walk choreography was the multiple string guitar solos. The lines were harmonizing because he was playing on 2 strings at once. There was another guitar player who used to do that named Jimmy Nolan, who I had a lot of respect for. Then they say, B.B. King? I don't like B.B. I saw him on television before I went on this tour, and he was still blue. Blue, I guess that means playing blues. Like he specialized too much in that. And then the interviewer says, oh, yeah, I've seen him recently, and I thought he was amazing. Keith Richards. Frank says, I don't know anything about Keith Richards. Then they ask about Jimi Hendrix. I knew Jimmy, and remember, Jimmy gave him Zappa his famous guitar that burnt down in some concert in Florida or something. So Hendrix is on the cover of We're Only for the Money, so they were friends. So Frank says, I knew Jimmy, and I think that the best thing you could say about Jimmy was, there was a person who shouldn't use drugs. That's the best thing you can say about Jimmy. So then they ask about John McLaughlin. Frank says, I met John. I think he's a great guitar player, and I think that he's probably done a lot to educate American audiences to some aspects of Eastern music that they wouldn't have come into contact with before. We did a tour with McLaughlin and old Mahavishnu. We did 11 concerts with them. How about Lowell George, who was in the Mother's Invention in the late 60s, then went on to form Little Feat, and, of course, died in 79 or so. Lowell George. There's another guy who shouldn't use drugs. Don't know if he was dead by then. Then they say, Eric Clapton? I know Eric. He was involved with We're Only for the Money, too, I think. I know Eric. I haven't seen him in years and years. There's another guy who shouldn't use drugs. Imagine saying this. Roxy gets interviewed. Pierre Boulez, he shouldn't use drugs. And John Adams, he shouldn't use drugs. That's what you could say, Roxy, when you get interviewed. No, you should say, there's a guy who should use drugs. That's what you say. You do the opposite, Frank. Jeff Beck. Frank says, one of my favorite guitar players on the planet. From a melodic standpoint, and just in terms of the conception of what he plays, he's fabulous. I like Jeff. Rory Gallagher. We worked 2 jobs with Rory Gallagher on this tour, and long pause. And he goes, he's still playing the blues. That's what Frank complained about back in 1970, that all these blues guys, Led Zeppelin guys, would promoting, including Keith Richards, promoting B.B. King. and stupid old-fashioned blues. There's Frank making fun of African-American music. He's there to stop that hypnosis. So he doesn't like Gallagher because he's still playing the blues. He's still being blues. Not cool around Frank. Frank plays the blues better than anybody because he changes it, makes a new kind of blues, right? We could
he even said jazz smells funny.
Right. What was that song?
It's really... but smells funny.
Right. Let's see. Where's that song? What was that called? I don't know if this takes too long. The only time I ever heard Frank... What?
What happened to Dave? No, it's it.
Oh, they all went home. They all fell asleep. Man, geez, we've been on here for like 5 hours. You know, they've got the stamina. Nobody's here. It's just you and that other guy from Switzerland. It's the only people here.
So Dave was on earlier, huh? Dave?
Yes, he was supposed to be part of this, but I don't program it properly. We end up doing too much other stuff. Now, is this the one? Is this how it begins?
Kansas City.
That's how the blues should be done.
Yeah.
That just begins. I remember you loved that song. You requested that a year ago.
Yes.
That's a caress.
That's a caress?
Caress.
What's that mean? Stroking?
Mm. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I get you. As Garrett would say, I get you, Bobby. I get you, Bobby. Yeah, I'm kidding. I get you, boy. I get you, girl. Yeah, a caress. He's caressing the blues.
Right.
Roxy, the rock critic, the blues
caressing the air molecules.
Yes, he's caressing the air, sculpting the air molecules. Okay, so look at this. Rory Gallagher, well, he's still, with a frown, he's still playing the blues. Jimmy Page. I don't know anything about Jimmy Page. He's like the top guitarist in the Android meme, right? Frank never heard of him. Peter Green. Oh, and he does Stairway to Heaven. That's Jimmy Page, isn't it? He doesn't even know who he did. But this is 1984. He didn't do maybe Stairway to Heaven until a few years later. But like I told Steve, he didn't listen to rock. And he only did these songs because people in his band requested them. You know, he didn't even know what they were. He once saw a Michael Jackson Thriller video about 1983, and he goes, "Who's that?" Pretty good production values in the video. Okay, Peter Green. I don't know him either. Who's Peter Green? I've heard the name. I don't know much about him. Peter Green. Who did he go? Peter Green. Fleetwood Mac, I guess. So he says, I don't know him either. Jerry Garcia. We did one concert with Garcia on this tour, but we were the opening act, and I didn't see any of his set. So, no contact with the Grateful Dead. Then he goes, they say Peter Townsend. I've met Pete, but I don't know what I can say about his guitar playing. Guess he's being polite. Now, Robert Fripp is one of those avant-garde guys who came in after the Mothers in the late 60s and was influenced by Zappa. So they asked him, Robert Fripp. I've never heard of Robert Fripp. Now, Richie Blackmore, isn't he Deep Purple that did the song about Zappa, Smoke on the Water? Right? About the burning down in 71 in Switzerland, in Zurich. So they go, Richie Blackmore. I have met Richie, too, and ... I'm not really familiar with the work of these people because you have to understand I'm not a pop consumer and I don't listen to a lot of these. So he doesn't even know about the guy who did a song about him. Steve was telling me, how come Zappa knew nothing about Carlos Santana? And so I was explaining to him, well, Frank didn't consume pop. And he said, I just can't believe he couldn't know about Carlos. And so I didn't find anything on Carlos to send to him. But then this thing I just found today does have something that's coming up. So the guy finally gives up and says, what do you listen to? Okay? He says, what the fuck, man? You're supposed to be a rock musician. Now, what the hell are you listening to? Well, what I do is I take cassettes with me on the road because sometimes you're sitting in the hotel room and you just want to listen to something. But what I take is not rock and roll. I like Chopin. I have Purcell. I have Webern. I have Rez. I have Bulgarian music. I don't listen to rock and roll. Now, isn't that amazing? He's the best rocker in the world. He doesn't listen to it. Well, McLuhan has a quote from Mozart. They asked him what kind of music they liked. He said, no music. The composers they're not embedded in it. They're not embedded in what you think they should be.
They're composing, and it's very
they're making.
Yeah.
Yes, they're making. It's like me. I have hours of me with the best mediums in the world, the best source of information. Do you believe any of it, Bob? No. I'm not consuming. I'm making. I don't consume mediums. I present them. It's compositions. Same thing, right?
Yeah.
Never been said before. So then the guy goes, well, he has written Carlos Santana? And Frank says, we worked with Carlos Santana on Cologne in 1980 or 81, and it was a similar situation. We did 2 shows at the Sport Palace in Cologne. They opened the first show, we closed it. Then we opened the second show, and they closed it. So I never heard him play. And he says, so the guy says, as you said, you don't listen to popular music, so I don't expect you know Eddie Van Halen, who I know Dweezil liked Eddie Van Halen. I knew that way back when Dweezil was 12 or something. So this is around that time. So I expect you don't know. I don't expect you know Eddie Van Halen. And Frank says, I do know Eddie. He comes over to the house because he hangs out with my son. So the guy's always got it backwards. The one guy he predicts that Frank didn't know, he's like a foster son to Frank. Comes over to the house because he hangs out with Dweezil. So then the guy says, I see, but do you know him as a guitar player? Frank says, oh, yeah. He and my son play together, and he's fabulous. But there's another guy who shouldn't use drugs. Now, that's a very skillful statement about drugs. Dean Latimer, who wrote in the East Village Other under Walter Bowart in the late 60s, he became a friend. And he used to do heroin. He says, it's the neurotics who do heroin are wrong. You have to know how to do heroin. And if you do it, it's not a problem. And he claimed he knew how to do it. So if you're a neurotic idiot, you can't take the high decibels of heroin. We know what that means. Then if you can't take the you got to be a superior ascended being to take heroin, or if you're a population to have television collectively. So if you're little people, you shouldn't use drugs and you shouldn't have television. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just you're not worthy of having them. So then the guy says, I presume you don't know The Edge from U2. Frank goes, The Edge? The guy goes, yeah. Frank goes, no. And then the guy goes, from Big Country. Frank goes, no. So he didn't know about U2.
Bob, you flipped out.
What?
You move your telephone.
Oh, am I here now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, what was the last words? I said that's early 80s, but by 1990, everybody should know about The Edge, right, from U2. Maybe he wouldn't know about him in the early 80s. Didn't they start in the 80s?
I don't know.
Okay. So the guy says, or it could be a woman, what would be your thoughts on the original guitar playing of the Mothers, i.e. yourself? What's that mean? What would be your thoughts on the original guitar playing of the Mothers, i.e. yourself? So he's saying, what are your thoughts about yourself? And Frank says, well, there's one other guy whose work I know who should be included in that list, who I respect, and that's Alan Holdsworth. So Alan Holdsworth is a British jazz guitarist and composer, jazz fusion guitarist. He's acclaimed for the complexity of his compositional and improvisational work as well as his astounding technical skill. According to an interview in 1989, Holdsworth was Zappa's favorite rock and roll guitar player. Zappa also expressed his admiration for Holdsworth in other interviews. So he doesn't seem to be identified with any band. Alan Holdsworth, you guys know him?
No.
Oh.
Alan Holdsworth. Okay. Complex jazz guy that Roxy never heard of. He never got to Mexico.
No, I was listening to.
Or you were playing. Maybe you opened for him, and you didn't stay around to hear him because you were exhausted from your horrible 2 weeks in the rock world. Playing old, repeating songs. That's what she said. It was boring after a month. Bert,
oh, wow.
He couldn't stand playing the same
song.
song.
I understand when you are in that environment and you have to rehearse a lot and do concerts. It's like you don't want to listen to silly songs. It's like you need more complex stimulation.
Right.
And I suppose he will be listening to contemporary composers like Boulez and Pierre Schaeffer and all these.
Right.
Roxana, how long did you play rock and roll? How long?
Like 10 years.
Wow. But you found
like
it bored
15.
after 1 month, but you played it.
No, that's what she reported when she went back in 2012 and did it for a couple months. And they were being groomed to be a big band, a big rock
yes,
act.
I thought I wanted to do it again, but then when I did it, I realized it's not what I want to do.
Yeah, they had all these rules. They couldn't say anything in the interviews. They were very policed.
Oh.
Yes.
By the corporate managers. But you did Mexican club music like from 15 to 25, right? 10 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
She doesn't like to remember it. All her buddies died from drug overdoses. They couldn't handle the high decibels that she was playing. They didn't deserve to hang out with Roxy. They tried to keep up with her by taking drugs.
So
yeah, the whole environment, the drugs, the alcohol, the playing late in the night, and all this, it's a lot of work. And for example, Zappa was also doing the whole organization of the performances, getting the tours, the planning.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of work. He was doing everything.
I think he streamlined it when he got into doing TV interviews late 80s and getting ready to run for president. He Scott Tunis, I think, he had guys running the rehearsals, and he would show up, halfway through the rehearsals. So he didn't do the grind that he was doing earlier. He started to, stop being a musician, start doing other things, planning his global art form, started working with Russian business, He had a whole agenda to keep Russia from not falling back into communism in the early 90s.
Damn. You going to cover that later? I mean, in this series?
Eventually. Yeah, this series shouldn't end. I want to produce
know,
something.
like, for example, in East Germany and the former Czechoslovakia, he was quite popular because he was criticizing the United States. So in Europe, because he was so critical of the society. He was maybe even more popular than in America. I'm not sure.
People doubt.
What do you think?
We're going to hear you.
Hey.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay.
Hey. Yes, I have the impression that there was a time when Zappa was even more popular in Europe than in America because he was critical about the policies of the United States. But on the other side, I think he was like a patriot, and he even wanted to be president.
Can you hear me? I want to respond.
Yes.
Yeah, not very clear.
Not very clear.
No, you're fading now.
Hear me?
Yes. Now you're loud.
Okay, I'm good?
Clear.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I won't move. And I'm sitting here frozen for what? 5 hours? Holding the stupid phone to my hand, to my ear. I don't have my headphones on. I have it home. So I'm doing the duty beyond duty thing. So as early as 1970 or 71, and I think in a Downbeat interview, the interviewer said, you seem to be more popular in Europe than here. And he says, well, I don't want to be just appreciated by some European aesthetes. He even puts that down. Because his goal was to take over the United States. He called them, European aesthetes. He didn't want to be that to be his limited audience. So, yes, he was more popular. And I was going to say he's the Jerry Lewis of music composition. You know how Europeans love Jerry Lewis? I don't know if they consider Lewis as satire in American life. Maybe they do, but you know about that? The popularity of Jerry Lewis, the corny comedian of the 50s? Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the most gypsy guy.
Godard and those guys liked him for some reason. The French auteurs and French New Wave. They made a big deal out of Jerry Lewis's American documentaries, they would consider it. So Zappa was the Jerry Lewis of European or musical composition for the European. He was a comedian, so to speak. Anyways, so he says, the guy says, I was going to ask you who was your favorite guitar player. He says, well, my original favorite guitar player was Johnny Guitar Watson, not from a technical standpoint, but from listening to what his notes meant in the context in which they were played. And also Guitar Slim, who was the first guitar player that I ever heard that had distortion, even during the 50s. In a strange way, I think I probably derived more of my style from Guitar Slim's approach to the guitar from the solos that I heard then. Then the guy says, you still haven't told me your thoughts on yourself as a guitar player. Frank says, well, I do something very different on the guitar. I don't so much play the guitar as make up stuff. Sounds like Ion. The notes that I play during the solo, I conceive it as a composition that's happening instantly at the time that it's ... You have 2 minutes to fill up, or you have 9 minutes to fill up, or whatever it is. A piece of time, which is anywhere from 2 to 9 minutes long, and you're going to decorate it with notes. You're going to make a composition in there. The quality of that composition is determined by what you're physically capable of playing at that time, what the rhythm section will allow you to play, and whether or not the keyboard player who's applying the harmonic climate is going to mess up what you're playing by sticking in his favorite jazz chord right there. These are all the dangers a person faces when improvising a guitar solo.
Wow.
There are some guitar players who will practice their guitar solos and they will always be perfect and they will be the same every night. I don't do that. When it's time to play, I don't know what I'm going to play until I start doing it. That's Bob-like, man. And then an idea will pop up. And I'll just develop it in the same way I develop an idea or a piece of paper, except the same way I develop an idea on a piece of paper, except that I don't have to wait to hear it. I get to hear it as it's coming out. Now think of his fantastic guitar solos, and he's making it up.
Yes, but it's
what do you think of that, Roxy?
Talking. Really?
That's right. I do the same thing.
I think it's the same. It's you compose in the moment.
I get mad when the harmonic. I get mad when the harmonic climate is ruined by some asshole putting the wrong fucking idea in the middle of the point I'm making. Yeah. I think we could use this to explain why I'm grumpy.
Music is a conversation, and there are styles of playing an instrument, like instrumental, but there is also like what it's called the vocal. And yes, it's like the instrument is really talking.
Right. Awesome. So then he says, there are some guitar players who will practice their guitar. Oh, we did that. Okay. And then the person says, and the last question on this section is, what would be the future of guitar? Or rather, how do you see the future of guitar in the increasingly synth and keyboard orientation to music? He says there will always be a market for people who want to hear guitars squealing and oinking and bending and twanging and making sounds like guitars are supposed to make. There is a market of people who are interested in fashion, and they will begin hating all those other old guitar sounds in favor of guitar sounds which are not like guitar sounds but are played in guitar position but sound like synthesizers. There's a market for that. There are people who want to hear, but I don't think that will be the ultimate future of the guitar. Then the guy says, I would like to ask you two questions. One is, it names an album by John Lennon and Yoko Ono, Sometime in New York City. I want to ask you questions about it. The John Lennon and Yoko Ono album. And then he doesn't say anything, so Frank says, what about it? So the guy says, what was it? How did it come about and all that? He says, the day before the show, a journalist in New York City woke me up. Now, this would be June 4th and 5th, 1971. I was at Zappa's house this night. I was with Motorhead. Jim Sherwood. I went up to visit Frank, and he wasn't there. I didn't know where he was, and so I spent that night in the little cottage on the cover of Hot Rats, the second Grand Wazoo album, or the first one. There was two albums of that period, recorded when he was laid up with his busted leg and everything. So that night, now I know that Dave Wally, my friend who wrote the first book on Zappa, was at this meeting. I think he witnessed it, and I don't remember who the journalist was. I don't think it was David Wally. So Frank says, the day before the show, a journalist in New York City woke me up, knocked on the door, and is standing there with a tape recorder and goes, quote, Frank, I'd like to introduce you to John Lennon, unquote. You know, waiting for me to gasp and fall on the floor and say, quote, well, okay, come on in. So he thought that Frank would be very impressed. So then Frank said, and we sat around and talked. And I think the first thing Lennon said to me was, quote, now you've said this, Roxy, you're not as ugly as I thought you would be, unquote. First thing Lennon said.
People often make that remark to him.
Yeah, that's right. And so then Frank says, so anyways, I thought John had a pretty good sense of humor, so I invited him to come down and jam with us at the Fillmore East. We'd already booked in a recording truck because we were making the Live at the Fillmore album. That's the one, just a white blank cover that he predicts in an interview. You know, making a live recording will come back, he says. Making the Live at the Fillmore album at the time. After they had sat in with us, an arrangement was made that we would both have access to the tapes. He wanted to release it with his mix, and I had the right to release it with my mix. So that's how that one section came about on the Lennon album, Sometime in New York City. Then he says, the bad part is there's a song that I wrote called King Kong, which we played that night. And I don't know whether it was Yoko's idea or John's idea, but they changed the name of the song to Jam Rag. gave themselves writing and publishing credit on it, stuck it on an album, and never paid me. It was obviously not a jam session song. It's got a melody. It's got a bass line. It's obviously an organized song. It was a little bit disappointing. I've never released my version of the mixes of that night. And the guy says, do you ever intend to? One day, yeah, but it would be drastically different because there were things that were edited out of their version and certain words that were being sung that were removed because of the editorial slant that they wanted to apply to the material, and I have a slightly different viewpoint on it. Now, I think what happened is the mothers were satirizing Yoko Ono when she was inside her bag. Remember, she used to sing inside a bag? And they make fun of her. And I think that's what John Lennon and Yoko edited out of their mix. But it is on a later presentation by Frank, years later. You get to hear it. And then the final question, and the last question is, you've been promising a 10-volume set of the Soots. Now, the Soots are, I think, the name of the band when he first met them that he turned into the Mothers in 64, 65. And he goes, no, not the Soots, no. The Soots don't have 10 volumes worth of material. But what will come out is, now that I own all the masters for my stuff, the first box that has the first 7, all the early Mother stuff, plus the mystery disc, which would have some Soots material on it. That is now ready to release in the United States. The 10-record set that you referred to was like live recordings of the early Mother's invention. I can release that, but I'm not going to until after I re-release the whole catalog of the basic albums that I just got back from this lawsuit, and that's coming out. 7 records per year with 1 box about every 5 years. And then the guy says, I'd like to listen to them. Thank you very much. Frank says, okay. It says, as with the first transcription, the interviewer...
Okay.
Possibly conducted... What? You said something, Mark?
Okay. Only okay.
Yes. Due to the context and the accent of the interviewer, this was probably conducted somewhere in Germany. While in the first interview, it was obvious that the interviewer was a fan, this one, it seems equally clear that this interview knows very little of Frank and his work. He's referring to an incorrect bio for information on asking some of his questions. This interview is fairly hard to transcribe in places because of the poor quality of the original recording. I have tried to present it as accurately as possible. The CD that this material comes from contains positively no copyright information of any sort. The text was transcribed by Robert Moore on Saturday, December 11th at 11:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. A mere week since Frank died at the much too early age of 52. So this was transcribed a week after Frank died. So this is a rare interview. I've never read it before. Okay, so what more can we say oh, I know what I want to do. I want to play one of the, quote from a first interview, the political part of Frank. So we got to go, magazine, is that it? Magazine, articles. All right.
Yes, I think
so we did
the first Zappa program
interview
with only talking.
That's right. Nothing but talking. I didn't finish. Now listen to this. We didn't finish this one. This is the first interview, December 8, 65, for something called Hitline. And it had a radio acronym, so maybe it's a radio station newsletter. So remember, he talked about most people today are plastics. They have no soul. And then he says, oh, look, we didn't read this. This is good. The mothers consider themselves, says the journalist, the mothers consider themselves a group of singing social workers exercising free speech through music. They have found that through music they could speak more freely to reach more people. So Frank says, quote, we consider ourselves therapeutic workers massaging the brains of people dancing to our music with the lyrics to our songs. We sing songs with feeling like they were done in the late 50s in El Monte Legion Stadium, not the commercial noise that's being put out today, said Frank. So here he is talking like Reuben the Jets 2.5 years before the Reuben the Jets concept shows up. Right? We're massaging the brains of people dancing to our music with the lyrics to our songs. We sing songs with feeling like they were done in the late 50s. Now, most people, no. A lot of people think Frank doesn't sing with feeling. He sings fucking horribly. It's just noise. Right? But anyways, what's Frank know? He's just channeling. So then he says, Bob Dylan is the only guy who really feels what he is saying. Barry McGuire is a phony. He doesn't mean what he says, continued Frank. So he likes Bob Dylan at that point. Then the journalist says, some examples of lyrics from the Mother songs are, quote, take your little white plastic boots and melt them down and send them back to the shoe store. Take your little white plastic hat and crumple it up and send it back to the hat store. Those are lyrics of the Mother songs. Imagine Frank Sinatra singing stuff like that. Right? Wouldn't that be cool?
But in a way, he was trying to do what you're doing. He often said it was a therapy, that music is the only thing that really delivers the goods. And it was like the only way to survive industrial society and how things are. It was really like the only aspect of humanity that could save us. So
music.
He was trying to do what you are doing.
Right. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Because there was a key word that got knocked out, right, Bert? And you were saying, what was your first sentence? He was trying to do something to society? Massage.
Society. He often said his music was therapy. Therapeutical.
Yes. Yeah. And he was anticipating the new song. He did a good job of filling in the new song before the new song showed up. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, he saw that everything is frequency, everything is vibrating. He said that. Everything is vibration.
Well, he had a character say it. But he was aware different media changed the harmonic climates of the... He had his way of saying the medium was the message for the vibration. The context of the environment affected the vibration. Right? Wrong?
Right. Everything happening at the same time is like the only environment that even gives us the illusion of privacy is music. It's the only place in which we can escape this bubble of sound that...
That's why he's a tactile artist. He went to
still have some sacred place or some cave or some place we can retire to.
That's what he's provided?
I think you moved.
Oh, okay. I think that's what's provided. A safe cave?
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, there. Yeah.
He does have a picture of him in the 1968 Rome standing in front of a cave. Could that mean he'd gotten out of Plato's cave? You can hear me, right?
Yes.
I think the Zappa fans are going to be outraged that this whole thing on Frank was really an advertisement for me. They're going to make the old genius.
What the fuck is ion?
Yeah, what is this ion you keep referring to? Oh, it's an isotope.
Mother of the mothers.
That's right. So Frank says, we get so tired of playing for these phony people in blue velour sweatshirts and poor boy sweaters. They are trying so hard to be cool. He really, when you listen to Frank coming through Ion in the Ben Watson timeline, September 2nd, 2009, that dialogue, that's what Frank's saying. Well, I'm here to piss people off. I want them to like my music. So he's doing it in his interviews. He's saying these people are trying so hard to be cool and think they are so in And, of course, they go to the go-go clubs to be discovered, said Frank. Then it lists the members of the Mothers: Cherokee Jim Black on drums, Roy Estrada on bass, Ray Collins harmonica, Syndicate, and Henry Vestine guitar. He leaves Zappa to become Canned Heat, which had a couple hits in the late 60s. So then they end the article, a description of today's world through the eyes of the Mothers can be found in the last verse of their song, Watts Riot. So here's the description. We got to sit around at home and watch this thing begin, but I'll bet there won't be many live to see it really end, because the fire in the street ain't like the fire in the heart. And in the eyes of all these people, don't you know that this could start on any street, in any town, in any state? If any clown decides that now's the time to fight for what he thinks is right, and if a million more agree there ain't no great society as it applies to you and me, and that our country isn't free, and that the law refused to see, if all that you can ever be is a lousy janitor unless your uncle owns a store, you know that 5 in every 4 just won't amount to nothing more. They'll watch the rats go round the floor and make up songs about being poor. That's a LaRouche agenda. LaRouche would agree with that criticism. Fuck music, you're just sitting around making songs about being poor. You're not learning the Kleinian geometry to understand the self-subsisting positive that Marx developed out of Hegel, Feuerbach.
What was the concept? Production economics, or what was his?
Dialectical economics.
Term?
Yeah, dialectical.
Dialect. Yeah, you move. You are not clear.
Moved again.
Damn. Let me see. Am I clear now?
Yes.
Now. LaRouche, I'm almost finished the book, and it's incredible what he wrote, his correction of an updating of Marx, but he's presenting a tactile version of economics. It's pretty amazing. Of course, anything I see is tactile, because I'm Mr. Tactility himself, so I'm sorry. I'm projecting my own bias. It happens to be collectively appropriate. What about Zappa?
Zappa, LaRouche.
That's right. He doesn't like LaRouche. He says that in the interview. He would not vote for LaRouche. As a matter of fact, I won't go into that. That's for another time. As a matter of fact, fact aborted. Okay. So I want to read, so that was 1965, late 65. Look how plastic people and mothers have arrived. December 65. So he's zapping everybody before you even get into the club. But then in 1966, Los Angeles Free Press, a year later, December 30th, 1966, Lisa Williams, I remember her, she was a regular columnist in the LA Free Press. She interviews him, and look what he says. She begins saying, now this is when the political riots are happening, the youth riots on Sunset Strip. Can you hear me? Am I okay?
Yes.
Yeah. She says, she opens with, do you see a political solution to what has been happening on the Strip? Zappa replies, what I would like to propose is another party. We have the Republican and Democratic parties. I would like to propose the Interested Party. You call it the Interested Party. Posters, pins, a platform that was a little more logical than 2 chickens in every pot. These might draw some kind of popular support from people who are interested. A platform that stood for reevaluation of everything in terms of the Constitution as it stands, not as it has been diluted. Okay, and temper that with certain advancements in modern technology and certain advancements in sociological fields. Take into consideration where we're really at in terms of the sexual revolution, and just look at everything the way it actually is today and set it up all over again. That's your only chance to make it work. So there he is. Never changed. That was his platform from the beginning. He had it figured out when he was 22.
That's when he became a threat.
Yes.
It's probably when he became a threat.
Yeah, and these modern technologies, certain advancements in sociological fields, he would have got that from advertising and whatever else. He did read Vance Packard, who did the book The Hidden Persuaders. He told me, in his late teens, I think. So now, on the face of it, this is impossible, what he's advocating. It's not going to happen. I think he knows that. But you must have an answer. If you're going to criticize and raise questions, you've got to have a platform, or you're not a serious artist, intellectual, comprehensivist, right? So just as McLuhan had his answer, using the computer as a global thermostat, Zappa had his answer. Now, people didn't know that he was planning to run for president. He's talking about it to Cal Schenkel in 1968, 69, that early. So then Lisa Williams says, what do you think it would take to make political activists of the kids who have chosen to drop out? Zappa says, I think that if there were ever one rallying point, something real that the kids could identify with, that they could focus their patriotism on and, really go for, you would have a force in the United States that nobody would believe. It would really come back to life, meaning the United States would come back to life. Right now, or maybe politics, right now it's pretty hard to even walk in the woods and say, quote, hey, this is nature and it's beautiful and I dig it, without remembering everything else that surrounds you that's nothing but a big lie. So he's saying you can't even walk in the woods and relax because you're thinking of the other environments impinging on you, as McLuhan would say. The whole system has unfortunately got down to a state where you can't believe anything anymore. See? Post-information environment. Remember he was saying in that interview, I don't believe anything that we're saying or doing here. You got to go around saying, I doubt it. So we got down to a state where you can't believe anything anymore. What?
I think it would be very interesting if you tell us what did you talk about with him.
A lot of this stuff. I told him a lot of McLuhan stuff. I told him a lot of top-down and assassination stuff. Matter of fact, I think he says on We're Only for the Money something about a song. He says, regardless of what you think of who killed Kennedy, I think he just says what you think of assassination. He was sick of the information. But that's because he got a lot of good stuff from me, maybe answered a few of the questions, and then he was able to look at a different picture, get beyond the content obsession that people would just end up gossiping about. So I think I got him aware of the larger, what we call medium, but he didn't see it exactly the way I meant by medium. He didn't fully get McLuhan, but I think I gave him a way to talk about other things rather than just sort of get caught up on the hot issues of the day. It gave him a detachment. You want more?
Well, did you introduce him to Mae Brussell before you talked to him about McLuhan?
Yes. Let's see. Am I still hearable? I moved slightly. Yeah. So in August 1984, my Zappa connection in New York City, Henry Greenbaum, called me and said, Frank will be at the Limelight Club tonight, later. Do you want to go see him? I said, damn right. So I hopped on the plane and got there around 11 at night and found him at the back of the club. Now, this building, it's on the corner of 6th Avenue and West 20th Street. It is the building, an old church, where Thompson ran the Lindisfarne with Gregory Bateson in the 70s. It had now been taken over by a Canadian drug-dealing disco guy, and they got arrested 10 years later. And he got in big trouble, the Canadian owner of the disco. And 8-Bit, who we've talked about, he used to perform there, hang out there as a kid after he'd been the first Hackers. Remember that story? The first Hackers, the 8-Bit?
Yes.
Anyways, I've done that a few months ago. So I'm in the building that William Irwin Thompson was in the 70s, and now it's a disco, and there's Frank. So I got a chance to sit with him, people around talking, but I got a chance to be with him for a long time. And I proceeded to tell him about Mae Brussell and that I would send him these recordings. And he said, sure. So when I went up to his home on March 15th, 1985, 8 months later, we talked about the recordings, and we even got into a little Dr. Beater and stuff. So he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything about Mae. He just talked about what she did, and he was impressed with it. But then 8 months later, I get a call from Mae Brussell, or I called her, and she told me that she'd just gotten a call from Frank. And he called her up and wanted to know the dirt on all the politicians that he was going to speak in front of on September 19th, 1985, on the issue of the rock censorship. You know, that stuff. So she said that Frank never mentioned me, but she said as soon as Frank called me, I knew how he got to me, and it was through you, meaning me. And later, Frank gave her a computer. This is in the early years, 1985. People didn't have computers much. And gave her a nice new computer so she could coordinate her index across file stuff, which she never did, I don't think. And then she died 3 years later. So Frank and I did discuss. And then in 1988, when I was with him, so May had, 2 weeks after Mae Brussell dies, October 3rd, 1988, 2.5 weeks later, October 21st, 22nd, me, Jerry Fialka, Carolyn, and Bob Marshall are in Zappa's house doing that famous interview. So we did 3.5 hours on the record, and then 3.5 hours off the record, no recording, where he talked about all the Mae Brussell issues that he had to contend with in his life, the tapping of his phone and this and that. And that's when we talked a lot about Mae, and basically about what she talked about. And Frank was trying to say, well, I was kind of like a Mae Brussell myself. I was spied on, harassed all along. And I didn't know about the AIDS thing that Ike Wilson and I figured out later. All I did was give him the form for a higher form of killing. I had just learned about a lot of the details about the AIDS stuff, an update from what I knew before from the Evergreens. That was September 13th, 1988. So a month later, I'm with Frank, but I didn't have a handle on being able to explain it to him. I didn't feel confident. I wanted to wait a year to see if it came true, but I did give him the book, A Higher Form of Killing, a Xerox of the last page that he ends his biography with, on how AIDS got started. At least the committee that came up with the idea in the 70s. The document is laid out in the book, A Higher Form of Killing. So that's what?
No, finished.
Right. So I want to read what he's saying here. So you can't walk in the woods without thinking how crummy the world is. And you can't believe anything anymore. And he says, it's pretty hard to know if you tied your own shoes. Now, that's really tactile. You can't tell the chicken from the egg. You cannot tell if you tied your own shoes.
Doubt everything.
Beg your pardon?
Hello?
Faded out, Bob.
Can you hear?
You're gone, Bob. Bob.
Still
We
can't
cannot hear you.
Say again?
Can't hear me.
There.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, it fades in and out. So what did you say about tying your own shoes? You said something?
That he said you have to doubt everything.
Yeah, that's right. Good point. Oh, that's right. It's pretty hard to know if you tied your own shoes. That's right. That's he's just saying you doubt it. So then he says, so the draft and police harassment are just little extras. One small part of the whole thing which is wrong. All this disillusioning shit, here it is, all this disillusioning shit about the assassination, whether or not it's true that the CIA blew his brains out to think that to think that the country that you're supposed to be ready to die for, which is what you've been taught all through school, is just disgusting. It's a nightmare. There he is. He's sick of hearing this shit from me. All this disillusioned shit about the assassination, whether or not it's true that the CIA blew his brains out to think that the country that you're supposed to be ready to die for, which is what you've been taught all through school, is just disgusting. It's a nightmare. So she says, do you think the problem on the Sunset Strip is ended, or is it just the beginning of something larger? He says, the people in L.A. haven't realized yet that this is where it's going to happen. The whole major breakthrough from a society controlled by the youth will occur here. It's happening now. That's right. This is not even the equivalent of puberty for that. It looks like a revolution. It's got all the earmarks of a popular revolt, but it's so small that it can't succeed. And it's just like they've almost shot their wad. Leadership? I think any leadership that announced itself from that mass would be swiftly shot secretly someplace in these streets. So he's aware of what he's up against. Been listening to me too much. The problem is not the police, because they're only taking orders. The problem is the merchants and the money interests who are influencing the people who give orders to the cops. If it's as simple as money, the way to take over would be to have a few of the kids who are making bread from having long hair pay their own cops off. If that's the way to do it in the U.S., then ... Then she says, why don't the people on the Strip want the kids? What happened to the club, the Trip? Frank says, most of the guys that run clubs don't have the faintest idea of what it's all about. They've got a building, a PA system, a bandstand, tables, some whiskey. Open it up, and the kids will come in and dance. They don't know anything about the music, and every one of them is tempted to make value judgments about the entertainment he hires, and they all have preferences. They all have favorites among the entertainers they hire. Okay, the Trip went to what you would describe as sort of a clean-cut sort of music. It changed their whole image. They went backward. They completely ignored the popular demand for long-hair music, and they ate it. Right after Warhol, they slowed down. That's the famous meeting between Lou Reed and Zappa. They didn't like each other, supposedly. Then he says, we were in Hawaii looking for Bob for a month just before Warhol. Look at that, right there. We were in Hawaii looking. He was living ahead of himself. I hadn't even gotten to Hawaii yet. Anyways, I can't believe any. I doubt it. I doubt that I'm reading what I'm reading. I don't think it really says what I said I'm reading. I doubt that this is even about Frank Zappa. I doubt that this phone is actually fucked up. Okay. Back to not doubting. We were in Hawaii for a month just before Warhol. We came back and played with Warhol's thing. That would be the Velvet Underground. And played with Warhol's thing before they closed down. We heard the rumor in Hawaii that the Trip was being sold to this idiot who owned the Peppermint Lounge in Hawaii, which is still a twist place. Okay? So he says, now that's pretty good, having a twist place, 4 years later. So he says, this guy, I guess, who owns the Peppermint Lounge, says, I'm going to Hollywood to make some money. I'll take this band I've got here at the Peppermint Lounge. I know those guys. I know these guys will work cheap. And that's the Ted Neely. The band's called the Teddy Neely Five. And I guess they took over the Trip, trying to return it to the twist, Chubby Checker. Frank says, we knew the Ted Neely Five over there in Hawaii. So he bought it and starts this new thing and puts gold lame curtains up and takes all the psychedelicness out of it, then cleaned it up, and the Trip has been closed more than it's been open since that time. The guy killed the Trip. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
So Alicia says, if they could have 15 teen clubs on the Strip, do you think it could work? Zappa says, yes, I'll tell you why. How many hot dog stands are there at Disneyland? It's the same thing. People go from club to club. If the Strip were nothing but these kind of clubs, it would be like another Disneyland, and people would come from all over to dig it. It would be a whole, it would put the Strip on the map. So he's telling the businessmen how to improve their scene. Don't fight the kids, adapt the kids. So then Zappa says, music has always shown how people think and feel, and dancing as it is performed in this area is more indicative of the feelings of the people than dancing in other areas of the country. It's not tied down to the rigid routines you find in New York. They're still doing dances you've got a name for in New York and other parts of the country. Out here, now he's talking about Vito. Okay, Vito and his dancers. Out here, they just dance. They get out there, and they'll just jump around. Each one will do his individual scene. If you watch that dancing, there's a lot of energy out there. And if you don't give them a place to release it, those merchants that are shagging off are going to eat it so bad that they're really going to miss the good old days. And by then, it will be too late, because once those places close down, ... I'll tell you one thing about lights. ... That, I think he's talking about light shows. They're really bullshit. I'm so sick of light shows I could scream. And the light shows aren't even popular yet. They're just starting. What is this? This is 1966. Yeah, the light shows get big in the next year. So Frank's already mad at the light shows. I'm so sick of light shows I could scream. The people who run light shows have got no taste whatsoever. They, as a group, are not into anything. First of all, they're not electricians. Second, they're not artists in any way. Third, most of them can't even keep time to the music while they're juggling that shit back and forth in the Pyrex dishes. They don't even know what they're doing. They saw somebody doing it over here. He gets a couple of pie plates and sticks some Easter egg color in there. Then you squeeze it like that, and you got a light show. That's really baloney. This is Zappa the Craftsman talking. Too bad that an element like that, it blows the structure of the music to have that. It blows the structure of the music to have that alongside of it. Because if it's not integrated into what's happening musically, it should be a subsidiary event. If it's not going to be integrated completely into the show, it should at least be subsidiary to the music, and most of the shows I've seen just detract from the music. Do you think the whole thing will die out, light shows and freakouts? He goes, yeah, I hope it dies. Hope it dies tomorrow. End of interview. So that's someone living at the speed of light and the speed of thought.
But we are going to the light. no light technician. No light
right.
show.
It's a radio show. It's all dark.
One of the things that makes it so different is that you have the relation to all these important icons of our culture on the physical, but also you have engaged them through mediums.
Yeah.
So you continue asking them, or
I keep composing with
the
them.
Conversation.
Yes, I could keep composing with Frank.
Yeah. So you talk to him through the Evergreens or only through Ion?
No, through the Evergreens. And then through Glow. Evergreens was 94. And then I did a couple in 96. Then I did Glow in 2002. And then Ion since 2009. I could actually, I wonder if I could click on, I should maybe play a segment of my talking to Zappa through the Evergreens. You hear the actual recording. Yes. People don't know the recording. They just read the transcript if they find that. So maybe we could end this session with me talking to the living Frank. He never died.
Yes. I mean, that's one of the things we are talking about, that things are, you have to doubt even that.
Yes. This never happened.
Doubt everything. Like Frank said.
I doubted it. Yes, I'm probably the first guy in the world that you don't have to doubt.
Right.
I'm the first to reappear out of the Android meme that Frank was complaining about.
Yes.
That's right. He was complaining.
Yes.
Maybe we could continue the Halloween Zappa special, looking for the super sugar. And you do your sessions.
Yes.
With the dead Zappa.
Wow. Right. Now, when I did Zappa on September, just let me get. Oh, I'm not home. I can't get my documents out, but I'll just try to go by my memory. Let's see. On September 28th, 94, I was talking to him, and then the tape got all fucked up, eventually, well into it. So I had to go back and do part 2. So I do them twice in this period, September 28th, 94 to October 3rd, 94. So I'm just going to click on one of them. It'll be in the middle somewhere, so let's just start hearing it and see what we're talking about. Okay, so I've got to do the sound thing. Okay, first of all, I'll mute everybody. I'm going to mute you and Bert. And Madeline's already... let's see if Madeline has something to say. Are you there live, Madeline?
I just want to remind you, I'm here until 10, like half an hour more.
Muted.
Half an hour more. Okay, good. That's good. We're not going to play too long, but that's good. Do half an hour. That means we won't do McLuhan tonight. I actually don't have my documents. I keep forgetting I'm not home. Because I live on, when I'm home, I'm a lot of time on the phone. If I'm on the phone, I think I'm home.
Yes.
So, Madeline. Yeah, sorry you were muted, Matt. What do you think of this Zappa series? Are you enjoying it?
Yes, I am. Yep. I'm having little epiphanies and stuff. Good.
You're having what?
Epiphanies.
Oh, good. Yeah, this is nice and intellectual for you, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's like an hour and a half past my bedtime, though, so I gotta go.
Okay, well, when everybody goes, I'll start playing the rewrite, continuing the rewrite, so you can hear that later.
Oh, God. Yep.
You like the rewrites?
Thanks. I am having a really hard time listening to them. I'm confused about when they started, and I haven't been able to download them for some reason. I downloaded one show, but then the others, I don't know. It's funny, so I'm just leaving it alone for a minute. And
you don't know when they happened? They happened in the end of fall of 2011.
No, I know when they happened. No, I don't know when you started playing them. It doesn't matter, Bob.
Yeah, you just go to Ian and Bob. Bill, Ed's got them all posted under rewrite. They're all there, all that we've played. Just go to Ian and Bob. It's there.
Is 37
Inventory.
the first one you've played since Bob Fest?
Yes. 37, 38. I think we're doing 39 now. Or finishing 38. I can't remember.
Finish
yeah,
39.
but it's all over. We're into 39, right. So that's available at Bob and Ian and Bob.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying to download it from there, and something's going funky, but it'll get fixed.
Well, there was a screw-up for a little while, then I think, but I think it's fixed now. Yeah, I think there was a problem at my website. Anyways.
All right, I'll try it again.
Yeah, now, 213, is that Leon? Is that Leon listening? Okay, talk to you later, Madeline. Okay, bye. There's a 2. Bye. So Leon, or 213, is there. I don't know who that is. Okay. Here we go. Some Zappa. Oh, I'm going to mute you guys for a little while. I'm aware of the time. We'll talk to you before you have to go in half an hour, okay? Roxy, all right?
All participants are now muted.
I'm going to I'm just going to move it into the middle of this ongoing conversation. I assume this is the Zappa thing. That. Okay, so that's talking about Michael Jackson. That's not it. So I'm gonna have to figure out which one is. I'm going to go to the October 3rd, which we're pretty sure is Frank. Okay. Give me just a second. Okay, so this is begins with me talking to Frank about his conversation with Flores, I think, which may have got distorted in the first couple days before.
All participants are now unmuted.
Bob. No sound.
You guys aren't hearing anything?
No. Nothing at all.
Geez, I'm hearing it. Well, is that because it's in my computer? So how long has this been going?
Since you put us on mute, there's been no sound.
Wow. How could this be? It's really good. I'm going to have to go back and start over again. But how come? Let's see. I didn't put it up in Soundflower. Sorry. Okay, so let's just get Soundflower. That's open. Okay, so I'll go back to where it was. Okay? So I played about 6 minutes. And, if you got to go, Roxy, if I keep going past, you can hear it when you hear the archive, okay? But maybe I'll stop just before 11 to say thank you. Okay, so go back to... How did you get in, Bert? Did I
unmuted?
Did you unmute yourself, or did I forget to mute you?
Unmuted. No, it came unmuted.
Well,
I was unmuted.
Ian did that. Thank you, Ian. I didn't unmute you. All right, I'm muting you. Let's start again.
All participants are now muted.
Frank says it was a long discussion. It continues to be a long discussion because talking of work, one's present work must show either its linkage.
You hear this? Let me just...
All participants are now unmuted.
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
All participants are now muted.
Frank says it was a long discussion. It continues to be a long discussion because talking of work, one's present work must show either its linkage and its derivativeness, that from which it then creates its own essence, and that what influences creatively derivative. And it gets a little confusing there. I was wondering if Frank could explain a little more for the published interview, the dialogue he's having with Flores and the complexity. And one of the themes was, I remember how a musical instrument is of its own an instrument, and then the composer brings something to it.
You see, he was uncomplimentary in that he said that Zappa's work was derivative. And there has been, from that, what appeared to be uncomplimentary was to show that from what Estevez had to what Zappa did, there was a progression.
Frank showed that, or Flores said that happened?
Flores said that happened. Now, the discussion between the two is how much influence does a composer have on a composer that follows? And how much sway does this influence a composer? Zappa's point is that music itself becomes incestuously derivative, that it become a circuitousness that perpetuates a particular style until someone breaks out of the mold.
Does Flores agree with that in their discussion?
Agrees with it, yes. But the discussion between the two is, does the breaking out of the mold mean that it's opposite of the existing incestuousness, and by its oppositeness start something new? Or is it then opposite to that which already exists? So therefore it was created by the circuitous incestuous cycle.
Yes.
Where then is the creativeness of a composer? How far can the difference be done between the existing cycle and the beginning of a new cycle? And the discussion between these two and others has been a long discussion, because they have the advantage of being able to see music, the invention of instrument, the use of music instrument, Zappa's point of amplification, and others who are saying that possibly all music is derivative. Well, there are many points of view on this. It's becoming a discussion on the philosophy of music.
Yes, actually, I saw an art show in New York, and the tradition of the art of, since World War II up till the 80s, the discussion in what's called, I guess, the postmodernist phase is what is original and what is derivative. That is a theme in other arts.
Yes, it is.
During Frank's lifetime.
Yes.
And was he thinking that during his life, or just a conversation that's evoked by meeting Flores?
Always has been a thought in his mind for years. But he now has a chance to work and interact with that entity, Flores, so that there is a dialogue, that there are others that are being drawn into this, you see? Especially those supporters of Stravinsky, Prokofiev, and others, as to cultural dissonance. There's even the individual sax has a say in this.
How do you spell that?
S-A-X.
That's a musician?
Inventor of the saxophone.
Okay.
That he wanted a particular sound that was not produced by other instruments, would have the rounder, buzzier sound, as opposed to the sharper, sound of a trumpet or the woodwind sound. He wanted the lower registers to be more examined. So the creation of this instrument itself caused controversy because it was a new instrument. It was not previously an instrument that was considered for orchestral use. It was considered to be a interloper.
Right. Can I direct it another way? You said that Frank talked about amplification. Did he mean with electrical instruments, or he amplified his point in a discussion?
No, electrical instruments.
So he brought in a new, like the saxophone, he brought in a new environment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, what Zappa, as a part of this discussion, is stressing is that how far can dissonance go? Because what one era considers resonant, another era considers dissonant, especially a future era, in that the saxophone, when first played, was heard by ears as oftentimes dissonant with that which they had been accustomed. The sound of the saxophone was to those that heard it as a blaring sound, did not have the controlled sound. But as Zappa points out, the music itself was controlled to the instrument.
All right,
Again?
Oh, you were going to say?
And that the introductions of new instruments can produce new music. New music can produce new instrument. That it's the instruments that alter the direction of the music, and that which appear dissonant eventually becomes appearing resonant.
Well, to me, Frank is applying Marshall's figure ground in relation to new musical technologies here.
Yes.
So he's actually thinking like Marshall did.
Very much.
Does Marshall enter in that discussion, or is he not considered a musician?
But he is considered a musician. Oh, not a performing artist, but understands what musicians understand.
That's why Frank said I should have been in a rock band.
Yes.
Yeah. I understand now. Can you name a few composers who are on the opposite, who are not on Stravinsky and Prokofiev's side? Who's the opposing argument?
The opposing argument is taken, strange as it may seem, by Mozart.
Oh, no, that comes into LaRouche's ideas. LaRouche would be on the Beethoven, well, on the Mozart side, I think.
Now, Mozart is not adverse to the argument.
Right.
But says, stretch it too far and it breaks. And there is no rapport between the music and the audience. The objective of the music, as performed by the musician, is to form a bridge to the audience. That the dissonance taken too far creates possibly a pocket of people who delight in it, but as he points out, there's a pocket of people who will delight in anything. But the majority are essentially turned off.
Right now, so would the Evereeds agree that, I don't know if you're familiar with LaRouche's writings on music, but from my familiarity, he would be taking Mozart's point of view. Do the Evereeds agree?
No, Mozart is, yes, we agree on that, yes. But Mozart's point is you can stretch it, but you must know how far you can stretch it. Because if you do not know, then you become alienated from your audience. And points out that this was done by certain late 18th and early 19th and early 20th composers who decided that they would not necessarily be avant-garde for avant-garde's sake, but would have believed that the music was going in such a direction that they would get there first.
All right. Can we end on that point? I'd like to move on.
One point.
Okay.
Must be stressed. Mozart has that any individual who is trained in music and understands musical training knows that if you break certain rules, you must know how to support breaking that rule.
All right. Now, in particular, and asking Frank, now, I'm not talking to Frank directly today. It's
not at this moment.
It's hard to do at this
moment?
No,
it can be done.
Okay.
But we are summating this.
You're what?
We are summating this.
Right. Now, I spoke to Walter Fishman, who is now in spirit, last week, the day before I talked to Frank.
Yes.
Now, when we talked to Walter Fishman through the medium Delia Quigley.
Quigley, yes.
Walter said that when we asked him, well, how was Frank, he said Frank Zappa was very angry and stirring up trouble on the other side. And Walter didn't like his music. Sounds like Walter was on the Mozart view. Was Frank angry?
In truth, no. Not angry. Not even overly adamant. That can create an environment where others would be adamant to him.
Right. Now, we're talking about Frank in the environment he's in now, in spirit.
Yes.
Was he angry in his life in the body?
Occasionally, not often.
But so Walter is being a little subjective in projecting that.
He's seeing that a person who would be adamant on a point of view would best research the point of view before proposing a point of view.
That's Walter's point of view?
That's Walter's point of view. Now, Zappa is much more quick to bring out a point that is made by himself that possibly could be abnegated by Mozart and those associated with Mozart. That possibly the objective of certain composers is to stretch it too far and drag people behind them. So, but it's not anger. It's more dogged point of view.
All right. Now, Frank, I'd like to ask you, one of your themes in your art when you were in the body was that the emperor has no clothes. Now, you're in spirit. In that situation, does the emperor have no clothes?
No.
The emperor does have clothes.
The emperor has clothes.
It's a different situation.
Different situation.
And does that mean you haven't found? That's because we haven't found God, or spirit has not found God yet?
Fair to describe. Fair to describe.
Maybe anything I should pursue on that point?
No.
Yeah, that's a good ending. Okay, I'd like to thank Frank for talking with me, and I'd like to locate Joe Sloan now.
Okay.
Joe Dunn Sloan.
I'd like you to locate a gentleman by the name of Joe Dunn.
Okay, we'll just say goodbye to Roxy. I think that.
All participants are now unmuted.
Really beautiful.
Yes.
You like that?
Yes, because they're commenting everything we talk about. They talk about the resonance and the dissonance. I was saying consonant because in German and in Spanish we say consonant.
Right.
And I always wonder what makes music evolve in one direction. And in a way, they're answering that saying, like, we're going to the right frequency. It's not arbitrary that people just want to be original. There is something else guiding them.
And the technology unfolds in an orderly extension of the senses. So technology is part of the changing of the frequency. What do you think? Like that? Like that idea?
Yes, because, for example, sax, the man who invented the sax is saying the instruments create new music, but the new music also creates new instruments.
Right.
So it's this
new technology. New metals create new possibilities to make technologies. And then the instrument is made. Then that changes the ear. But the ear is already starting to be changed by the previous mechanical technologies.
Yes, and we have some other possibilities of creating sounds, another timbre, another instrument.
Did you notice I played Prokofiev? Okay, carry on. Yes, sorry.
I think it's a really beautiful way to make the cycle, to finish this first Zappa.
To listen to the evergreens.
Yes, and Zappa and all the ghosts that are parking in their conversation, like Flores and others.
Yeah, I played Prokofiev in the first hour of the show, and then he got mentioned, and you brought up Mozart. You did a whole talk on Mozart, and they discussed Mozart. So yes, we have the synchronicity there of what we talked about. Yeah, is wrapped up by Zappa and this through the evergreens, and that's the problem with John Adams. He's taking a Platonic, eternal something about music, eternal archetypes, is not recognizing the changing in the audience by the new technologies, making a different kind of music. He's standing in the ivory tower where Zappa mixed it up with what was happening and invented new technologies.
Yes, because as the environment changes, there is also new sounds, new frequencies, new ways of recording and replaying and altering. So
and having Ion permeate these Saturday nights makes the first couple hours of music heard differently.
Yes.
It sounds better than it actually is if we didn't have Ion around.
Yes, and when you're talking to all of them, it's like you see this concept Zappa had of the continuity. What was the name he used?
Incestuousness.
No, it's like everybody's.
Oh, the conceptual continuity.
Yeah, conceptual continuity.
Yeah.
Without knowing, at the end, everybody is working to go back to the right frequency.
Right. The audience is in the act, is helping create the new music. And that becomes obvious.
Everything.
Right. The co-creating of the music by the audience becomes obvious in the later electronic technologies. Not so obvious when people are sitting in rooms and looking with their eyes at the music, watching the musicians read it.
Yes, and now we're in the situation where you have your studio in your hand. You can have it in your iPhone or your iPad.
You are now Orpheus. You tune the whole world and all the media added to it.
Yeah, so
Orphic Baroque spirals. You're welcome. Thanks for. I don't know. I think we did we did about 6 hours of the first Zappa hour.
Yeah, there is so much to squeeze, and we talked only in general. We didn't went into a specific songs or pieces. But maybe
we will.
Next time they will join us, and we can go more into the musical.
Right. Okay, well, have a good day, and Bert and I think I'll play another Zappa cut, and I'll set up for the rewrite.
Yes, and another thing, how did you choose the ending of Payday?
How did I choose it?
Yes, because
What's that mean?
It's also, I think, it's not a coincidence that it's Zappa who ends every time.
I not know what you're talking about. How did I choose to end Payday? Oh, yeah. Well, that's my favorite song. One of my favorite songs is what is it? Muffin Man. And what's good at the end, the main thing I liked about it, he says, "Good night, Austin, Texas, wherever you are." That's the dispersed electronic reality. So that sentence, I wanted to end with that sentence. And then you play the little bit before we introduce the musicians. You're supposed to imagine that whoever's been participating tonight is Napoleon Murphy Brock. You're Napoleon Murphy Brock. Bert is Tom Fowler. The names of the band are referring to who are the Ionettes that spoke. So it's a perfect ending.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect ending. I doubt everything we said.
You what? You doubt? Yes, me too.
I doubt everything we
I'm
said.
I'm sorry we canceled Payday. We didn't make it in time, and so you guys have just been listening to a recording.
Doubt everything.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt that you'll doubt everything. You ain't gonna doubt. You're a scared chicken to doubting. You know how to doubt. I doubt it.
Yes.
Okay.
I also look at the white ceiling and doubt.
You're stunned. We just heard. It's so great to begin with Zappa talking to Flores. I mean, about influence. That was very apt.
Yes. Maybe we should ask Flores, now that he's in the non-physical, what about this ionization piece?
Right. Let's see if he knew. I doubt it.
Okay. Doubt everything. Roger, bye.
Okay, see ya. Okay, so anybody else here who's talking? Well, Sean's here from England. So let me play a Zappa music, and I'll set up the rewrite. Okay, Bert. And Bert, you got to go soon?
No, I'm here, Bob.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, good. All right, so, and thus ends our Zappa segment. Let's see. Bert, you still here?
Yes.
It's the first time you are the only one here, the only one live on the phone.
Bob, what was the first song you played for Zappa? That first song in that round?
Was that the fast guitar?
Yes. The guitar started off slow, and then the guitar came in.
That was a version of Cruising for Burgers. Let me just see. Maybe just... I played that, and then what did I play? Then I played this, the oldies. It was... Is this what you mean?
Is
that what you mean?
I think. No, the one before that.
What was it? Oh, I know. That was 1970. Burnt Weenie Sandwich. Really great. This one.
Yes.
Yeah. That's from the album. I think it's the album Burnt Weenie Sandwich, about 1970. Live, a mixture of things, I think. Been a while since I ever heard this. Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
That's a good song. I'm trying to debrief myself before we do this series, but past few days since we got the idea, I haven't had time to listen to everything. Can't remember a lot of it, but that's why I'm starting at the beginning, work my way through with the perspective that.
It'll be really fun and enjoyable to listen to when you fill in the blanks as far as a lot of things that folks don't know about Zappa, because he's a very interesting character. Very interesting.
Yeah. So let's start. So we ended with the good night, Austin, Texas, wherever you are. And for those new people, I end every Saturday night show going to Sunday morning, anywhere from 14 to 18-hour show, we end with that sign off by Frank.